yeah. Yeah. Like, swords up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up. Swords up, throw it 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 up. Hey, throw them swords up, throw them swords up. Where you at? Where you at? Throw them up, throw them up. Avengers, where you at? Where you at? Throw them up, then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice, then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice. Dani in the house, in the house. Avengers in the house, in the house, in the house, in the house. Swords up, turn up. Let's get messy, let's get nosy. Let's go. Give him the tea, give him the news, give him the biz, give him the mess, the mess. Swords up, throw it up. Swords up, throw it up. Throw them swords up. Where you at? Throw them up. Avengers, where you at? Throw them up. Then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice. Then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice. Who gon' check me? I'm playing chess. You playing checkers. Checkmate. Next caller. Swords up. Up. I don't like it. Can't stand you. If it's stuck, then it's stuck. It's stuck. Swords up. Up. You're mad. You're pressed. Got your bother. Got your trigger. Swords up. Throw it up. Swords up. Throw it up. Hey, throw them swords up. Where you at? Throw them up. Avengers, where you at? Throw them up. Then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice. Then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice. Let's go. Start the show. Symbol. We in chill. Let's go. Avengers, assemble. Lights, camera, action. We ready. Stay ready. Swords up. Throw it up. Swords up. Throw it up. Hey, throw them swords up. Where you at? Throw them up. Avengers, where you at? Throw them up. Then slice.
Tell the haters your biz what cost you. Don't tell them nothing. Don't let them know nothing. Move it silent. Keep it to yourself. Get a seat. Keep it cute. Keep it class. Keep it moving. Keep them watching. Keep them guessing. Keep them guessing. Keep them hating. I need the fear. Back up. That's none of your biz. Hold up. That's none of your biz. 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 I'm moving in silence. That's none of your biz. I'm moving in silence. I'm moving in silence. Tell a hater your biz will cost you. Don't tell them nothing. Don't let them know nothing. Move it silent. Keep it to yourself. Keep it secret. Keep it cute. Keep it class. Keep it moving. Keep them watching. Keep them guessing. Keep them hating. They jealous. They know it. Praying I fail. Praying I lose. Praying I fall. Not telling you nothing. Not letting you in. Not letting you in my circle. Stay out of my biz. Stay out of my face. Stop asking me questions. You heard what I said. Stop asking me questions. Don't make me get ratchet. Get ratchet. I plead the fifth. Back up. That's none of your biz. Hold up. That's none of your biz. 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 I'm moving in silence. That's none of your biz. I'm moving in silence. I'm moving in silence. You wanna know my plans, my actions, how I move, how I groove, what I'm gon' do, when I'm gon' do. You wanna know my goals, my steps. You out of my biz. 21 questions. Next question. Skip now. Dip. I plead the fifth. Back up. That's none of your biz. Hold up. That's none of your biz. 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 I'm moving in silence. That's none of your biz. I'm moving top. Can't stop, won't stop, I'm pressure. Straight, no chaser, ambitious, go get it. I'm hurt, let's go, let's go, let's go. I'm headed to the top, then I stutter, then I muddle, and I muddle. I'm headed to the top, that's where I'm going. Gone, no more question. I plead the fifth, back up, that's none of your biz. Hold up, that's none of your biz. 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 Biz. I'm moving in silence. That's none of your biz. No biz. I'm moving in silence. I'm moving in silence. Tell her haters your biz.
You gon' fuck around and find out. You gon' fuck around and find out. I'ma put your ass in timeout. I'ma give your ass a knockout. I'ma give you a whooping your mama shoulda gave ya. Oh, you gon' fuck around and find out. I got time today, you gon' find out. Any place, map it out. It's on sight. You gon' pull up, you ain't gon' pull off. You gon' fuck around and find out. Oh, you thought you could try me. Oh, you thought you could play me. I'm the coach, you the player. You can't teach the coach. You can't play the coach. You can't beat me at my own game. You can't cheat when it's my game. Checkmate, don't calculate. I win, you lose. That's 1 for me, 0 for you. You gon' fuck around and find out. You gon' fuck around and find out. Why the mother bitches mad? Why the mother bitches hate it? These bitches is mad, these bitches is sad. Cause they fuck around and found out. You gon' fuck around and find out. I'ma put your ass in time. I'ma give your ass a knockout. I'ma give you a whooping your mama shoulda gave ya.
This video is used for educational purposes only. Under the Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. This video is used for educational purposes only. Under the Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. This video is used for educational purposes only. Under the Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. This video is used for educational purposes only. Under the Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. This video is used for educational purposes only. Under the Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976.
Hey everybody, happy Saturday. How y'all doing on this Saturday night? Yes, we are back in the building. And I know some of you have not even caught up with the last 2 lives from my backup and the main. But the good news is I'm skipping Sunday, so you have plenty of time to catch up. Yes. So we are doing some follow-up updates on some topics such as the Hadleys and also Joseph Manzaro. I don't know if y'all remember Joseph, but he's the one that put a sex trafficking lawsuit against Diddy, and he added Adria English. And you know what? I was like, Adria English? You're adding Adria English? Like, her case is frivolous, so you're adding her. Your case is frivolous. It's like, dude, like, what are you doing? I don't know. Like, and then Adrian was like giving me his information, like saying this is the guy, and I'm like, are y'all in cahoots or what's happening here? Anyways, I called him and I hung up. I was like, Adrian English was in the hospital at that time. She had just given birth, so how could she be where you're talking about in that location. She has an alibi pretty much. So that doesn't make any sense. Like, she was involved in this whole thing with Diddy. So why did you add her name? Now it could just be someone making up stuff and adding Adrian English, but I knew it was frivolous. I don't know why people were making these frivolous lawsuits against Diddy. Maybe for notoriety, for clout, be infamous. Maybe they were hoping that he would settle. I don't know the whole intention, but I called him and he had hung up the phone. I was like, this is frivolous. So now fast forward, his ass has voluntarily dismissed his lawsuit. Yes, he has. I'm like, of course you're going to voluntarily dismiss it, because now there is action on your case where people are filing motions, people are possibly being sanctioned and being called out. People are wondering why your lawyer didn't do a proper or thorough investigation. It's just a lot going on with that case. And I'm like, dude, I could have told you that was going to happen. Like, come on now, right? So with that being said, he filed a motion to voluntarily dismiss it. And let me actually give some people a brief update, because not everyone follows every case. Because at one point and at one time period, there were a lot of Diddy cases, like back to back to back, a new case. For the Manzaro Joseph case, he was a self-described trafficking survivor. And he sued Adria English, Sean Diddy Combs, and some others, even Brendan Paul, and some unnamed Doe defendants. And that's out of the Southern District of Florida. And that was filed April 1st, 2025. And I did report on it. So you can go back through my archive. I did report on this. And subsequent to that, he filed an amended complaint that's over like 60 pages. And again, he's alleging human trafficking, kidnapping, sexual exploitation, maiming, and assault, RICO violations, obstruction of justice and witness tampering, civil rights violations, etc. And he said he was pretty much drugged and abducted and transported to Star Island, Miami. Everyone knows that Diddy has that home, Star Island, Miami, and that's even something that he tried to offer as a bond condition, or to get released on bond, and everything else. So, and forced into a sexual freak-off party, allegedly involving Diddy, Esteban, and others. And we already know now the Diddy freak-offs consisted of either Diddy, Cassie, and a male escort, or Jane, Diddy, and a male escort. So a lot of people like Jag and some of these other people making up these weird freak off. They're describing freak offs in an inaccurate description. They're pretty much exposing themselves as having no clue about what freak offs are. So he in that lawsuit, he described degradations, essay, and permanent medical injuries. He also claimed that there was years of witness intimidation, surveillance, and threats involving his son. So that was the amended lawsuit. And like I said, he amended it on April 11th. And he also issued a summons for the defendants. And he also filed like a fee waiver, because he said he could not afford to file to pay the filing fee, which is like $400, and add like a $5 fee or something. I don't know. It's $405 total. And then later, for some reason, they denied his fee. They denied his fee waiver, like his ability to not pay. And he had to actually pay the filing fee. So he paid that by May 16th. On May 16th. And then people in the case, like the defendants, started to respond. Emilio Estefan filed a motion to dismiss around July 2nd. And then the judge granted a motion to leave to amend the complaint, okay? And this would be the second amended complaint, because he had the original, and then he amended it in April, and then the judge allowed him to amend it again on August 8th. But instead of amending it, he actually filed a motion to voluntarily withdraw or voluntarily dismissal. He actually successfully served Adria English and Emilio Estefan. And then this is where it takes off, because July 2025, Emilio Estefan filed a Rule 11 sanction motion against, this case against Joseph, because he said this is a frivolous lawsuit and things like that. He says this is serious. He argues the case is frivolous, citing letters, declarations, including Gloria Estefan's a Cavaliers game schedule, media coverage, etc., to show Joseph's claims were impossible or fabricated. I don't know why people make up lies and then later they act surprised that people have an alibi. Like Adrian English literally just had a baby, hospital. She's gonna kind of show that she was not in the right physical. She was not physically capable at the time to carry out what you're saying, or even in the same area. And then we have people in other cases providing, like even Drewski providing receipts. But now the Drewski is now, let me be clear, Drewski is a Parham lawsuit. That's a separate lawsuit. I'm just using that as an example that people have alibis. So if you're going to accuse someone, or falsely accuse someone of a crime, it's best to do your research to see where they were at that time period, because you're going to look stupid when they're completely across the world or somewhere completely different and you're making these false allegations. And also, I will reiterate, it is wrong to make false allegations of SA. It is. People like y'all that make these false claims of SA, you're ruining the stats and the statistics for people that are actually victims, because every time there's a false claim, people are going to say, oh, okay, another fake Diddy victim, another fake Diddy victim, another fake Diddy victim. And then one day when there's a real Diddy victim, it's like the boy who cried wolf, and then after a while, people don't believe it. Let me turn my phone because it's like beeping too much and turn this phone off on silent. So with that being said, that's why people's like, that's why I keep my phone off. If I don't keep my phone off, it's going to be ding, 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 ding every second. And people are like, oh, her phone never even dings. Yeah, because it's just too much. So do not disturb, okay? What was I even saying? That's why I keep my phone off while I'm live. So with that being said, now it's like the boy who cried wolf, where someone is going to be like, victim, and then it's fake. And then now when it's a real cry for help and a real victim story, people are going to say, oh, they're crying wolf again. It's fake. It's a fake victim. People like Lamisha, that's why I really, really want to call out these fake victims. Okay. So let's move along because we have a lot to discuss. So with this Joseph case, the one I called before previously, and I said, this is fake. I know it's a frivolous lawsuit because you're adding Adrian English. She gave me receipts, and there's no way possible she could have been doing what you're saying. And also, Adrian English is a fake, frivolous case, and you're only adding her because you think she's legit, but she's actually fake. So by proxy, and by that, you're fake. So, so he had a lawyer who I also reached out to. So Travis Walker, I told you ahead of time, dude. I told you that this was a frivolous case. You didn't listen. I have proof. I have an email. I let you know, and I probably even reach out to you like I told you. You didn't listen. Plaintiff's counsel Travis Walker tried to withdraw, citing issues with representation. Joseph began filing his own pro se motions, emergency notices. Some were stricken by the court. And then on August 8th, Walker was allowed to withdraw. So he was trying to get out of there. I told you ahead of time that it was fake. You should have listened to me. Leave it. So once Walker, the lawyer, withdrew, he left Joseph temporarily pro se representing himself. But then shortly after, Walker tried to reactivate his counsel due to confusion about filings and ECF access and things like that. So then the judge stepped in on August 11th in order to show cause, demanding explanations from Joseph's lawyer about missed deadlines and sanctions responses, right? So then Joseph filed. So Joseph is trying to get out of this now. He's like, oh, I got to get out of this. I get out of it. This is getting crazy. People are filing sanctions. This is going not in the right direction I'm hoping for. He's hoping for a payday, not sanctions, and oh shit. So now he files a notice of voluntary dismissal without prejudice on August 12th. And despite this filing, Estefan's lawyer, he moves to set deadlines and strike Joseph's notices. So, I mean, they don't want them to just get out of this, okay? They're still going to be filing like they want them in trouble with sanction. So then Joseph, the plaintiff, and then Walker, the attorney, they're scrambled. They're these filings, responses, and technical issues around the electronic filing system or filing system. And then on August 15th, Joseph submitted his response to the order to show cause. And so as of now, the case is technically dismissed without prejudice because Joseph filed that Rule 41 voluntary dismissal filing. However, because sanctions are still pending, the court is considering whether Joseph and or his lawyer, like Joseph alone or him and his lawyer, just his lawyer, could be penalized despite the dismissal. And the defense counsel, which is Estefan's team, is pressing hard for sanctions and to strike plaintiff's filings. And Joseph's lawyer and Joseph are in conflict. Of course, they have to withdraw the pro se filings, the reactivation, confusion with the docket. And then the judge seems very much so frustrated, issuing strikings, denials, and orders to show causes. And pretty much, let me give Joseph accused Diddy, Estefan, and others and Adrian English of trafficking and abuse. The complaint was graphic, detailed, and wide-reaching. So now it has been voluntarily dismissed without prejudice because Joseph did that. Okay, so he can't refile later, but the sanctions motion could still leave him or his lawyer facing penalties. So his lawyer did respond to this order to show cause and things like that. I'm not going to read all the documents today, but I can later. The defense is trying to get the judge to punish Joseph for bringing what they claim is a baseless case. For now, the case is off the court's docket, but the sanctions question remains unresolved. So with that being said, obviously Joseph and his lawyer, they want out of this mess. And I've been saying from the beginning, why are y'all even doing this when it's clearly frivolous? I don't know what y'all thought y'all were going to get. I guess they thought that he would want it to go away and they squeeze him out of money. Like, hey, you want this case to go away? We can do like a settlement. But Diddy is not settling with these people. He's not like trying to reach a settlement agreement with, Cassie, he reached a 24-hour settlement within 24 hours because obviously Cassie is a real victim. He's actually, he didn't want to fight Cassie because he knew there was going to be a lot of evidence for Cassie. For these people that's frivolous, Diddy is like, let's go. Let's go. Like, it's on and popping. Like, let's go. You know what I'm saying? Like, we are going to actually fight this. It's not a settlement. And I'm thinking that these people believe that they were going to get a settlement within 24 hours for filing something on Diddy. And he's, that's not what's happening. So let me actually show you this real quick. And he's calling himself a doctor, but I don't know about all that, okay? And I'm not trying to be fancy or anything, but he had filed a fee waiver, and then he didn't, it wasn't really a lot of income to be anything, but I don't know. Hold on one second. This is the dismissal. Notice a voluntary dismissal without prejudice, and that's pursuant to Rule 41 of the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure. Plaintiff Dr. Joseph Manzaro hereby voluntarily dismisses this action without prejudice as to all defendants. That's Diddy and everyone, Estefan and even Adrian English. This dismissal was made prior to any defendant having filed an answer or motion for summary judgment, and therefore is effective upon filing without a court order. So he wanted to do this so, the judge wouldn't have a say-so, or anyone wouldn't have a say-so, because before anyone can answer or do anything, summary judgment, he wanted to actually try to file this voluntary dismissal. So I can't remember what email I sent to Walker, his lawyer. I think either I sent an email or I actually called. And I can't, that was early April, so I don't know. I could have did both. Let me see here. So then we're also going to talk about Jag and the Hadleys. And Yeah, shout out to Jag. You know, she says she's unsubscribed and she doesn't give me a view, but she's always responding to what I say. Yeah, so clearly giving a view. So she's like, she said something about, oh, people are worried about my address. Why don't you post your address? Ma'am, I'm not people. The person that's worried about your address and is actually trying to serve you or was trying to serve you was actually Brian McKnight. Okay, I don't give a fuck about your address. Okay, but since Brian McKnight was obviously trying to see what your address was, and I just was being nosy. Okay, I have nothing to do with that. Okay, hold on one second. So what do you all think about Joseph voluntarily dismissing it? And again, that was a long time ago when I called him, so I don't even know. You can check out my video tab for that phone call. But hey, let's see if we can call him now. He might not even answer, but who knows? I told you so. Hold on one second. Let me find his number. Let's see.
Please leave your message for 5.
So he didn't answer, but yeah. So anyways, Joseph, that's what your ass gets. I knew you would, I knew you would try to withdraw because this was not going to go anywhere. Okay. And so that's that case. And let's move on to now the Hadleys. Okay. So everyone knows that Jack has been reporting on the Hadleys. And so let's give a brief update on the Hadleys because I also reported on the Hadleys earlier this year or at the time. So I'm actually going to update y'all on the Hadley case while we're here, okay?
And he said, I've never been convicted of a crime. There's nothing on my record. I've never been convicted of a crime. I've never committed a crime. I'm this, I'm that. I've never done this. I've never done that. And I'm sitting there looking like, wow. I watched you work to get this taken off of your record. You know you stole that stuff. You know you have a record. But this is how it works in the law. As long as you can pay enough money to have evidence excluded or to have it expunged, you can pretend like it never happened. Thank you so much. You're a fan. I'm just, and that's the kind of sense we make in this world. That's the kind of stuff that we have going on here. As long as you can pay to make it go away, it never happened. And now this person is innocent and they're blameless. Yes, that was me, Cat. I see. But I'm serious. It's kind of wild. It's kind of crazy. So now, this is the new play in the Hadley case. The new play is we're going to hammer them with motion after motion after motion and try to get all of the evidence that we're guilty of everything that we've done excluded. Because, see, there was also another motion that was filed. Dr. Bober did not want to be a part of the lawsuit. He didn't feel as though it was right. But guess what?
But here's the thing about the Hadley case. Why would you just not sue? It was best for Damari Hadley to just sue her mother. And because it's like a familial, this is a family issue. It has nothing really to do with her Rock Nation, but indirectly by proxy, because she works there and she probably used some of their, I guess you could say, okay, she used, things from her job, like certain emails or certain things you know, if you're using your work, people, that's why some jobs say don't use your work phone or your work email or anything work affiliated or associated with your work in your personal life, because that can lead to the workplace getting involved in personal matters, or they want that detachment. And this is one of the reasons, could be, you know, because Desiree Perez used some of the, you know, her work stuff. Now they're bringing Rock Nation. Now here's the downside, is that now when you sue Rock Nation, you're bringing in people with money, like with deep pockets. And if you're a regular person trying to go up against deep pockets, child, you're gonna have lawyers on your ass. These lawyers are ready to boom, 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 boom your ass. Okay, so it would be smarter to probably sue just the mother and then mention Rock Nation, but suing Rock Nation as a defendant, child, you in for it. So what can you actually expect when you're actually suing deep pockets? That, brace yourself, duh, okay? Lord have mercy, you're gonna sue some deep pockets, you better have a high-powered lawyer yourself. I'm just being honest. So with that being said, I'm gonna update you on the Damari Hadley case and what's happening with that. Just a second.
He's on that body camera footage thing. He's on that body camera footage, sitting there in a very cocky and entitled manner, talking about how nuts she was and how he was Baker acting her and how he was doing this and how he was doing that. But guess what? If you can get that excluded, if you can force that to not be on the record, then guess what? He can sit there and he can say, oh, well, everything that I did was of good faith. I didn't do anything wrong. They're all trying to cover their asses. And this is why
yeah, of course people are going to try to cover their asses. That's what people are supposed to do. No one's going to go into the courtroom and say, oh, I'm guilty. No, it's going to be your job, the plaintiff's job, to prove that someone is guilty, the prosecutor's job to prove that someone is guilty. Most people that are defendants are not going to say, oh, I'm guilty. It's your job to prove it, okay? You have the burden of proof. Okay, hold on 1 second. So I'm going to give a brief 5-minute video for people that are behind and they have no idea about the Hadley case. And what I recommend is best to keep up with all topics. That way not all topics, the topics you're interested in. Because whenever there's an update and you don't know, you're going to be behind, okay?
She says she spent nearly 2 weeks in mental health institutions for no.
So Damari Hadley was wrongly committed to a mental institution by her, at the hands of her mother, Desiree Perez, who believes that her daughter is not safe because her daughter's husband, which is her, her son-in-law, is a domestic violence abuser. Okay, so that's her point of view, her perspective. And Damari Hadley is saying that her mother is lying and that, he isn't a domestic violence abuser and her mother is just controlling and is using a lot of resources and a lot of illegal methods to try to separate her from her husband, including like hiring private investigators to survey her, like surveillance. And some of those private investigators were not even licensed at the time while they were investigating her and watching her and surveying her. And also hiring other people to, try to pretend to be interested in certain topics when they're actually a doctor, like trying to diagnose her. It's a lot that her mother was doing. Okay. So for that, I would say just keep up, because I actually went over the whole lawsuit previously. This is just a follow-up of what I'm going to be discussing. Okay, hold on.
A South Florida woman is taking legal action after she says she spent nearly 2 weeks in mental health institutions for no legitimate reason.
She claims in a recently filed lawsuit that it was orchestrated by her own mother, and others who should have protected her failed her.
NBC6 investigative reporter Amy Viteri has her story.
So legally, I can go home.
No, you cannot.
Why?
Because you're being Baker acted.
Body camera video shows the moments Broward deputies encouraged Demore Hadley to get into this pickup truck with people she says she didn't know.
I can't ride with you and you guys take me?
You're going to be in handcuffs, so dog's not going to be able to come?
I don't want to be in handcuffs.
Okay.
Demore says they took her to a hospital for a mental health evaluation after this doctor signed paperwork saying she was a risk to herself.
What he told me was, we received a call from your family that you tried to OD the night before.
A doctor she says she'd never met before. And according to Demore, it's her own mother who's behind it. In this lawsuit, she claims her mother, Desiree Perez, used unlawful means to have Demore falsely detained under Florida's Baker Act and Marchman Act.
So she's the CEO of Rock Nation, a company that she owns along with Sean Carter, the famous rapper Jay-Z.
The complaint alleges a conspiracy, saying Perez used her money, power, and influence to tear apart Demore and her husband, Javon Hadley, and created an enterprise of individuals to effectuate her plot.
To essentially try to separate me from my husband and to falsely accuse him of domestic violence.
Perez has repeatedly denied these allegations in court filings. A month before Demore filed her complaint, we found her mother filed her own lawsuit against Demore's husband, Javon, citing evidence Perez says he has abused her daughter for years, something the couple has denied in court records. In that lawsuit, Desiree Perez says she moved to Baker Act her daughter, fearing she was at risk of suicide and abusing prescription drugs.
I haven't seen anything in my entire 20 years of practicing law that it is so clear that someone did something wrong.
Attorney Hilton Napoleon is representing Demore in the lawsuit, which claims Perez harassed the couple for years, including making unfounded claims to get Javon arrested on multiple occasions for battery and domestic violence, charges prosecutors did not pursue.
The state attorney's office wrote a 11-page scathing closeout memoranda, which basically said that her mother made false allegations to the police.
In this closeout memo, a prosecutor with the Miami-Dade State Attorney's Office cites Demore's lack of cooperation and raises concerns about some of the evidence and how it was obtained. The prosecutor also wrote Demore was wrongfully Baker Acted last year, something her mother's attorney disputes in this letter challenging many of the memo's other conclusions.
I have 3 different collateral sources of information that say that she's been acting psychotic, that she threatened to overdose yesterday.
Demore's lawsuit alleges her mother conspired with prominent psychiatrist Dr. Daniel Bober, seen here in body camera video, and others to have Demore committed for a mental health evaluation. Bober cites supporting evidence from her family and diagnosed Demore with an unspecified psychosis. He ordered she be taken to Memorial Regional Hospital, where he is chief of psychiatry, and where results from drug tests taken upon admission were negative, according to records Demore shared with us.
They told me your tox screens came out negative, and I go, I know. I don't do drugs.
In a statement, Dr. Bober's attorney said Demore was placed under the Baker Act for 38 hours due to the potential risk of imminent harm she posed to herself, adding failing to take appropriate action would have been a breach of Dr. Bober's ethical and professional obligations. While Demore was at Memorial, her mother further petitioned to have her transported to a different facility under Florida's Marchman Act, claiming again in court records that Demore suffered from severe drug abuse. A judge granted that petition.
They ran the test. They knew that she had no drugs in her system and she was not abusing drugs. And the fact that you can't do anything about it is scary.
Demore was sent to this treatment center in Deerfield Beach, where Dr. Bober serves as medical director.
Where are the people that are supposed to protect me from this happening?
According to her lawsuit, Demore requested a hair follicle test at that facility called Life Skills, which detects drug use for at least the past 3 months, and which showed no drugs had been in Demore. Demore was held at Life Skills until April 8th. She shared discharge paperwork that lists a diagnosis of persistent depressive disorder, which she disputes. No medication was prescribed. Court records show Demore was able to leave that day after her mother voluntarily dismissed the case. But Demore says the damage has been done, and she feels a system designed to keep people safe failed to protect her.
Money, influence, and power should not be something that's used, right, or abused to hurt innocent people.
Perez has filed a motion to dismiss DeMaury's complaint, asserting that the Baker Act and other legal proceedings she has undertaken were rooted in legitimate concern for her daughter's safety.
The Miami-Dade State Attorney's Office tells us they stand by their memo. Memorial Healthcare says they can't speak about DeMaury's case because of the pending lawsuit. We also contacted Life Skills South Florida and have not yet heard back. BSO told us the incident involving DeMaury is now internally under review. Amy Viteri, NBC6 News.
Defending your freedom the way we put it together, because we wanted to make sure that it was understood that not only were they not lying about everything that was going on, that not only were they creating a false narrative. You know, please, you want to tap in here for a second?
Sure. Yeah. It's
So I want to actually stop this really quickly. When you're reviewing something, make sure that you're also looking at all sides and not just one side, okay? And the reason I say that is because, okay, so the mother did overstep, and that was so wrong to wrongfully Baker Act her daughter. Definitely, okay? Definitely wrong. All across the board is wrong. On the other side, you also have to take a look that the boyfriend, or should I say the husband, so Javon Hadley, her son-in-law, her mother's son-in-law, of course, DeMaury's husband, he actually is a domestic violence abuser, in my opinion, okay? So with that being said, as I've stated in my previous videos, if you know someone, such as your loved one, is in an abusive relationship, you cannot control what they do. They have the freedom and bodily autonomy to stay in that relationship if they choose. There's nothing you cannot force them or try to Baker at them, marshmallow at. You cannot do any of those things to try to get them away from that person. Yes, you love them. Yes, you care about them. Yes, you might be overly protective and this and that and feel like they're unsafe. But legally, you cannot do anything to force them or force a separation. So having surveillance, watch them, technically surveillance is not illegal. What landed issues is that with the surveillance, there were people that were unauthorized or they were not licensed investigators, some of the people. So that's not going to really penalize Desiree, the mother, but that will penalize the actual people that are investigating or the agencies. So you can try to get them help and get resources or report it, but ultimately it's up to that person to one day just know their worth and decide, hey, I'm done with this abuse, and decide to walk away and leave. So if you look at it from both sides, you can see where a mother probably would go to certain limits if she loves her daughter to death, and has resources and money to be able to try to do something. However, that's still wrong. It's still wrong at the end of the day for her mother to do that. So I'm not justifying or excusing her mother. I'm saying that we still need to look at all sides. So with that, the mother is wrong and went too far trying to separate her daughter from her abusive boyfriend, and husband, because they're married. And the abusive husband is wrong for being a controlling and a domestic violence abuser. So in this case, both of those parties are wrong. Okay, so that's the importance of looking at all sides. So you don't just say, well, the mother's wrong and that's it. No, the mother is wrong, and also the abusive husband is wrong. And then the person in the middle is DeMaury Hadley, who, if you look at some of her messages, she's going to say and do things to protect her abuser because she doesn't want him in trouble, which is that's typical of domestic violence abusers. They will lie for the abuser, try to cover up the abuse, try to prevent this person from getting in trouble because they love that person. They really do. There are sometimes they'll even say the person didn't do anything. Oh, they didn't hit me. They didn't do this. They didn't do that. And it's AI, because she's even saying a video that her mother posted is AI when it's clearly not AI. He obviously did hit her in the head. It's not AI. But going along with Jag and this whole thing, oh, it's AI. No, it's not AI. He's a domestic violence abuser. So with that, if you look, that gives everybody the full context, okay? And from there, you can still make your own opinion on what you think as well. I'm just letting you know my side. And then, so let's look at these two. Let's look at this video right here. Where is it?
Especially because I know I've been sick. I'm gonna ask you again. You think it's okay to wake up at 9 o'clock and call somebody at 9:30 for a fucking business call? You think that's okay? Look in my eye and tell me that's okay.
Yeah, 30 minutes prior, yeah. Sure.
You're gonna wake up at 9 o'clock and make a business call at 9:30.
Yes, I wouldn't do anything else. I would just literally go outside, take me out, and make the call.
Change my son bill to 5%. I'll pay you when I want to pay you, because you're going to be in the 5%, Damori. You cool with 5%? Shut up! Man, stop it! This fake ass crime.
So that's him. That's Siobhan Hadley talking to Damari Hadley. Okay. We're gonna come back to this video in just a second. So someone called me back. Joseph called me back, y'all. Listen. Let's see if he answers the phone. Let's see if Joseph answers the phone. I'm gonna call him back. He was like, he says, I'm assuming that you had the wrong number. And I said, he said, who are you calling for? I said, Joe, because it's like short for Joseph, pretend like I know him. He says, who is this? I'm Joe. I'm like, oh, everyone knows Joseph is short for Joe. He says, how may I help you? Why were you calling? And it says missed call. So I'm going to call him back now.
Okay, how may I help you? This is Joe.
Hey, Joseph.
Hi, who's this, please?
Hey, so I told you that was a frivolous lawsuit. Now you're voluntarily dismissing it?
Who is this, please?
Dani.
Who?
DaniRobertson.
I don't know who that is, madam.
So I called you earlier on when you first filed the case, and I told you that your case was probably going to be dismissed because it's frivolous. You had no interactions with Diddy. So what do you say now that you're voluntarily dismissing it?
I say good night to you. I say good night and pleasant dreams.
Well, can I ask you one more question? Okay, y'all, listen. That's my last time being messy, okay? Oh, shit. That was fun. That was fun. I actually enjoyed that. Well, wait, why you hung up? I was just getting started. Anyway, Joseph, you lost. Answer the phone, bitch. I want to ask you a question.
If you call me again, you're going to have a legal problem of your own.
Oh, with the money and your fee waiver? With what money? Let's go look at your fee waiver where you claim to be a pauper, okay? A mess. Okay, let's go back to the new lawsuit, okay? The Hadleys. Hold on. I'm gonna put so I could be the next person. Wait, I'm gonna type so I can be the next person with a frivolous lawsuit. And I'm going to put sue me. So I could be the next person with a frivolous lawsuit, sue me. That's what I text. So now, hold on a second. I want to know something now about your case. And that is, let me pull that case back up. I want to see what your lawyer responded, Mr. Joseph. Hi, my name is Joe. I got a wife and 2 kids, and I work in a button factory. Let's go to your case. Where is it? This one. Let me go here. Not that one. So his lawyer, I warned before. Now, Travis, I warned you. Now you might get sanctioned. I told you that was a frivolous lawsuit. Activate, terminate attorney, not that one. I don't see it. Okay, look at this real quick. Oh yeah, so what we're gonna get back to is I'm gonna turn my music down so you can hear the audio. That's gonna be Javon Hadley talking to Damari Hadley, okay? He also was trying to be controlling over her like finances, which is typical of domestic violence abusers. They want to control every aspect of your life, especially financial, because that's going to control a lot. Because almost everywhere you go and everything you do is something. It's going to be something about money, this and money that. So controlling your finances is really going to be able to control you, right? Hold on. Let's go here. Actually, I need to actually increase the volume on that video. If I increase the volume, then I don't have to turn it down too high. Too low. So comes now Travis Walker, the attorney for Joseph, who I was just on the phone with, respectfully submits this response to the court's August 11, 2025 order to show cause docket 40 in support thereof. Plaintiff states as follows. Let's go down to see his excuses. The failure to respond was not the product of willful neglect or disregard for the court's rules. It was a direct result of plaintiff's unequivocal written instruction to cease work absent specific written authorization, coupled with his lack of response to attorney's outreach. So he was causing issues for his lawyer, not responding to his attorney's outreach, and he was telling his lawyer to cease working on his case. So his lawyer saying it's not my fault that I was not responding. I was told by, the guy who hired me or, retained me as a lawyer to cease. And he says filing without authorization would have violated both the attorney-client relationship and plaintiff's express directive. Nevertheless, on August 5th, 2025, despite such allegations and clear instructions to start working at all times in good faith, attorney acted diligently, transparently, and in accordance with the law, continued our efforts to communicate, including drafting an agreed upon second amended complaint and asking for approval with the remainder of the filing deadline on August 8th to ensure timely submission protecting plaintiff's rights and pursuing his case with diligence and professionalism. Plaintiff failed to respond to attorney's communications and proceeded to file an emergency motion for judicial relief. And now I'm not surprised. He seems like a type with a nasty attitude. Why are you trying to get a payday? And I don't even think you're a doctor. Because in your initial filings, you didn't say anything about being a doctor, and all of a sudden now in your recent filings, you're a doctor. Okay. Attorney respectfully submits that sanctions under Rule 11 are unwarranted. So this attorney does not want to be sanctioned. All pleadings were filed after a reasonable pre-suit investigation with the genuine belief that the claims were supported by evidence. What evidence? What pre-suit investigation did you conduct? I could have told you it was false. And actually, I did tell you it's false. It's a frivolous lawsuit. I said it from the beginning, the onset. With the genuine belief that the claims were supported by evidence are likely to gain further evidentiary support through discovery consistent with Rule 11. Attorney certified that the pleadings were not presented for any improper purpose. The legal contentions were warranted by existing law or by non-frivolous arguments for extension or modification. The factual contentions had evidentiary support or were likely to author discovery. So he said he did a pre-suit investigation. What? What did you actually, what did you do? Attorney respectfully submits that prior to filing and advocating the amended complaint, attorney conducted a reasonable and good faith investigation into the specific factual and legal issues addressed in defendant Estefan's motion for sanctions. All representations made to the court fully complied with the requirements of the Federal Rule of Civil Procedure. Witness cooperation and interviewing with 4 individuals who supported plaintiff's core factual allegations. What witnesses corroborated this? Document review, reviewing all evidence provided by plaintiff, including medical records, police reports, CCTV, surveillance stills, injury and supporting photographs and related materials. See Exhibit B. Third-party inquiry, conducting an independent third-party investigation into the civil events and the identities and whereabouts of relevant persons. Then how come you had an alibi and you still went ahead with the amended? Alleged tunnel between residences. Attorney questioned plaintiff regarding the existence of a tunnel between the residences of defendant Estefan and defendant Combs. Plaintiff provided specific details and representations regarding the tunnel, which the attorney attempted to corroborate through publicly available property records and online resources. However, direct physical verification was not feasible prior to filing additional proof that will be developed through discovery. People have to understand that people keep talking about these underground tunnels that can easily be debunked. Easily. Ownership of properties. Attorney obtained and reviewed Miami-Dade County property appraiser and recorder's records confirming ownership of the subject properties during a relevant time frame. This confirmed defendant Estefan's ownership and control over the One-Star Island estate alleged to be used in a trafficking enterprise. See Exhibit D. So I'm going to actually skip down and go through some of these exhibits he so-called has as evidence. Declaration of retired attorney Farinas says, I've been of sound mind and over the age of 18, do hereby declare and state as follows under penalty of perjury. My question is, it says, I am a retired attorney who previously represented Dr. Joseph Manzuro in various legal matters. I made this declaration voluntarily. Does this person even exist? I'm actually going to look into this later myself to see if these people actually exist that gave some sort of statement. Address redacted, and this, let me see if this person actually exists. And then let's see. West Palm Beach Police Department, June 4th, 2015. Spoke to the complainant, I guess, who showed CCTV footage of a male walking on the east side of the residence and then walking out of the property. Male was I guess, gone upon arrival. Units circulated with negative results. Told the complainant to call back if they see the male again. It should be noted the male on the footage appeared to be under the influence due to the manner he was walking. Caller advised roommate has been previously poisoned, delayed due to frozen cat. People have seen him on camera, I guess. Putting something into air conditioning unit. Okay. Anyways, I'll come back to this case another time, okay? But yeah. So anyways, this has been voluntarily dismissed by Joseph. And yeah, so they might get sanctioned. I don't know. We'll see. I'll come back to this case. Anyway, let's go back to the Hadleys. Okay, let's go back to the Hadleys case. And some of this stuff is redacted anyway. So this is just trying to go over the they actually submitted something with Adria English. Sex with guest Spike drinks. Adult entertainer Adria English shares sordid details of Diddy white parties. Oh wow. You still trying to add Adria English in a news article just of her statements. Okay. And you add, that's your exhibit, Adria English versus Diddy. And her case is still ongoing. There has not been a judge order in her case. So how can she be used as evidence in yours when hers is not even decided? So then the main, okay, so that's not even a lot of evidence. The police report is odd. And then the Adria English lawsuit is still ongoing. So yeah, that's that, y'all. I'll update y'all on what happens with that case. So let's go back to the Hadleys.
Especially because I know I've been sick. I'm gonna ask you again. You think it's okay to wake up at 9 o'clock and call somebody at 9:30 for a fucking business call? You think that's okay? Look me in my eye and tell me that's okay.
Yeah, 30 minutes prior, yeah. Sure.
You're going to wake up at 9 o'clock and make a business call at 9:30.
Yes, I wouldn't do anything else. I would just literally go outside, take me out, and make the call.
Change my son bid to 5%. I'll pay you when I want to pay you, because you're going to be in the 5%, Damori. You cool with 5%? Shut up! Man, stop it! This fake ass crying. Feel like breaking this motherfucker. Everything. Fucking. Oh, my mama. You know your mama thinks you the dumbest motherfucker ever? No, look me in my eye. Look me in my eye. Let me what I'm talking to you. Look me in my eye. Look me in my eye when I'm talking to you. No, I'm talking. Man. No, I'm talking.
She says you're hurting me. So why is she saying you're hurting me? It's not just verbal if she's saying you're hurting me. So something is going on because she's saying you're hurting me. Y'all heard it? Hold on. I'm going to increase the volume so I can make it way louder. Give me like 20 seconds.
I'm talking. Stop talking. Ain't nobody talking to her.
Mommy,
No, leave.
That's my house. That's my house. Mommy, I know that's my house.
I know it's your house.
nowhere.
She touching on my shit.
I don't have to watch the one way. That's my house. That's house. I don't care. That's my house.
Hold on. Shout out to Latanya. Thank you so much for the fan funding super sticker. Yes, and yes, I appreciate the support. Again, shout out to Latanya for the support and fan funding. Shout out to Judy Calls. We miss you, Judy Calls. Make sure y'all send some prayers out to Judy. Send some prayers her way, okay? I'm not gonna say any of her business. If she wants to share, she can. But send some prayers her way. We missed you, and yes, I did try to check on her. I'm like, where are you? But yeah, shout out to Judy Coles and happy anniversary, happy 13-month anniversary to you. I definitely appreciate the support, and also I appreciate the super sticker fan funding. And everybody else, remember, support my channel for free. Just by hitting that like button. And oh yeah, by the way, I also want to give a shout out to all the Avengers. I love y'all so much. I appreciate it. A lot of times when I start a petition, y'all are the first ones to sign a petition and to get it off the ground, because even before it gets publicly posted to the world, you have to have like at least 5 signatures. And I always say, hey, I posted my members tab, I posted my community tab, can y'all get me started? Y'all sign it, and then I instantly get published, and then from there it takes off. The Trump Diddy party petition is at, I think, 11,000 signatures last checked. And some newspapers and news media, including the Mirror US, The Blast, and some other news media outlets have actually published it and reached out to me to, talk about the whole petition and the Diddy part and stuff. So anyway, shout out to y'all. I definitely do appreciate it, because every petition I have ever done, including the Shanquella one, which is at 47,000 signatures, it always starts here on this platform, where I always ask y'all to sign it first, and can y'all help me get it off the ground? And y'all always help me out. So I definitely do appreciate it, and I love y'all. And yeah, so we will see what else we can do. And I definitely plan on doing more things as well, as far as activism, because we have shown that we are capable of reaching the media and reaching the news. And that shows that we are capable of helping other causes and other efforts, outside of mess, that we can do with this platform, which we have done before. Now, this isn't the first time. Even with the Shanquella petition, it reached media, which is good because it gives more attention and traction with the whole issue. So with that, when you have the ability and capability to reach media, that's a good thing, because you can then create awareness or spread awareness for your causes and issues. And then on top of that, if you get into good associations or contacts with these media outlets, whenever you're working on something, you could possibly pitch them an idea, or pitch them hey, I'm working on this, or this is a new case you might be interested in reporting in. So you can also network in that regard. So anyways, I'm going to talk about that a little later. But I definitely want to give y'all a shout out, because I definitely do love and appreciate the Avengers. And yeah, sometimes, if I have a way of reaching out, if you've been missing for a long time, then sometimes I will check on certain people and be like, hey, are you okay? Or something like that, especially, So anyway, with that being said, I just wanted to say that and pause right here. But let me go ahead and re-upload this Damari video, and I increase the volume so we can really hear what's going on. And it's important, like I said, we reviewed what Damari Hadley had to say, and now we're reviewing her mother's side and her mother's receipts, okay? And people are trying to say this is AI, this is this, and this is that. Keep in mind that anybody starts hanging around Jag, they're going to start saying AI everything, because that's what Jag does. She says her son's interview with Tasha K is AI. The Storm Monroe interviewing her about Diddy, and then she brought up Jay-Z essaying her. She said that's AI. She said I spoofed her voice to swat her, and no, I did not. So Jag is always going to be making up these lies, and sadly, Damari Hadley, who wants to protect her abusive husband, is going to lie for him. So yeah.
Especially because I know I've been sick. I'm gonna ask you again. You think it's okay to wake up at 9 o'clock and call somebody at 9:30 for a fucking business call? You think that's okay? Look in my eye and tell me that's okay.
Yeah, 30 minutes prior, yeah.
You're going to wake up at 9 o'clock and make a business call at 9:30.
Yes, I wouldn't do anything else. I would just literally go outside, take me out, and make the call.
Yes, it's a mom's house, and the mom has cameras, but they are aware that cameras are there because he even wanted Damari Hadley at one point to go or get access to the surveillance or get the passwords for the surveillance. Again, this is just a follow-up for those interested in Damari Hadley. It's best to go to my first videos because I cannot pause and catch everyone up. This is just an update or follow-up video. So go from the very beginning of this case if you're interested in Damari Hadley.
Change my subsidy to 5%. I'll pay you when I want to pay you because you're going to be in the 5%, Damari.
In this footage, there is Damari and Javon Hadley, and then when other people hear what's going on in the room, they come into the room. So at first you're going to hear their two voices, and then other people are going to come in there to try to obviously, intervene.
You cool with 5%? Shut up! Man, stop it! This fake ass crying. Feel like breaking this motherfucker. Everything. Fuck it. Oh, my mama. You know your mama thinks you the dumbest motherfucker ever? No, look me in my eye. Look me what I'm talking to you.
That's also a way for isolation to say, oh, you know your mama thinks you're the dumbest motherfucker ever. That's a way to kind of separate or split, like cause issues between a mother and a daughter. A lot of times abusers will do that. They will say a lot of negative things about the person's family, and the mama don't like you, the family don't like you, or the family is trying to break us up or split us up. Now, in this case, the mama don't want nothing to do with them. So that is true. However, this is still a way to isolate the victim to where nobody likes you but me. I'm the only one that loves you. I'm the only one that likes you or cares about you. Everyone else doesn't.
Let me in my eye. Let me in my eye when I'm talking to you. No, you the dumbest motherfucker ever. No, look me in my eye. Let me what I'm talking to you. Let me in my eye.
Hurting me. She says hurting me.
Let me in my eye when I'm talking to you. No, I'm talking. Man. No, I'm talking.
I don't care. That's my house.
You're right. I look out for all y'all. You're right. But you know how Damari is. You know how she is. She's messing up business. I gotta get her right. She's messing up business. Nobody hit Damari. Nobody hit her.
No, nobody touched her.
No, don't come in here like I touched her. Don't come in here like I touched her. I'm tired of that shit.
Nobody touched her.
Nobody
never touched her.
Man, I don't care about that.
Nobody touched Marty. Nobody
go ahead, man.
Nobody touched Marty.
Go ahead.
Nobody
Go
touched
ahead.
Marty.
Man, back up. See the shit you do? That's what you do. That's what you do. Dog! What you think I'ma do? We got money on the line. What you think I'ma do? 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 I work hard for this. You doing pop talk on the fucking phone. What you think I'ma do? Man, shut up. I'm talking. I told you I was gonna call your mama. Hello, I'm sorry, Miss Perez. We had a business meeting. I told Damari. I'm just talking. Nobody did anything to nobody. I'm here having a conversation with her. We had a business meeting worth a lot of money. I'm telling her to call you to see if her decision was okay. The business meeting, this dude, man, fuck all that, man. You keep fucking my shit up, dog. Man, I don't care, dog. I worked so hard for this shit, man. I worked so hard for this shit, man. Man, your daughter is bugging the fuck out. Okay, you're right. Calm down, please. I worked so hard, man. All I asked for some little shit, dog. We went on the game plan all week. Man, you got me sick. You fucking don't let me go nowhere. And then when I need you to do something, you don't do it. And you keep saying all this other shit. Man, we got a game plan, dog. I'm fucking broke out here. I'm hungry, man. My niggas in the streets, dog. I'm trying to get it. You fucking over here playing, you rich motherfucker. Cause you rich, you don't give a fuck about none of this shit, bruh. But then when I do something else, you get mad. You don't want me to do nothing by myself. You want to be a part of everything. But as soon as I get you a little something.
What child? So again, let's look at this other video as well. Hold on. This is another video that Desiree Perez posted of. Oh, this is the original. The one y'all saw the first time, I had, cropped it so it could be closer because this seems far away, but he actually punches her in the head. And this, and you add this as well along with the text messages between those two. It shows that he's really controlling, and he knew about the surveillance, and he's controlling of her as well. So this is, in my opinion, a guy that is he is a domestic violence abuser, a controlling, possessive domestic violence abuser. And the mother is also controlling as far as being overly protective and trying to do doing too much, trying to get her son separate. Trying to get her daughter away from this guy. Okay. And why is she trying to get him away? He's also saying that the mom is racist, and he said the N-word, and that because he's black. And that's what they're saying as well. And that's why the mom wants him away. And also, even with that, we have to keep in mind that this is not AI. It's obviously surveillance. They have even admitted that the home has surveillance. This is clearly showing that he's a domestic violence abuser too. So what would a mother that's not right to do. However, some mothers out there might be thinking, Lord have mercy, like if my child's in an abusive relationship like this, and I have surveillance of stuff happening with her and a lot of this stuff, proof or whatever. Like, what would you want to do to get your daughter separated from her? From him, should I say? And I'm not excusing it. I'm just saying, look at both sides. So based on my opinion, the mother is doing too much and going too far, because her daughter is an adult. She has a right to her own freedom and free will. She has a free will to stay in a relationship if she wants to. You can't force someone or try to Baker Act or Marshall Act and someone just because you don't like who they're dating. That's illegal and that's wrong. Very much so wrong. So I'm not excusing it. A lot of things she did was wrong, and it's wrong. And at the same time, I'm not going to sit back and say justice for the Hadleys, because no, I'm not going to say justice for Javon Hadley. He's a domestic violence abuser and he does too much. I'm not saying justice for him. So I'm the person, I'm not saying justice for the Hadleys. Damari Hadley is the only one, in my opinion, that's innocent as far as this whole thing goes. Javon Hadley isn't innocent, and then her mother isn't innocent, and she's in the middle of this as a domestic violence victim. Okay, so I did actually zoom in. The mom has reported him to the police. Okay, and they're saying that sometimes she reported to police it was not at the time of any violence. So it's a lot going on with this. Okay, it's too much to go over in one night. I'm just trying to give a little bit of update as
Just
far
I
as
know I've been sick.
not that one. I zoomed in so you can have a better look of him hitting her in the head. Hold on. And I actually might slow it down just a tad bit. She's backing up, backing up, backing up. He comes in. His fist is ball. He swings and he hits. And then what does he do? Like tells her to go in that room or something in the room? I don't know. Can't really see what he's doing. Yeah, she's still with him, okay? And Jag is trying to say that this is AI. You know how Jag does. Trying to say, oh, that's AI. That's AI. That's not AI, Jag. Stop lying. So I slowed it down. Wait, that's the wrong one. That's the fast one. Hold on a second. Okay, so I put it at 10% speed, so slow down. And you can get a better view of what's happening here. Too bad there's no audio with it. Hold on. In my opinion, Jag is the one that started the whole AI bullshit. Because she's the one that started, you know, like with the main one interviewing. Like she wasn't the first or like the only ones interviewing Damari Hadley. But you know how Jag is. I was like, I saw Jag send AI and I heard Damari say, I'm like, what? Yeah, she definitely got that from Jag. So it's in slow motion. She's putting her hand up because she's already knowing what he's going to do because his fists are kind of balled. So, hold on a second. So he hits her in the head and makes her go back into that room or whatever's there, right? And that's control, physical violence, and using it as a way to control. And then he's back out of there. Okay, so no, I'm not saying justice for the Hadleys when I can see what he's doing. Okay, I'm not team Javon Hadley. Okay, please stop. Okay, that's why I like look at both sides. I'm not the team. I'm not saying I'm team mom. As soon as I say I'm not team Javon Hadley, people will automatically say, "Oh, she's team Rock Nation" or "She's team Desiree Perez, the mama." No, I'm team. I'm not Javon Hadley or team mama. Like y'all, people are always trying to get me to pick a side. How about I look at both sides and I don't pick any side? Okay. Or I'll pick a certain side. Like in the case of Ada Santiago, I choose the team kids. You see how that works? Hold on. If I feel sorry for anybody, it would be Damari Hadley, the actual victim in this case, who's clearly trying to protect the domestic violence abuser. So I'm not going to go over this completely because we already went over it. But he actually wanted her to get the password or proof of certain evidence and being controlling and trying to go get her to get access to the information or get things. He wanted proof that proof of her arrival. It says the time I arrived and the time she came up to my car, and also a picture of when I left and time to see if anyone was hiding around my car. So he was asking her to get proof, like to get surveillance footage to show proof of her arrival and this and that. It was a lot to it, okay? It says text messages revealed that Hadley was threatening Damari and trying to access the security system to Manita's house until almost 2 a.m. on April 11, 2022. So I'm not going to go over that because we already went over that. But it looks like they did update some exhibits in the amended complaint. Again, if you're interested, go back to the first video because I review all the mother's statements and exhibits. This was something that she added, though, because I didn't see this before. Damari Hadley's family was aware that Hadley owned a firearm. And Damari Hadley reported to Denise on multiple occasions that Javon carried a gun everywhere. The possession and carrying of a firearm only increased the perpetual fear within which Damari Hadley was living, in addition to placing everyone else in the family home in fear because of Hadley's angry outbursts and abuse and gun possession. Damari Hadley was observed by her family continuously covered in scrapes, bruises, and cuts, indicating physical abuse. The below photograph was found on Damari Hadley's cell phone documenting her abuse. So this is from her own cell phone, her mother is alleged. And you can actually see scratches on her neck. I can see scratches on her neck. Also on her cheeks and her face right there. I see some stuff on her cheeks and that. So she says in her own phone, Damari has been documenting abuse. And we can hear her in the audio saying, "You're hurting me." We can see her getting punched in the head. Indeed, the abuse was so frequent that Damari Hadley created a unique photo on her cell phone labeled Bravado in order to document the abuse. The photo was password protected, yet the password hint was moderate, and the password used to open the folder was Desiree's birthday. This folder contains dozens of photos of physical injuries to Damari Hadley inflicted by Hadley. And that's why people are questioning the mother, like, how do you have access to her private photos and private things? They're trying to say or insinuate that the mother has did something to access this. I cannot remember word for word. Now that they already know that the mother has surveillance in the home, obviously, but they're trying to question how she got her access to her files. She's saying that she was able to guess this information. Now the mother did at one point mention having an old phone or something. Okay. And it says, on August 11, 2023, Millie became so concerned for Damari's safety that she contacted Desiree, who was in New York, to report that Millie feared Hadley would hurt Damari. Millie advised Desiree that even Julio, despite having dementia, was extremely anxious and agitated at the precarious situation in the family home and feared Javon. Desiree immediately checked the security cameras within the common areas of the home and observed that Javon was yelling at Damari. At one point, Desiree saw her daughter retreat into a corner of the house's outdoor space right next to one of the security cameras and stand meekly with her hands behind her back for approximately 40 minutes like a terrified child. So they said that this is outside and they're going to see her retreat right next to one of the outdoor spaces, right next to one of the security cameras, and stand meekly with her hands held behind her back for approximately 40 minutes like a terrified child. Just 1 month later, on September 11, 2023, Olga and Millie were in the family home when they heard raised voices coming from the bedroom shared by Damari Hadley. And Hadley then heard a slapping noise. Olga and Millie then heard Damari crying and yelling, "Don't hit me, don't hurt me." Both terrified for Damari's safety, entered the bedroom where they observed Damari Hadley cowering in the corner of the room, pinned by Hadley against the wall. They also observed that Hadley had his arm raised above his head, poised to strike Damari. Olga and Millie clearly observed that the left side of Damari's face was red, as if Damari had been struck in the face by Hadley before Olga entered the room. Then, to protect Damari from further assault, Olga inserted herself between Javon and Damari, shielding Damari with her body. Olga was terrified but determined to protect her granddaughter. Javon continued to scream, yell, and gesticulate, wildly terrifying Olga and Millie. Olga became so afraid of what Javon would do that she ran out of the room, grabbed a machete, and re-entered the room, determined to protect Damari and herself. Olga remained fearful, frightened, and shocked by the attack and by Javon's angry, violent behavior. Millie was likewise deathly afraid. I'm going to skip down so there's any other exhibits. So then they're posting more text messages. Okay, I read those text messages in my first video. Now, this is discussing the actual punch in the head right here. In the first such instance, Desiree observed that on January 16, 2022, Javon approached Damari as she retreated in fear, punched her in the head, grabbed her by the arm, and shoved her through a door into the family home, all of which was captured by the security systems. Desiree also listened to the audio from the September 11, 2023 incident, which captured the verbal, physical, and emotional abuse her daughter endured that day. The audio recording told a harrowing story. This audio recording was captured on one of the security system camera recording devices located just outside of Damari and Mr. Hadley's bedroom. And they give an audio link in 5. Okay, so let's go back to what Jag posted about the Hadleys, and then we'll move on. Hold on. The two spoke later that day. Damari confided in Denise that Javon had raped her. The recording, presumably taken by Damari since it was found on her abandoned cell phone, see the abandoned cell phone, also captured a video recording of Damari and Hadley in the bedroom near the time of the sexual assault. Yes, people, someone in a marriage, or a married woman or married person can still be raped. Even in a relationship, you still have the right to say no. Let's see. I'm saying if there's any other exhibits that I missed the first time or didn't see. So this is by the way, this is an amended complaint. Amended, that means they added additional things or removed some things as well. Okay. So I'm checking for new exhibits. So anyways, with that being said, that's both sides, and it's not conclusive, by the way. There's still there's a lot to this. But I hope this gives you a little insight that the mother should not have Baker acted, and there's a lot about surveillance, illegal, illegal surveillance. It's okay and lawful to hire a private investigator. Illegal surveillance is when those private investigators were not, some of them were not licensed. Some were licensed and some were not, or their license was inactive at the time of surveillance, which is not supposed to happen. So the agency, they're responsible for that, and investigators are responsible for that. Also, the doctor that, kind of like signed off on her being Baker acted, he really didn't have any prior contact with her beforehand. There's a lot of things with this. We're definitely going to keep up with all the defendants that were brought in. So it's crazy on both sides, the mom side and on the side of the Hadleys. Let me give a shout out. Shout out to Leslie. Thank you so much for the fan funding super sticker. Again, shout out to Leslie for the fan funding super sticker. I appreciate the support. And again, one more shout out. Shout out to Chrissy T. Thank you so much, girl. I appreciate it. She's laughing. So it must be about that phone call. Child, you never know what I'm gonna do when I'm live. Okay, but yeah, shout out to you. I appreciate it for the fan funding cash app, and everybody else. Remember, support my channel for free just by hitting that like button. We're gonna talk about Jag for about 10 more minutes and the Hadleys, and we're gonna move into Ralph. Okay, just a second.
Again, that's my thing. This people who don't want to be held accountable, they will go to anything. They'll go to all measures to run from accountability. It's a damn shame. And it's like you were down for it. And I think the reason why Bulber is all of a sudden, I'm gonna back him. He really thought he's gonna get away with it. He really thought he was gonna get away with it. And yeah,
The simple fact that he could make a phone call allegedly asking how mad Demore was, you wouldn't have asked that if you didn't think you did anything wrong. You wouldn't have needed to make a phone call like that allegedly if you didn't think you did anything wrong. Am I wrong?
no,
Why would you need to call allegedly and ask, well, how mad is she at me? Like, why? If everything that you did was lawful, if everything that you did was in good faith, you wouldn't be worried about that at all.
And yes, I agree that the mother should not have illegally Baker acted her. Okay, I definitely agree that was wrong. Even though her daughter is in an abusive relationship, she wants her away from him. She cannot do that. That's illegal to do so. Okay. Yeah, so that's illegal. I definitely don't agree with that. At the same time, I also don't agree with Javon Hadley being a piece of shit abuser. Okay, and a mother's love can go to a certain point, and hers went to the Lifetime movie type, the Lifetime movie level, to where she's trying to, use certain connections and networking to try to get her daughter away from her domestic violence abuser. You're not supposed to do that. Sadly, you just cannot do anything, because they have free choice and free will to stay in any relationship they want to until they decide to leave. That's sad, but it's true. There's nothing you can really do about a loved one being in an abusive relationship. Okay, hold on. So yeah, no one follow Desiree Perez and try to Baker act your loved one to try to get them to away from their significant other. Okay, hold on.
It's just getting to the point where it's just starting to get so crazy out here in the world that people don't even care about the truth anymore. It's not about what you can prove anymore. It's not about what evidence you have. It's about how much money do you have to make it go away. Like, at no point in time should the Hadley's case be looked at with any confusion or scrutiny. It's there. All of the evidence is there. And they think they're just going to.
So that's the only reason that Jack cares about it, because of the Rock Nation. Desiree Perez, the mother of Demore Hadley, is the COO of Rock Nation. And that's why Jack is so fascinated and obsessed with this case and reporting on it. Outside of that, she would not be so focused on it. And she's mad because she was hoping that this whole case would take down Rock Nation. But in the latest updates, it looks like Rock Nation and some of their requests are being granted, as far as social media posts being removed and somewhat of a gag order. So I'm going to actually talk about that in a minute. Okay, hold on.
Spend money and make it all go away. They just going to pay it away. And what does that say about the American justice system?
You can buy, it's bought and paid for. How about that? You can buy your way out of
It doesn't matter.
For starters, I will say this: don't treat judges in the court system like dummies. Saying that it's going to be obvious and apparent that a lot of the evidence is not AI. So even trying to say AI or fake or lies, that's not going to be a good look. It's best to just stick with the truth, because when things are looked into and investigated, the truth is going to come out. So you might as well just be honest, okay?
How awful you are. As long as you got enough money, you can get out of it. What does that say to every other criminal in this world? Tory Lanez deserves a new trial. Period. Rock Nation's throwing a ton of money at that. Ramir deserves to get the answer to his questions. Demore and Javon deserve to live their lives.
Damari and Javon Hadley deserve to live their lives. Stop acting like Javon Hadley is someone innocent in all of this. You cannot look at all the evidence that Desiree put out here and then act like her case is frivolous, when it is true and there's evidence that he is a domestic violence abuser and she has every right to, make these allegations. So one thing about Jag is she's biased in this whole reporting of this case. You're biased. You're clearly not, you're trying to defend both Hadleys instead of just being objective. And that's why people don't really respect your platform a lot of times, to get the facts and the truth, because they know you're going to pick sides. Okay, you're picking sides, and that leads to people not understanding what's going on with Javon. And you'll have people out here not knowing anything about Javon Hadley and what he has done, and they'll be out here windmilling and defending him and thinking that he's 100% innocent when he's not. Okay?
And they deserve to be compensated for everything. But you got to ask yourself, how is it? It's just the I think that's the issue that I'm having with so many of these cases that we're seeing. We know, we have a clear understanding of how easily the law is corrupted.
Yeah, so last time I checked, Damari was going along with the AI story to our fake videos stuff. I'm not going to be surprised at that. A victim is always going to lie for their abuser. They're going to lie for them to get them out of trouble. And even through the text messages, she's lying for him. And also, what's interesting is she will say that her mom has surveillance and her mom got into her phone or got access to her phone or her stuff. But then on the other hand, she says stuff is fake. Which one is it? Your mom got into your devices and got your stuff out of there, or it's fake? You see what I'm saying? You can't say it's fake. If it's fake, then why are you talking about her getting surveillance and being in your phone? Because you wouldn't need to say that. Like, if something was fake, then you would just say it's fake. You wouldn't say, oh, she went into my phone, or she got illegal surveillance. She's like, and surveillance in the house. And then on the other hand, you're saying it's fake. It doesn't make any sense. So it's clear that your mom has surveillance, illegal or not. And then she has surveillance. I do believe that she has surveillance, legal surveillance, and they know about the cameras in the home, because he mentions getting access to the cameras and the password to the cameras. He does. However, would I be surprised that she has any other, hidden cameras or anything? I wouldn't put it past her. Either way it goes, they actually talk about the mother having surveillance and getting access to their phones and devices. So why are you saying that and then later saying what she has obtained is fake? That doesn't make any sense. So those two things can't be true at the same time. So with that being said, this is authentic. It's real surveillance. It's from the home. They know it's real, and they're trying to protect Javon Hadley, because that's what they need to do to protect his image and his reputation. That's what they need to do. If you have ever been around any domestic violence abuser, they can have a black eye and look you in the face and say, oh, I fell down the stairs. Oh, it was an accident. I hit my head on this. Oh, no one hit me. I'm not being abused. They will lie to you about their abuse. It's not unusual. People have to stop acting like it's unusual. It's not. Oh, I tripped and fell. Oh, I accidentally did this or that. Even Cassie was lying about her previous injuries. Victims do that.
I look at what's happened to me in my life.
And then Jag has to make it about herself. Everything has to be back to her.
People just make things up. And as long as they got enough money to grease enough palms to get it to go through, there's enough corrupt people in the system, in the judicial, in the police, in the medical. Like, that's the thing about Damari's case that's so wild. You got judicial, you got the police, you got hospitals, you got private investigators, Oh, if it can happen to them, it can happen to anybody. It's just that simple. Like it's I know they're not even covering it up anymore. They just doing it. They just doing it. And when they get busted, they pay somebody to make it go away. And my thing is it's supposed to be life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. How can anybody be happy when their freedoms are totally being obliterated and it's happening right out there in broad daylight in front of everyone's faces, and nobody's supposed to care? How does that work? How is any American supposed to feel safe with stuff like this going on? They don't go to court until next year, until a year from now. What is it, October of next year?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So more than a year from now. And what it's looking like is that they got this thing pushed so far forward so that they can keep hammering and throwing money at this thing, motion after motion after motion after motion after motion. So when it comes time to go to trial, there's nothing there. Even if they don't think they can win, what do? They just push it as far out there possible, just to keep the pressure on. Remember?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we're not going to be able to charge Javon with anything. None of this stuff is going to stick. Can you just keep them, just to keep the pressure on? And it's sad. It's sad. You did all of this stuff. You willfully did all of this stuff. You enacted all of these things, and now you want to pretend like none of it ever happened because you got busted? Because you got caught? I don't know. While everybody was busy running around, jumping in everybody else's business, moving this story around from here to there to here to there to here to there to here to there, moving the goalposts on this situation, creating a lie on this situation, reviving stuff that doesn't matter on this situation, doing distraction here, This is what we're dealing with.
So she's talking about how she has been the only one talking about the Hadley case, which is not true. Yeah. So anyways, you know how Jag wanted to take possession over a story and control the story, and I'm the only one reporting on it. I'm the only one thinking about this case. You're obsessed with it because of Rock Nation angle. Without the Rock Nation Association affiliation angle, you would not care about it. Okay, you would not give two fucks about this case. Leslie says, I hope Brian McKnight finds you. Well, he doesn't really have to find her anymore. He can just serve her by publication. Okay. So watch my live from yesterday. All he has to do is publish stuff for like over the next 4 weeks, and that can be considered service for a publication for her. Yeah. So we're going to get into that. Jack's response to my video, which is small, just talking about, everyone's worried about my address, post your address. That's what she's trying to direct at me. I'm not the one being sued by Brian McKnight, ma'am. Okay, so yeah, hold on.
Literally watching people try to just destroy justice so that they can get away with their crimes against innocent people. Now, we've been here almost an hour. This is kind of ridiculous. We should be at least 250 likes. Come on. Let's go. Let's like, because this is insane. We might not have a ton of people in the room tonight, but y'all can hit the like. Come on. We are 50 likes away from 250 likes. Yeah.
So with the Hadley case, I want everyone to understand that there were two cases. Desiree Perez, which is the mother, versus Javon Hadley. So Desiree Perez versus Javon Hadley. And then the second case was Damari Hadley versus her mother, Rock Nation, and everyone that she believes is involved in a conspiracy against her and Javon Hadley. So it's a bunch of defendants. So with that being said, instead of having both of these cases like separate, they actually combined and consolidated both the cases out of the Southern District of Florida. So those cases are now consolidated. And it says, order consolidating cases. This cause is before the court upon the court's order of transfer. Good cause appears that consolidation of the above style cases is appropriate to avoid unnecessary duplication of judicial labor and effort. Accordingly, it is ordering the judge that the above style cases are consolidated as follows. Hallelujah, because it was annoying going back and forth between both cases. Now that it's consolidated, all the files and all the evidence and all the documents and all the whole docket can be in one accord. Lord have mercy. So yeah, so the cases are merged now. So I'm glad, so I can stop saying Damari Hadley versus Rock Nation, Desiree Perez, and all the co-defendants. That case, and then I was saying, oh, Damari anyways, the cases are now combined and merged. The other thing I wanted to point out that happened was there was an order on the report and recommendations, but before the order on report and recommendations, there was actual report and recommendations filed first. So the United District Court filed a report and recommendation. And this was about the social media post. It says this caused before the court on Rock Nation's motion. So Rock Nation, I told y'all, they should not have just made Rock Nation as a separate defendant. They should have just sued Desiree Perez, which would have kept it more family oriented or, family. But adding in Rock Nation, now Rock Nation is going to, come in with their money behind it, deep pockets. This caused before the court a Rock Nation's motion for order to show cause why plaintiffs should not be ordered to remove social media postings and not be held in contempt of court. Desiree Perez motion for special order regarding social media postings in violation of court order. So Desiree Perez also filed her own separate motion outside of Rock Nation's motion. And certain parties motion for order to show cause why Javon Hadley should not be ordered to remove social media postings and not be held in contempt of court. Collectively, the motions. And it says the judge pretty much ruled, it says this is a report and recommendation. So this is just by, the magistrate, and then the judge is going to actually rule on it, okay? It says the motions at hand asserted that Damari and Javon Hadley posted extrajudicial statements on social media after entry of Judge Bloom's special order. They were told not to do this anymore. And even after they were told not to do this by Judge Bloom, they still went and did it. It says on a magistrate judge for report and recommendations, it says on June 25th, 2025, Judge Bloom entered a special order which provided in part no party or counsel for the party should give or authorize any extrajudicial statements or interviews relating to this case that a reasonable person would expect to be disseminated by means of public communication. Parties and counsel for parties must also refrain from giving or authorizing any extrajudicial statement to a media outlet and likewise refrain from posting on social media or other public platforms extrajudicial statements related to this action that are intended to influence public opinion regarding the merits of this case. So it says no party or counsel for the party. So that's on both sides. JAG is trying to act like it's just about Damari and Javon Hadley when it says no party or counsel for the party. So that's on both sides. We're told this. But if she tries to make it just about Javon Hadley and Damari Hadley, she can make it into some conspiracy to silence them or shut them up, instead of saying, hey, no parties in this whole case, plaintiff or defendants, can do this. And then now it makes it more equal across the board and fair, right? But that's not going to be, you know, a good thing to spread if you're a conspiracy person. You want it to be that one side is silence and the others can continue to speak. It says, I convened a hearing on July 31st, 2025, at which Damari and Devon Hadley were present in open court. Counsel for Mr. and Ms. Hadley acknowledged that his clients published a few social media posts after entry of the special order, but argued that they published the posts before they were aware of the special order's existence and understood its restrictions. So they said that, yes, we did post it after the order, but we were unaware of the actual order until later. Child, I doubt that because Jag was already talking about it. At the hearing, I asked counsel for Mr. and Ms. Hadley whether he believed that the special order prohibits any party or counsel from instructing, asking, facilitating, or encouraging a third party to publish extrajudicial statements about this case, and from providing a third party with information in the hopes that they will publish an extrajudicial statement about this case. Counsel agreed that this is the proper interpretation of the special order. Given that all counsel agreed on the foregoing interpretation, I impressed upon Mr. and Ms. Hadley the conduct that the special order prohibits. So it looks like they can't even like ask someone like Jag to make a statement for them, or ask anyone like a third party to make statements. They just, it's all the way prohibited. During the hearing, Mr. and Ms. Hadley voluntarily removed all social media posts that the movements identify as posted in violation of the order, except for one post on Ms. Hadley's Twitter account, which is now X. The movement reviewed the social media accounts and confirmed that, except for the one post on X, all violative posts have been removed. So all the posts were removed that violated the order. Okay, so all these posts were removed. So they actually, during this actual meeting, they actually removed the posts at that time, besides one that they could not remove for some reason. And it says all parties represented to the court that the X platform would not allow Ms. Hadley to remove the one remaining post with the click of a button, because the underlying video shared by the post is the subject of a copyright takedown notice. For this reason, the parties have jointly proposed that the court enter the order attached here too as Exhibit 1. I have reviewed the proposed order and confirmed that it does not purport to order any non-party beyond the court's jurisdiction to take any action. I find that the proposed order is appropriate and will expedite the resolution of this collateral matter. Accordingly, I respectfully recommend that the court enter the parties' proposed order attached here too. So if they share someone's post, they cannot obviously tell the person that they shared post to delete anything, because that person is not a party to this case. However, they should delete their reposts. Okay, so they should delete their reposts, but not what they shared, because they obviously cannot do that anyway. Finally, on the matter of what sanctions to impose, if any, without court intervention, the parties resolve their dispute regarding the movement's request for fees and costs incurred in bringing the motions to compel compliance with the court special order. The parties agreed that Mr. and Ms. Hadley jointly will pay a total amount of $2,500 to the appropriate trust account of Holland and Knight LLP, no later than 10 months from now. So they were sanctioned in order to pay $2,500 for violating that order. And it says, I respectfully recommend the following: the court enter the parties' proposed order attached here too. Rock Nation's motion for order to show cause why plaintiffs should not be ordered to remove social media postings and not be held in contempt of court should be denied as mute. Desiree Perez's motion for special order regarding social media postings in violation of court order to be denied as mute. And then it says certain parties' motion for order to show cause why Devon Hadley should not be ordered to remove social media postings and not be held in contempt of court be denied as mute. And a party shall serve and file with written objections, if any, to this report and recommendations within the 7 days. And then that's a report and recommendation. That means it's like a report, and then that's what they're recommending. And of course, the judge has now made a ruling on that report and recommendations. They can either adopt it or not adopt it or not. And the judge has pretty much adopted most of it, right? It says, accordingly, it is ordering the judge as follows, that the report and recommendation was actually adopted, and everything denied as mute was denied as mute. That means it's irrelevant considering the actual order. Okay. It says plaintiff Damari Hadley must remove the repost from the X platform because Damari Hadley continues to report having technical difficulties in deleting this repost. Defendant Rock Nation Damari Hadley are directed to provide a copy of this order to X Corp and advise X Corp to delete the repost, but not the underlying post, because the repost is in violation of the special order. So pretty much, now that they deleted all the posts at the actual meeting, it's already denied as mute. It's not a issue anymore. It's no longer an issue because the posts have been removed. Okay, you understand? At the actual meeting, they deleted the posts that were being complained about at the actual meeting, besides one that they could not remove. So since they did, now there's no argument or nothing to argue about because the posts are gone now. And however, they also were still directed to reach out to Twitter to try to get that remaining last repost removed. Okay, so that's the Damari Hadley update.
Like, it's just insane. When we think about the fact that the reason why there was no recourse, there was no legal anything taken regarding the booming of Kid Cudi's car being struck with a Molotov cocktail, because the evidence was destroyed and police reports were destroyed. Like, that's all you got to do? Find you a dirty cop and destroy all the evidence, and guess what? It's like it never happened. It's like all of the great survivors who weren't getting justice while offenders were out there in the streets reoffending and reoffending because nobody bothered to check or run the DNA kits. 39. We could use 39 more likes. All you gotta do is double tap that screen and you can pop out, hit the like, and come back, whichever one you choose. We're getting there. I know. Damari has all the evidence, sweetheart. All the evidence. How are the Hadleys supposed to get justice when justice is being denied because the other side has millions upon millions of dollars to throw at this whole thing?
This will be an interesting case because both sides have evidence. Again, both sides have evidence, a lot of evidence. So it's going to be interesting to find out how this is going to turn out. For everyone on Twitter, I'm going to end the Twitter live now. So please come over to YouTube instead. That's youtube.com, and that's the / @DaniRobertson. Also, you can go to my link in my Twitter bio and come over to YouTube, because that's where I'm going to only be at for right now for the remainder of the live. Okay, so I'm ending the Twitter session. Hold on.
We need this platform to pray. That's why, that's part of the reason why we need to keep getting more subscribers. We need to get this platform to 100+K. We need that. We need at least 1,000 members, because we need you guys to share. We need you guys to show up. We need you guys to keep praying. We need you guys to keep this in conversation, because that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to wait for people to get bored, for people to forget about it. And our job is to make sure that doesn't happen. We're 215 likes. We need at least 35 more to at least get to 250. This is the kind of world we're living in. And it's frustrating. It's frustrating. A report dropped yesterday that revealed from 2012 to 2025, 55 of 74 NYPD evaluators weren't licensed. Unqualified people decided who was. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like, it's a joke. It's a joke. Yeah, yeah. The lottery of the night. Exactly. When I was sitting here saying, like, no, not even credible psych evaluation thing. Ugh. Oh, I know. And meanwhile, you got people running around all over the place, all over social media, talking about this, talking about that, confusing this, confusing that, conflating this, denying that. And the cops are right here on social media, eating it up, lapping it up, putting bad cases on people with faulty evidence, AI evidence, all kinds of crap. The world has gone mad. All right. We're getting there, but we could be doing a lot better on these likes, like seriously.
Yeah, because her likes don't be adding up or mathing. The math don't be mathing on Jack's views and likes, and it still does not. Okay, hold on.
We might have a little less than 300 people in the room, but there's absolutely no reason why at least.
So you'll have less than 300 live viewers, and by the time the live ends, you're up to like 14,000 views. That doesn't make any sense. If you don't have less than 300 live viewers, you're not going to have all those thousands and thousands views once your live ends. Okay, that's not, the math ain't adding up. That's why a lot of y'all are not organic. Y'all buy subscribers, y'all buy views, y'all buy this and that. Okay, it doesn't make any sense.
33, you can't hit that like button?
Yeah. Hit the like.
So, you know, where next? What do we do next? What do you think, Odell? What do we need to do next?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. This is yeah. Yeah, it's man, I don't know. We don't know. Because it's like when you say, all right, well, I say organize, but when you say something like, well, you know, write this person, do it, like, I mean, what is it really going to do? I don't know. That's why I say I don't know.
Why do they sound so sad? They're sad because they wanted to go viral for the Maury Hadley story. They want this case or this study to be like, now Nicki Minaj did talk about this topic and promote it. And Jag and Odussi have tried to push it, but it has not went completely viral to where every YouTuber is talking about the story. Like Diddy was viral. Every YouTuber has talked about Diddy. The Maury Hadley, a lot of people are not touching this topic, are not really that interested in it, invested in it, and discussing the topic. And some people that have reported on it have been receiving copyright strikes. So Jag is upset because she was hoping that this would go viral and every news outlet, every YouTuber, everyone will be talking about it. And also, when they talk about it, she will hope that they would give her credit or praise or accolades and things like that. Say, go, Jag, you're the one that started this whole justice for the Hadleys. And she wanted a lot of attention and recognition for it. And the main thing Jag wants is everyone to talk about Rock Nation. She wants everyone to hammer in and make a bunch of negative videos about Rock Nation and, of course, Jay-Z. I just showed y'all a video. Jag is obsessed with Jay-Z. She wants to take him down. She wants to tear him down. And she wants him just ruined. And she's hoping that this case of showing, you know, how CEO of Rock Nation, how Rock Nation is part of this and what they're doing. She wants everyone reporting on this to go after Jay-Z. If you ever want to know Jag's agenda, ask yourself, how can she twist or spin this to bring up Jay-Z? Because on Piers Morgan, he actually said it. He said he brought Jag to his platform to talk about Diddy. And she all of a sudden started talking about Jay-Z and Beyonce. So he had to end up issuing an apology because of the statement she made, right? And even Storm Monroe, he was talking about Diddy, and then Jag was like, you know, she started talking about Jay-Z sexually assaulted me. She started talking about Jay-Z. Every time someone interviews her, she brings up Jay-Z and Rock Nation. So that's why Jag is so sad about this story, because she wants a lot of attention on her, and she wants it to be like, hey, Jay-Z, I'm coming after you. And think about it, to Jag, as every time she's around the Hadleys, and she has the Hadleys on her platform, in her mind, Jay-Z is watching me. I'm getting you, Jay-Z. I got the CEO's daughters on my platform. I'm right here. I'm Jag. I'm getting you. She's like, I'm getting you. She's always trying to get Jay-Z's attention, right? Whoever she can attach herself to get Jay-Z's attention, she wants his attention so bad. She's so thirsty. She's a fucking thirst bucket. She wants to fucking suck on Jay-Z, if we're honest, if I'm completely honest. She tells a whole story about how she fucked him in a coat closet while Beyonce was upstairs. Me and Jay-Z were in a coat closet downstairs, and Beyonce was upstairs, and we were fucking in the coat closet downstairs. And when she says it, she sounds so lustful and like she's fantasizing and dreaming and just like, I don't know, she seems like all hot and bothered when she's thinking about being in a coat closet while Beyonce upstairs. Something tells me if Beyonce upstairs and your bald-headed, pissy-pussy, diaper-wearing ass is downstairs, he's got to be upstairs with Beyonce, not downstairs with your ragamuffin ass. But hey, everyone can dream until I slap you out of your dream and say, wake up, bitch, you're dreaming. You're having a wet dream, bitch.
I mean, there's some people we should be seeing pretty soon. ACG, thank you. There's some people we should be seeing pretty soon that we're definitely going to have this conversation with, because at this point in time, if our government isn't looking at the fact that state government has pretty much just become a joke, and that there's a sign out there for all the bad guys to see that says, yeah, you got enough money? We make it go away. Payola in the law, that has to stop. And maybe that's what we need to do. Maybe we need to come up with a petition.
Oh, hold up, wait a minute. Jag, yo, pissy pussy ass, all the time. You keep on telling me and talk shit about my petitions. Oh, Dani petition, Dani petition, Dani petition. Now Jag wants to make a petition. Oh, and there's even another little person that made a petition, and then they started saying, oh, I done got 7 signatures. Oh, you only got 7 or 8 signatures, poor you. And you're the main person criticizing all my petitions. And y'all act like petitions are so easy. No, it's not. Once you make one and you how many signatures you got? Like 8. Exactly. You have to actually push petitions and do work with those petitions. It's not like, oh, I'm gonna put it up and all of a sudden, boom, it's a miracle. Okay. And you fucked around and found out, yeah, when you end up with only 8 signatures. And also that also shows you don't really have a community of people, because I post something to the Avengers, they are very supportive and they help me get my platform off the ground. If you only got 8 signatures and you're a creator with 20-something thousand subscribers, people ain't really fucking with you like that actually be supportive or believe in your purpose or cause. And I can see why, because you're a fake phony bitch. And catch that shade. I know you're watching and lurking, stalker. But anyways, my bad. That wasn't directed at everybody, but the person who was directed at, they feel it with between their Crisco, OnlyFans, sessions. Yeah. So anyways, with that being said, hey, make your money, don't let it make you, child. Yeah.
We should start there. Maybe we should start with a petition.
Now Jag wants to make a petition. Okay, so now you make a petition. Now, how would you feel? You made a petition, you put work into your petition, and then I start making fun of your petition and talking shit about your petition, and you'd be all, "Oh, my petition." But it's okay for you to talk about my petitions over and over and over again, to rag on me and my petitions.
You know, there were a couple of petitions we were putting together earlier this year, and it's wild because all of them turned out to be attached to a bunch of fraud this or fraud that. But this is our thing. Justice for the Hadleys is our thing, and it's clean, and it's us. And maybe we need to come up with a petition or something to send to a state legislator or to send to the feds in that area. This is wild. There's no way in the world they should be able. And the thing is let's not even get too carried away. They filed a motion. Just because they filed a motion doesn't mean that the judge is going to grant it. We have to remember that there is a judge in place. You know, so often we hear these lawyers and we hear these pundits and we hear these content creators and we hear these so-called news personalities come up with their own assessment of what's going to happen and how it's going to happen and this, that, and the third and whatever and whoopty-whoopty-woo. But there are judges in place, and it's just between this and then the other stuff, you know, with the contempt and it's like they're trying to intentionally overwhelm them to make them want to give up and go run.
Jag is so sad because Damari Hadley and Devon Hadley had to delete their social media posts, and they can't be out here doing interviews, and they pretty much have a gag, but it's on both sides. But Jag, did you tell everybody that it's on both sides not to talk about this case and do social media? No, you want to make it seem like it's just Devon Hadley and Damari, and then the mother and others can post away. That's not true. All sides are supposed to just keep this in the courthouse and not social media. Okay, hold on.
But this is what happens when you fight a heavy machine. We're 20 likes away. And like I said, this is just an update. We're not going to be here very long tonight. You know, I know some people think I'm in hiding.
Jag can't help herself. You cannot help yourself. Oh, I'm not responding. You always have to respond to me because you always have to try to win against me, which will never happen. She says, I know some people think that I'm in hiding. You are in hiding. Because what's his name? Brian McKnight is trying to serve you, bitch. You know, he watched that live and I pulled up that apartment he said you stayed in. Now, I personally don't know if you stayed there or not because the walls didn't match. Like where you go live at didn't match where he said you stayed. So unless you're going live somewhere else, I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. So anyways, he's saying you're staying there. So we will see what the court says and how that works because he's staying in Arizona. And now it is important for him to have the right place. If he has the wrong place, he's fucked. Because he's trying to say she's in Arizona and that's for jurisdiction purposes. If she's not in Arizona, he carries on with this case. It's not going to be a good look. So I hope he got the right place, okay? Because I'm the right state. Because he did file in California. He filed in Nevada. He filed in Arizona. And now he said he did a skip trace. And the skip trace is confirming that she's in Arizona. So hopefully that's right. Because if it's not for jurisdictional purposes, that better be the right state. Because the state has to have jurisdiction in order to handle that defamation case. And if that's wrong, then it's going to be harder to actually have a case. So so you are in hiding because you also have 2 warrants out of Dallas, Texas. You're a wanted fugitive. So if you're a wanted fugitive, that means you are on the run. So you're hiding from the Dallas Police Department, the Dallas County Sheriff, and you're also hiding from Brian McKnight.
That's cute. You know, it's so funny. I remember back in the great gaslighting attempt of my life in 2023, it was always about the content creators baiting me to get me to give them information so that they could find a way to stalk and harass me.
Nobody's begging you for information. I simply read the court document that Brian McKnight said that he tried to serve you and you're in Arizona. Okay? That's what he said. So that's between you, Brian McKnight, and the court, and now the public, because everyone can read the court document and see what's happening with the case.
Not gonna work. Not gonna. It's wild, you know. People want to know where I live. Well, then how about you tell me where you live?
I live in you want to know where I live at, Jack? If you tell me where you live at and where you're at, and you post proof and evidence, then I'll show you where I live at. Is that a deal? Jack will show where she lives and proof and evidence, and then I will show where I'm at. Okay, and once you show us, you got to agree to stay there long enough to get served by Brian McKnight and by anybody else, and also long enough for the police to stop by and check to see if you're a fugitive on the run. Okay, once you do all of that, then I will show you where I'm at. But something tells me you're going to stay on the run. You're not going to show where you're at. You're not going to give any information because you're in hiding. Because you're in hiding, right? And that's, you're in hiding, but you say you're not in hiding, but you are. You're on the run and you're hiding.
You go first.
No, you go first, bitch. You're the fucking wanted fugitive. You go first.
Your address first.
You go first, and you're the one that's wanted by the police. As I don't have 2 felony warrants, and I'm on the run. Okay, so you go first.
You go ahead and you put it online. Indeed, God said no. Well,
and by the way, Brian McKnight is the one after you. So if you have a problem with the address being posted and being popped or possibly doxed, then you have to talk to BK, right? Well, you have to talk to Brian McKnight. Okay, because he's the one that said that you're at the address. And you believe, do you actually think that he didn't know that people would read it? He already knows people will read that or report on it because it's obvious because he's Brian McKnight. So people are going to report on what's happening with Brian McKnight.
Sylvia, what I will say is this. Whatever your story may be, whatever anyone's story may be, send an email or leave a message on the website. Because, like I said, the Hadley story, this is the first story that we're engaging in at this level. There are other stories that we've been looking at. Please send it and we can look at it and see what the pecking order is going to be. But right now, we need to figure out how to support this story and how to support these people. You know, this story first dropped in May. It's August. We're talking about 90 days. And in 90 days, they've pretty much almost buried it, and it's insane. Is there anybody talking about this case anymore other than us?
No.
Y'all are making up bullshit. There are other creators talking about Damari Hadley. Haven't y'all actually even said that other creators were struck by them, or and I've heard other people talk about Damari Hadley. So, and I also reported on Damari Hadley. Y'all not the only one. Now y'all might be making the most videos on the topic, but y'all are not the only one. There's a difference.
And this is the one thing that we vowed to fight against. Even if we are the last ones talking about it, even if this is the only platform that's still talking about it, we're not going to stop. Because that's what they want. They want everyone to stop talking about it. And they want Javon and Damari to be left alone. 10 more likes, please, would be really appreciated. Thank you. They want them to be left alone. And then they want to just hit them with a bunch of paper until they make them cry uncle or go running for a dark, cold closet. Like, that's what they want. And it's the email address is in the description of this video, but it's the Jaguar Wright, thejaguarwright.com. That this shouldn't be one of the hottest topics of the year. There's just no way.
Well, it's not one of the hottest topics of the year. Diddy is still a topic, and everyone is waiting for his sentencing in October. So, anyways, let me actually wrap up the this segment and let's move on to Ralph. So again, just to wrap up and summarize the Hadley situation. The Hadley side is Javon Hadley, who is the husband of Damari Hadley. Okay, and Damari Hadley is the daughter of Desiree Perez, who is the CEO of Rock Nation. Okay, and Damari Hadley is accusing her mother and her family of wait. Let me actually go to the other side. The Javon Hadley is being accused by Perez and her family, like Damari's mother and her family, of domestic violence, coercive control, surveillance, and abuse. And then we have Damari Hadley, who actually had to file her lawsuit against her own mother, Desiree Perez, Rock Nation, hospitals, law enforcement, and others, and claims that her and Javon Hadley, her husband, were targeted and wronged by her mother and a powerful network. And they both, like the couple, Javon Hadley and Damari Hadley, were recently sanctioned, and they have to pay $2,500 for violating the court's gag order. Okay. Desiree Perez, again, is the CEO of Rock Nation. She's the mother of Damari Hadley. She's the lead plaintiff in a case against her son-in-law, Javon Hadley, the domestic violence abuser. And she claims that her son-in-law, Javon Hadley, has abused and controlled her daughter and family. Damari married Javon Hadley in 2024, and the family says she's a victim of abuse, surveillance, and brainwashing. Okay, and then there's family members involved in it, well, such as Olga, Millie, and Denise are all relatives or family members of this, and they're siding with the mother. Okay, and they're all agreeing that Javon Hadley, along with the mother, they're co-signing what the mother is saying, that Javon is all of the above about his abusive domestic violence and coercive control. Okay. And I'm not going to go over all the defendants, but there's a lot of defendants like Rock Nation, Iconic, Creative, the psychiatrist, Daniel. There's a bunch of people, hospitals, and it's a whole list of defendants that Damari Hadley says are part of conspiracy against her. And they're all like employed or directed by the mother to carry out certain things that are trying to surveillance, trying to diagnose her, pretending to be different people they're not. It's a lot. And then, of course, we have so in one side we have Desiree Perez and her family saying Javon is an abuser who trapped Damari in a nightmare of domestic violence, control, and surveillance. And on the other side, we have Damari, who fires back saying, her mother, Rock Nation, doctors, hospitals, and even police are all a part of the conspiracy to kind of destroy her family, which consists of her and Javon Hadley. And now the court has merged both lawsuits into one case. And both sides, not just one, are under a gag order. So if you hear someone say, oh, it's just Javon and Damari Hadley that have the gag order, no, both sides are under the gag order. It's just that the Hadleys, Javon and Damari, broke the gag order. So they were sanctioned for doing so, removed posts at the actual meeting, and were were directed to remove one additional post that it was hard to remove, and to send the court order to the Twitter to get that last one removed, that repost. And also they were told to pay $2,500 by a certain deadline. So with that being said, let's go ahead and move on to Ralph now and give updates on that. Hold on.
All right, we need 10 more likes. 10 more likes would be great. This level of corruption, this kind of impeding on one's civil liberties and destroying someone's right. This kind of relentless pursuit, the years, the almost decade of surveillance, like all of the stuff that's going on, it's like a lifetime marathon on steroids and crack. There's no way. And there have been some people that have talked about it, and for a second there, it was getting, kicked around, especially to some larger platforms. Nobody's asking about the updates. Nobody's doing reaction videos.
Oh my gosh, Jag is really upset, y'all. She is really upset that nobody's talking about this case and nobody's updating on it and things like that. I will have to be honest here. People are not really going to be talking about a topic unless it has a lot of juicy, messy factors to it. This is not really one of those cases that has a lot of salacious, juicy material to it. So everyone knows that when it's messy, when there's a lot of conspiracy related things, when there's a lot of stuff like that, we get a lot of attention. The most attention they got really was Nicki Minaj. So if Nicki Minaj kept pushing it, then maybe it would go a little further. I think it's more popular on Twitter and on Twitter than it actually is on YouTube. For YouTube, it has to be something that people can report on that they feel is more salacious or juicy or trending, or a lot of people are interested in it. And I don't think that this story has that factor that people are looking for. Now, I will report on it because I just will report on it because, I report on different things with Diddy. Like almost every Diddy case, I have reported on it somewhat, from Adria English to Anna Kane to, I have reported on almost even the Joseph one. Not everyone even talking about Joseph, the one I called today. I talk about all the Diddy topics. Well, most of them, right? Not everyone does that. Even for Jay-Z. I even talked about Fat Joe case. No, I didn't finish the whole thing, but the point is I did at least talk about it. Okay. But yeah, Jag is mad because nobody's talking about it as much as she wants them to.
Nobody.
Oof, Lord have mercy.
And it's funny because the strike war happened and the empire strikes back, and they took channels for a while and they took videos for a while and they did this and they did that, and then everything was reversed, and then boom, the next thing you know, it was like, okay, well, all right, everything's back to normal. We're leaving that alone. Yeah, respectfully, Xavier. Yeah, he was one of the content creators that was talking about it, but what happened to the rest of them? Should more than us and him. Why is nobody doing updates? Why is nobody following up at least once to twice a month? Why is nobody else talking about this? Meanwhile, there's more filings, more emotions, more crap.
$50 for the extra people that I brought because I didn't want this dude to think that we were using him in any type of way. I got money from the collective and brought fucking pig feed, chicken feed. When the lawnmower went down, $200 out my pocket to go buy a weed eater, right? Now we $600. Now we have $600 because the weed eater is still there that we brought, right? So now we bought rakes. We bought rakes and tools and stuff for the green.
Let me tell you something about it, though. Listen, if you move into someone's house and you started buying, if they say $1,500 and you know it's $1,500 because in your text message, it's in your notepad, and you move in and you start, oh, I'm gonna buy you groceries. Oh, I'm gonna buy a weed eater. I'm gonna buy some pig food, some slop. I'm gonna buy you this. I'm gonna buy you that. And then when it comes to the first of the month, they're going to be looking at you. You're going to be looking at them. And they're going to be saying, rent. Because there's no agreement to do any of the other, but there is an agreement for the rent. If you want to be nice to get the person some food, some weed eater or some slop, or you want to be nice, that's outside of that. Have you ever thought that once you pay someone rent, like $1,500, how much is a weed eater? Can someone tell me how much is what's a typical weed eater price? I think y'all are delusional. If you give me $1,500, I will buy what the fuck I need, bitch. I will buy the fucking pig slop. I will buy the weed eater. You are giving me money, so I will use that money to buy what I want. You can't start moving in and then $1,500 rent and then start saying I'm gonna buy you this, I'm gonna buy you that, I'm gonna buy you that. You know what? That's what I'm gonna move somewhere and then I'm gonna buy them a weed eater, some pig slop, and whatever I want to buy, I'm going to be using it too. I'm going to be using it for my own benefit. And then I'm going to say, I don't owe you rent because I bought you this and I bought you that. And I even brought you some fucking breakfast in the fucking morning. So I don't owe you rent now. And they're going to be looking like, I thought that was a gift or you wanted to just do that, but I want my fucking rent. Now, some people probably be nice and drop the rent down, but most people, once the rent is set, it is set, and there's no, I'm giving you this or giving you that to get out of my rent. I think anyone would love if they can buy a weed eater and some pig slop and give it to someone and say, now I don't got to pay you rent. I think every month they would probably give someone pig's food and a weed eater and say, that's in lieu of my rent. Instead of giving you rent, I'm going to give you a few things that's going to be less than rent. Okay, I think I saved a lot of money by just buying my landlord some shit instead of giving them rent. Okay, so I think everyone is beyond and past the point of understanding that the fucking text message says $1,500 and the fucking notepad added up to $1,450 for expectations. We're past this point of whether or not there was an agreement. Woo, child.
House, because we thought we was putting the greenhouse back together, right? But you're not bringing up all of that stuff. You're trying to make it seem like Freeman was doing for you. Freeman out his own mouth said, I didn't give you shit. Freeman out his own mouth. That's why she don't want Maggie to play Freeman's Facebook feed, because out his own mouth, he's telling on himself. That's why she don't want Maggie to play it. That's why she's saying Freeman gave her the right.
No. I don't like how Maggot is so unoriginal. I go live and whatever I talk about and whatever I discuss, she follows me, she copies me, she's a dumb, smelly tuna milk, coochie smelling bitch that just copies me. Even I went on my backup channel and I did Dumb Bitch University and I talked about come to the front of the classroom, I come, people in the back and all that. The next day, she literally goes live and copies my routine and my skit about being students in the classroom. She has no brain. She copies everything that I do and she tries to be me. So with that, I know she's going to, every topic I talk about and everybody I talk to and everybody I discuss, she's going to copy me. So with that, I'm saying I'm not going to allow you to play Freeman's videos. I'm going to strike you. And that's what your ass get for trying to copy me. Ooh. So now you can try to, talk about Freeman all you want to, but I'm going to strike you if you actually play his actual, stuff. And that's what she gets. That's someone that's unoriginal, along with a lot of other people that just follow behind in my footsteps in this weird behavior. Now, for regular creators, I don't care if I give you ideas and you follow behind me or copy or inspire and I'm trending or I influence your topics. That's great. But for my stalkers, I don't like that because you're someone that's claiming that I'm harassing you and I'm bothering you, but yet every day it's the opposite. You're harassing me, you're copying me, you're trying to be me, you're stalking me. It's weird. So I don't like when my stalkers do it, but when normal average people do it, I don't care. When stalkers do it, it's creepy because they're hating on me and they're hating me, but then they're copying me, imitating me at the same time. I'm confused. So clearly they're fans and they need me for content. They're inspired by me, but at the same time, they have a great disdain and hate towards me because of rejection. So for those types of people, I will strike those people because they're weird. Like, go away. Okay. Yeah. So with that being said, they should be happy. I'm saying go away, right? Because if I don't like you and you don't like me, then go away. You go your way, I go my way. If they don't want to go their own way because if they go their own way, they will disappear, and no one will watch them or care about them, and they know that. So that's why they cling to me. I will discuss that much later, but please don't put words into my mouth. Other people have played Freeman. I have not struck their videos because other people are not stalking me. For the stalkers, I will do it, but for the ones that I don't consider a stalker, I have not done it. Okay, having other people play Freeman, yes, they have. And have I struck those people? No, I have not. Have other people played my content? I have not struck those people because those are not stalkers. Stalkers that are trying to do frivolous lawsuits and frivolous bullshit and lying on me and defaming and false doxing, I will strike those people. Everyone else, not so much.
To strike anybody that play his stuff, that don't even make no fucking sense. Freeman don't even know the rights to striking pages on you.
Have I struck you? Don't you got all Freeman stuff on your channel? So I have not struck you. You got Freeman stuff all over your page. You even have my content. I have not struck you because I don't consider you a stalker. That's for maggots. So please don't. Whatever I do to maggot, a stalker is separate from regular creators or other creators. Lord have mercy. Anyway, shout out to Marshall. Thank you so much. For the fan funding. Super Secret, again, shout out to you for the fan funding. Super Secret, I appreciate the support. And sending a virtual rose right back at you. And everybody else, remember, support my channel for free just by hitting that like button.
YouTube. That's how I know you know. That's how I know you made that shit up. And if you trust Freeman that fucking much, why are you playing catch up for Freeman if you don't play no sides? If you're not on no sides, why are you striking?
Okay, now it's double. I have to fix this. Hold on.
What you think about this? $450. What is this man complaining about? Electric, right? And the internet. Well, we went out and bought our own internet box, so he ain't have to complain about the internet, right? And then, not only that, we gave him $200 and something for the extra electric that my kids might have been using while we was there, right? And then we gave him $250 for any other bills, right? So we were only there for less than a month. I was only there for three weeks to a month trying to get shit right. And I gave up $450 for the extra people that I brought. $450 for the extra people that I brought because I didn't want this dude to think that we were using him in any type of way. I got money from the collective and brought fucking pig feed, chicken feed. When the lawnmower went down, $200 out my pocket to go buy a weed eater.
Okay, so I wanted to clarify that this is a few days ago. And since then, I have posted receipts that he has yet to respond to. As of late, he's saying he's moving to TikTok and he's not going to go back and forth. And I have also said this is going to be my last video on this topic because I still say it's a landlord-tenant issue. And as of this today, he has not addressed the text message showing Shar agreeing to pay $1,500 before moving in on May 13th. And also that notepad on May 18th setting the expectations that she knew that she had $1,200 rent on her own notepad. So that has not been addressed because obviously that's proof that there was a verbal agreement. It could be a written or verbal agreement. This is actually a verbal agreement was made, and there's two tangible pieces of evidence showing that she was aware of this agreement to pay rent. Okay. And then now later you're trying to say, oh, I'm giving electricity, I'm doing this or that. So where's the whole conversation about there being electricity? That's also on the whole text message exchange, not a text message, but there's a expectation list of electricity being asked for as well. Okay. So with that being said, there's no, we're not going to argue about that anymore. Now, what I will say is this, the latest thing that Shar has been up to is she has been trying to get Freeman to sign some sort of document now, trying to act like there was some sort of, that he was her employer and she's an employee and she was working for him. So I'm going to show you all that message as well. I also have some text messages, not text messages, but I have some screenshots from She Paints. So She Paints actually, hold on. She Paints actually gave him some money as well, so we're going to go over that. But make sure to support my channel for free by hitting the like button. Get the likes up on this video. I think everyone that's watching has already hit the likes. So I have some She Paints receipts as well. And when I talk about She Paints, I understand people have their certain feelings about She Paints, but I want everyone to understand I do not want anybody bashing or saying negative things about She Paints while I'm actually posting her receipts. I'm not trying to get everything started up again and everyone's talking about She Paints this and She Paints that in a negative way. She's actually providing these receipts to kind of show that she gave money in support of this guy who is now, you know, how he's disrespectful and how he's this and how he's that. It's kind of like beware and be cautious of this scammer guy. That's the message. So that's the only reason I'm posting it is because of that, not to be bad, like, oh, you're stupid or you're dumb. I already spoke to her before about how YouTube is and all that. So I'm not going to keep on beating that down. I'm just providing receipts so everyone can have understanding of what transpired and what happened, because I know a lot of y'all are nosy and y'all want to know what happened with like how much was donated and things like that. So with that being said, all I'm asking is to be respectful of that, okay? In that moment, keep the thoughts inside of y'all head, okay? So hold on one second.
Right? Now we $600. Now we have $600 because the weed eater is still there that we brought, right? So now we bought rakes. We bought rakes and tools and stuff.
And you're still never going to amount to rent. You're never going to amount to the amount of rent you owe since moving in from May 13th. You're not. Like, this is so ridiculous. Like, it's so pathetic. Like, you're sitting there trying to, oh, I bought this and I bought that. You also are living. You know what he could actually do? He could say, you know what, $1,500 rent was supposed to be paid. And then on top of that, y'all were eating off my land. Y'all were eating my meats. Like he said, he has meats there. Y'all were eating like the eggs that's hatched from the chicken. Y'all were living off his farm. And there was even video of you saying something about living off a farm. So he could even add in the amount of stuff like that. And then y'all say that y'all smoked, he got weed or something there, child. I don't know what's going on, child. But then y'all say that y'all possibly use some of his weed. I don't know. So with that being said, y'all were actually there. He could actually try to calculate all the expenses that y'all at, you know, and it'll probably way more past the $1,500 for the extras. So you're thinking that you can move into someone's place, and instead of giving you're 48 or 52, whatever, I don't know. You think you can move into someone's place, and then instead of giving them rent, you can start buying things, and then say, now I don't got to pay you rent.
For the greenhouse, because we thought we was putting the greenhouse back together, right? But you're not bringing up all of that stuff. You're trying to make it seem like Freeman was doing for you. Freeman out his own mouth said, I didn't give you shit. Freeman out his own mouth. That's why she don't want Maggie to play Freeman's Facebook feed, because out his own mouth, he's telling on himself. That's why she don't want Maggie to play it. That's why she's saying Freeman gave her the right to strike anybody that play his stuff. That don't even make no fucking sense. Freeman don't even know the rights to striking pages on YouTube. That's how I know you know. That's how I know you made that shit up.
He doesn't have to know the rights. He can authorize me as a representative to do it. Okay, he doesn't have to. That doesn't make any sense. Lord have mercy. All that matters is the only person I struck was Maggie, and that's the only person I'm going to strike. I'm not going to strike anybody else for Freeman's stuff. I'm only going to strike the stalker, which is Maggie, okay? And the other two stalkers if they choose to. And that's it. Everyone else I'm not going to strike. Simple as that.
And if you trust Freeman that fucking much, behind.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, I actually posted a video trying to show that he's not at the farm. He said, we are not at the farm. We've been at the farm. So he showed this video saying that he's not at the farm. Here's the issue. You posted a video saying that you're not at the farm. What is it actually going to show to us besides you're not at the farm, but Levi is still at the farm? Levi is still at the farm, though. Levi is still at the farm, and Shar keeps going in and out of the farm, going and coming. So those two are still there. So trying to search, like post a video and you're at a different place, what does that matter? So he's going now and says, does this look like I'm at the farm? Does it look like I'm at the farm? You're not at the farm, but your placeholder is still there. So that's what I'm saying, y'all. People are so mad that the Avengers are not stupid. We understand that you can go outside and say, does this look like the farm? And you're not the farm. We understand that. But you have a placeholder still there, and you're still talking about fighting this out in court and arguing over how y'all can stay at the freaking farm. So we're not stupid. And then they go on and say, as a cult. A cult are mindless. Do y'all understand what a cult is? A cult is a brainless, mindless followers. My platform is not built on mindless, brainless followers. My cult is built on people that want receipts. I always say receipts, 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 receipts. Receipts means I don't want people just to follow my word and believe my word because I'm talking and I'm DaniRobertson. I want people to ask for receipts, even of me, to prove what I'm saying, to show what I'm saying, to give people receipts to look at and analyze and critique and examine these receipts and this evidence. A cult leader is someone that actually just talks and talks and talks, and they want you to believe and trust everything they say without any backing, without any receipts, without using your own brain, without your own mind, your own analytics, or anything else. I post documents even from Ada, and I said, these are Ada's documents. Let's review these and see if we can find anything wrong with these documents. We analyze, we critique, we examine, we observe, we dig for receipts. We want the facts, we want the answers. That is not brainless, mindless. I'm asking people to use their brain. I'm asking them to use their mind. I'm asking them to observe and give their opinions and to look into things and to research and to investigate. A cult person does not want anyone to research or investigate because they are afraid of what you might find. No, I'm not afraid of what anyone might find. I want you to find the answers. I want you to get to the bottom. People send me receipts all the time. Hey, look at this. Can we look into this and investigate and research this? Get to the bottom of it. So no, I don't want brainless, mindless people. I want people that are smart, intelligent, logical, rational, that want receipts, that want answers, want the truth. Don't believe me, just go by believing the receipts. Okay, I have an issue with platforms that are cult-like, that don't show any receipts and want you to believe everything they say. Oh, this is AI, this is AI, this is this and this and that. And there's no receipts. And as far as my job with the whole Freeman thing is this. Ralph has a platform and he has subscribers in this same sector, Jag sector, Black Tea. He has not fully transitioned and crossed into Black Tea, but he's mainly still Jag sector. So he can make a dozen videos a day. He goes live multiple times a day. Freeman does not have a platform. We don't know his side of the story. So Ralph went live, for example, and said that Freeman was in drug rehab. He took drugs. He failed the drug test. Now he's in drug rehab for drug testing, failing the drug test. That was Ralph's side of the story, and some people actually believed him and ran with that story. Now, thanks to me having a contact with Freeman, I am now able to provide you with the other side of the puzzle, the other side of the story. So Freeman sends a video and says he's in physical therapy, and he shows evidence and proof that he's at physical therapy. So now we have Ralph's side, and then we have Freeman's side, and then I told you as an audience, you can decide what you want to, but I believe that he is at physical therapy based on the video. But if we did not have Freeman's side, we would only be left with what Ralph said, and the people believing and going off on this whole that he's in drug rehab. My goal or my thing is to contact the other side to get their side of the story. That's it. It does not mean that I'm on his team or I'm on his side. My job as a reporter or commentator or whatever YouTuber, vlogger is to get both sides of the story and bring it to you. Similar to what I did with the Hadleys. I didn't just go over Damari Hadley's side of the story against her mother. I also went over her mother's side of the story against Javon Hadley. And once you have both sides, you did as an audience, as an informed person, and I gave you receipts on both sides, you can then make up your decision or your mind on how you feel about the whole issue. And I even said what Jack be saying. So they're mad because I don't want to just believe what Ralph says without hearing what Freeman says. And that's not saying that I believe everything Freeman says either. I want to hear both sides. And then once I'm informed of what both sides say, I will decide what I want to believe based on both of their statements. So Ralph is upset because Freeman now has a voice. That's all I'm giving him is a voice. I'm not on his team. It's like if TMZ questions or interviews someone, does that mean that TMZ is on that person's side, or are they just getting the story? Or are they just getting the report or getting the statements? So think of me as someone that is just getting the story or getting a response or getting the answer. So I called the Joseph guy today that sued Diddy and then dropped the case. I called him today. So am I team Joseph now because I called him to ask the question? So now I'm team Joseph, or maybe I'm just a YouTuber and I'm just calling to ask him a question. I'm not on his team. I'm just asking the question because that's my job, is to get to the answers. So please don't confuse me trying to get answers from someone as being on their team. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. There's no team. There's only the lie or the truth, or sometimes, yeah. But of course, my ops and my enemy's goal is to try to spin it and act like I'm picking a team when I'm actually just trying to get the story or get the get statements. I want to hear both sides. Okay.
Paid off of spilling the tea, getting the tea, and creating the tea. When the mother, and that's how, because it benefits her to keep the bullshit going like that. That benefits her. It don't benefit us. It benefits her to keep the bullshit going. We back to talking about moon stars and quasars. We back to having a level of understanding, trying to learn, build, and grow, right? But she a whole fucking month behind. We ain't been at Freeway Farms. We ain't been near Freeway Farms for a whole month and some change. She's still talking about shit that happened back in July, trying to make accents.
Lies, and lies. Press 1 in the chat if they still have a placeholder at the farm and everyone has not left. And press 2 if everyone has left. He keeps on trying to say that everyone has left, or he keeps on saying we left. When everyone knows that there is placeholders there. Levi is there all the time permanently as a placeholder. And Shar, his mother, goes and comes. And they're still fighting for the property. They're still saying they're going to go to the court to fight for this property or fight for the right to stay and fight. So everyone is you want a cult-like following that disbelieves what you say. You don't want to provide receipts and evidence so everyone can use their own mind to make their own decision on what they believe. So you're that's like a cult-like following for all y'all people that talk and don't give anyone any receipts. Y'all want brainless, mindless followers that are gonna believe y'all without any receipts. I challenge all of y'all and I dare all of y'all to actually show receipts of everything you say and what you talk about. Show receipts of the main topics. And I bet you won't, because at that moment you will lose support and subscribers because you'll be exposed for being a liar. I still haven't seen one receipt of a lot of things y'all lied about because y'all know y'all don't have a receipt for it. You're liars. So you see the ones in the chat, people know that y'all are still on the property because y'all, as long as y'all still have a placeholder there and y'all have not relinquished and gave up and everybody and the cats and everybody is out and all the property is out, then that means y'all are still holding up that place. Can Freeman rent the space right now? And that's why y'all hate yes or no. Because if I say, can Freeman rent that basement apartment right now to someone else, a new tenant for $1,500 a month? Can he rent it right now and have them move in today? And you will say, I will say yes or no. And you're going to try to beat around the bush, but the simple answer is no, because there is a tenant and an unauthorized occupant in the basement still Levi is still in the basement. His mother is going back and forth from the basement apartment. She was just there 2 days ago telling Freeman, well, Levi said you came down and knocked. And then she just texted Freeman today asking if she can use the laundry. So she's still using the laundry there. Do I have that text? Let me see if I got the message. She asked Freeman, can she use the laundry? So she's still there, and Char's still there using the laundry. Yeah. And y'all wonder why I don't want to talk to y'all, because y'all are just y'all gonna keep on lying. And it's weird. Hold on. So I'm gonna screenshot this real quick.
Oh, I love your cowboy accent. I love your country accent. Shut the fuck up. Shut up.
I never said I loved anyone's accent. I imitated and impersonated his country accent. But I did not say I loved it. Like, what the heck? And to be honest, some people think I sound country myself without even impersonating anyone. People think I sound country already. So it's not gonna be a hard reach for me to sound country when people think I sound country already, as it is. Damn. Oh my God, she's imitated Freeman to sound country. Based on my comments, people said I already sound country. Anyways, so yes, I like country accents, but why wouldn't I? Lord have mercy. Hold on.
Miss, I'm not taking a side on this. I'm not taking no side. But you ain't do no interview with Shar. You ain't try to put the receipts out there that Shar got. You ain't trying to show none of them. Why is that? Why is that? So, with that being said, I want you to continue painting the picture how you want to paint it, because nobody paint a picture quite like you, right? You're the master of all of this stuff, right? So you continue painting the picture how you're going to paint it, right? We're going to do the right thing and put the paperwork in, get the lawyers and everything like that. And we're going to go about it that way. You continue painting your life for your collective, right? And whatever support that I lost, they wasn't real support in the first place, right? Anybody who's still trying to keep stagnant things going, you wasn't no real supporter. Let's be clear. Let's be honest about this, right? A lot of y'all wanted me to get stuck in a situation. A lot of y'all wanted to paint a negative narrative around my real life for the fucking exploitation of YouTube. That's why a lot of y'all don't come over to TikTok. Y'all don't try to move with light and love. Y'all don't participate in none of the fucking positive educational lives that I do. That's why because y'all don't want to see somebody in a good light. The only time y'all really want to come over here is when I'm tearing somebody down, in my feelings about some shit, or giving somebody a piece of my mind, because controversy sells, right? But we're not about that over here. So we're going to let y'all have y'all negative, and we're going to move into educational unification type space. I asked her to, never mind, I ain't even about to answer that. You absolutely right. I asked her to look into it. I appreciate her for looking into it. Thank you, Dani.
Yeah. So what's happening is you didn't want me to look into it. You wanted me to dox and expose Freeman for you. That's what you wanted me to do. And I'm going to talk about that in just a moment. But yeah, that's what you wanted me to do. And not only you, but also Golden. Golden wanted me to expose. So now I'm going to actually show y'all the message from Golden as well. And Golden wanted me to do the same thing. They only brought in the Avengers, y'all, because they want us to dox and expose Freeman. That's their goal. And I'm going to talk about something in a minute. Give me just, I got to post this message real quick.
Thank you. We appreciate her for looking into it. Thank you. And we appreciate you coming over here to try to tell us that we asked her to look into it. I didn't ask her to lie. She's lying, but you're still talking about you asked her to look.
I know you're lying. You keep on telling everybody I'm reporting on something. Oh, y'all being gone. And everyone knows that Levi is still there. Even Adult Protective Services is coming by. And Shar is still there. So why are you're lying to everyone, pretending like y'all are all out when you're still there? And she's saying that she cannot move until she get official paperwork from the courthouse, even though she has a 30-day notice. So that being said, y'all are the ones that are lying. I'm not. I'm posting receipts. And to be honest, I'm posting more receipts than y'all are. Like when you said that he was in drug rehab, you should have posted receipts that he's in drug rehab or your evidence and proof to show he's in drug rehab. You didn't. But I showed a video that he's in physical therapy. So you see how it's the same thing with Ada in every other case. I'm the one posting receipts and then y'all just over there talking. Where are your receipts? I've shown that it was the $1,500 verbal agreement. I've shown that. You're not showing any receipts of what you're talking about, though.
Look into it. She's lying, completely lying.
Lying
this
about
person, Freeman, didn't even mention my kids being there until Dani brought it up. When Dani asked him, why don't you go back and listen to her interview? When Dani,
I want y'all to pay attention. Everything he's talking about, none of this stuff has anything to do with the payment of rent. And why are your kids even there? Because the only people that are supposed to be there is Levi and Shar. You moved. He said y'all moved in a whole. He said, oh, you moved in a whole other family. You're not even supposed to be there. And you said, oh, I just came to help. So you moved in a whole other family, living off his land, use up all his resources just to go help her. Please stop. Don't insult our intelligence. Stop insulting our intelligence.
asked him who was in the basement. He said her 18-year-old son, her 18-year-old daughter, and her 20-something-year-old daughter. DaniRobertson had to narrate him to say what she wanted him to say by saying, basically by saying, oh, did Ralph have 7 there? And he said, oh yeah, that boy looked like a little orphan Annie. That was the only time he mentioned one of my kids that was there. When she asked him was 7 there. Before that, he wasn't even mentioning the kids I had there. He was adding extra people that wasn't there. There's an 18-year-old daughter there, and the daughter's not even 18. Mina's like 14 or 15 years old. Fucking smooth lies. And the daughter stays with her dad. Smooth fucking lies. But hey, you're right. I asked her to look into it. Thank you. But by me asking her to look into it, she set herself up for failure. Because now this is the perfect situation that Maggie needs to prove that DaniRobertson is a fucking liar. This is the perfect fucking situation. That's why she said, I will strike Maggie for playing the Freeman content. Because she knows that it's going to make her look like a fucking liar. So she's stopping people from putting the truth out there because she knows this is the one situation she jumped the gun on. She fraudulently lying about shit. And then she's trying to attack a woman and her autistic child while they're already.
That's where you all are delusional. No, Maggot is a nobody, clout chaser, copycat. And no one can actually do anything to me if they're not even original. Okay, she's nowhere near any of my on any capacity or any level. She spends all her days and nights saying, "Oh, I could be Dani, I could be Dani," and she can't. It's delusional thinking. The only thing she could do is wait for me to go live so she could find a way to make me her content or to copy my content or to be me. If she actually were me or could be me, then she wouldn't have to wait for me to go live to have content. She has to wait for me to go live just to have something to talk about. So you cannot replace someone that you're relying on. So a lot of people are relying on me for content. In fact, if I disappeared, they wouldn't know what to do with themselves or their channel. With that being said, y'all are delusional to think that Maggie could ever do anything to me at all. Okay, she could bear. And I hate to say this, but it's so sad that even though she bought subscribers. And she still only has 700 something subscribers after she has been on her for 2 months. So how can you say you had a real platform with 8,000 subscribers and now you've been back for almost 2 months after termination? You can't even get to 1,000 subscribers, screaming and hollering all day and night and still ain't got 1,000 subscribers. It doesn't make any sense. And then the ones you do got, you bought them. So with that, and then my name's all over your channel because you're a nobody because you without me. So, with that being said, I hate to say it, but y'all are delusional. Maggot is also a liar. So, yeah. Next caller, Lord have mercy. Y'all have to find someone that has that's at least smart to have any competition for me. She's not competition. And also, she's a former Jag minion and that actually was thinking that Jag was the smartest thing to slice bread and kiss Jag's ass. Let me tell y'all a little secret here. Anyone that kissed Jag's ass that much as a top head minion for Jag or Dingleberry stink ass could never hold a candle next to me. Like, you literally were kissing her ass and windmilling for her and doing whatever for Jag, worshiping Jag, and you think and then you want to say, oh, I'm so dumb, I was in the cult, I'm so dumb, I'm so dumb, I'm so dumb. By the way, she called herself dumb, and that's why I said she's from Dumb Bitch University. Oh, I'm so dumb, I was in a cult, I was brainwashed by Jag, she tricked me. I dare you to find one of my videos where I said I was brainwashed by Jag. Never. Okay, I've always been on game. So a bitch could never. Okay. I'm not gonna sit here and say I was in the cause, I was brainwashed by Jag. And I have 3 monetized channels for those wondering. Okay, please don't insult me with that whole thing about, oh, I'm gonna take her channel down. People always say they're gonna take my channel down. That has never happened. And I also have 3 monetized channels. Let's be clear, and 1 that's eligible for it if I actually decided to do it, but I don't want to. So with that being said, maggot is nowhere on my level at all, and that's not to brag. It's just telling the truth. Y'all have to find someone that's capable of doing things on their own, that's original, ambitious, original, and actually can come up with ideas and topics by themselves without actually copying someone else. Okay, that person has to have initiative. She doesn't have initiative or the brain to power to think of her own things or ideas. So she needs me to bounce off or copy in order to actually even have a live show. As long as you have to continue to follow behind someone else, you are not a leader. You cannot actually replace that person or do anything with that person. Yeah. Hold on 1 second.
In strenuous situations. Y'all ain't making no sense with her activities. But like I said, y'all built her page off of spilling the tea, getting the tea, and creating the tea. So that's why y'all like that she reports bullshit. See, I never heard nobody on YouTube talk about the knowledge that we put over here. I never heard nobody talk about the information that we talk about, the constellations that we talk about, right? They don't never speak about that. And they don't even know what the fuck I'm on here for. They can't say that I'm grifting, that I'm doing this, that I'm doing that. They can't say none of that. Because everything that we do, we show and prove what we doing it. We show the receipts that we want and got what we said we was going to get. Hey guys, I'm trying to get this, and then we show that we got it. Y'all just mad because our reality actually matches what the fuck we do on here. That's what y'all mad about. Our reality actually match a love, light, and unity type of movement. That's what y'all mad about. If we being honest, y'all thrive on negativity and low vibrations, and that's what y'all thrive on. You know, tell her to sue me then. If it's defamation of character, tell her to sue me so I can countersue her. She's defaming my character by making it seem like I was a squatter and going out there for some false pretenses. But you won't look at that as defamation of character. She's a fucking liar.
You already admitted that she went ahead of you, and once she was settled in, she said for you to come out there, and y'all already knew what the rent was. I don't know why y'all play games. And even now, she has a whole new page, a whole new ad on Facebook saying that she's looking for a new farm, just her and Levi. And y'all know good and well, once she finds a new farm for her and Levi in Michigan, you're going to move in with her, and it's going to repeat the same cycle. So Freeman says, Shar says to Freeman, she says, Freeman, I've been continuing to care for the animals while you were away as you requested. I'd like to know when you plan to return so I can, so I need to actually tell him to send me another one because this one's not that clear. As you requested, I'd like to know when you plan to return so we can discuss the termination of my caretaker and website management responsibilities. I have a letter of termination I would like to send. Do you prefer in person, mail, or email? So now she's trying to play games and trying to now have him sign something now saying that can he sign this document of a letter of termination? Like, was he born yesterday to sign some document saying that some letter of termination you just drafted to pretend like he was supposed to pay you as an employer? There is no agreement in writing or nothing verbal for you to be an employee. So she's trying to play games now of saying that I've been taking care of the farm. Wait. Freeman, I've been continuing to care for the animals while you were away, as you requested. She said, as you requested, like, oh, I'm working for you. So she wants him to sign a new document. I'd like to know when you plan to return so we can discuss the termination of my caretaker and website management responsibilities. Girl, stop. I have a letter of termination I would like to send. So she made it this letter of termination that she don't use ChatGPT probably to write her letter. And also that other blue waffle person also uses ChatGPT. So shout out to ChatGPT for making y'all all see smarter than what y'all two brain cells can can gather. So yeah, that was written by ChatGPT. Okay. So anyway, she says, so we can discuss the termination of my caretaker and website management responsibilities. No, you're trying to make it seem like that. And she said just the fact that she said she's still trying to take care of the animals on the farm, that shows that she's still on the farm. Like she's still on the farm going to the farm. I thought Ralph said they were away from the situation. They're no longer there. So how is she still taking care of animals on the farm that she's no longer there? And why is she still talking about sending him a letter of termination that she has caretaker responsibilities? And then right here, hold on. Also, can you please ask the attorney? Can you please ask the attorney to contact regarding the eviction? I need some documentation. Thank you. So she also wants his attorney to call her regarding the eviction. So again, this landlord-tenant situation, and you're wanting his attorney to call you regarding the eviction. And this is charged to Freeman. And Freeman says, I told you before you're delusional. I told you before you're delusional. You're a liar and you've been stealing from me and I have the proof, so I'll see you in court. Please do not contact me again. I've told you that before. This is harassment. So please do not contact me ever again. I am not discussing anything with you. So please stop contacting me. And it says read yesterday. So Freeman says, girl, he is not with this bullshit of you talking about signing no papers. You don't work for him. You're delusional. I told you before you're delusional. You're a liar and you've been stealing from me and I have the proof. So I'll see you in court. Please do not contact me again. I've told you that before. This is harassment. So please do not contact me ever again. I am not discussing anything with you. So please stop contacting me. Lord have mercy. Listen here, you dipshit. Don't contact me ever again, you delusional ass, methany ass whore. I ain't signing nothing. I ain't terminating you. I ain't never even hired you. I never even said I was going to pay you any money or anything like that. And you're supposed to be paying me $1,500 a month. You ain't paid me but $450. You're running up my damn light bill and running up my damn electricity bill. Get the fuck out of my damn house and take Levi with you too, and stop eating out my damn refrigerator and using my laundry and using my damn internet, and get out of my fucking house, you dipshit. So y'all are still on his property. So please stop acting like y'all are still not on his fucking property. Get the fuck off my motherfucking land.
He's exploiting Shar and Levi as a way for content. That ain't no fucking lie. That ain't defamation.
No, you're the one that came online and used them for content. You done made videos yelling at Shar and yelling at Levi, making them into content, and no telling what you're over there doing, chasing Levi with a damn knife, making up a whole new story about that damn knife allegation. So anyway, with that being said, you're the one that used them for content. Yes, they are still there. And Ralph keeps saying we are not there, talking about him and Seven, while everyone else is still there. Of course, he wants to play games, and everyone else is supposed to be stupid. We're all supposed to be stupid. And she's still over there using his laundry, washing clothes.
I asked her to look into Freeman, me and Freeman, right? I didn't ask her to exploit Shar and Levi. So that.
How can someone talk about this situation without talking about Shar? Because she's the one that's on the main tenant. She's the one that moved in with her and Levi, her autistic son when he was 17. He's now 18. She's the one that moved into the property, right? So when she moved into the property, guess what? Your ass came later as an unauthorized occupant. You and those damn T-Rex teeth came onto the property. So then you came in there as an unauthorized occupant and you started saying that you have squatter's rights and that he gonna have to force you to get out the property because you have squatter's rights. Didn't you say that, sir? Yes, you did. So with that being said, what are you talking about again? She's a part of this whole conversation and you brought them into a conversation because you started yelling and screaming at both of them when talking about Rock Nation and Jaguar after you.
That's not a lie. So if she thinks that I'm defaming her character, tell her to sue me. She knows my information. I'm not hiding. My name is Ralph Boston. She knows. Tell her to sue me if she thinks I'm defaming her character. Because I'll be damned if somebody's going to sit there and defame my character with lies and then tell me that I'm defaming their character by saying they lying on me. How the fuck am I defaming her character?
And I'm just telling you, you didn't need to go buy a weed eater because all you had to do was go outside and bend over and start using your teeth to cut the motherfucking grass and the damn weeds. You got a built-in weed eater. Your mouth is a damn weed eater, bitch.
By saying she's lying on me. That don't even make sense right there. That I'm defaming somebody's character for defending my real life situation. Shut the fuck up. That's how you know y'all say anything. Y'all would say anything to sound right. Anything to sound right. Just to make it look like you came over here and fought for her so you can go back over there and get praises from her. Yes, Dani, I cursed him out.
All my life I had to fight. Lord knows I love YouTube. Lord knows I do. But I'll be damned if I let Ralph bite me. Not with those damn big ass teeth.
Earlier, yup, he was talking about you earlier and I cursed him out. I timestamped it and everything. Here, I'm gonna send you the email. That's all y'all do this shit for. It's fucking praisal from her. That's it. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. I give a fuck about what's right. And if she ain't trying to do what's right, then that's shit. She can get exposed too. Fuck is you talking about? Y'all keep on talking about right is right, right is right, right is right. Dani does what's right. No, she does not. Because why is she stopping people from, why is she trying to exploit my situation?
Woo, child. Don't threaten me with a good time. So now you're gonna expose me. Don't threaten me with a good time. Because everyone that has tried to expose me ended up exposed themselves. Because I match energy. See, people don't want to tell you that part. Everybody that plays victim on here has came after me first. And after several warnings, I have responded. So anyone out there, if you hear anyone playing victim, always keep in mind that they're not telling you how the beef started or how the issue started. So anytime someone is playing victim, ask them a question. Can you start from the beginning and tell us what all happened? And while you're here, tell us your side of the story and all the things you have done to Dani and watch what they say. They won't want to do it. Pay attention to this, even in your real life, this fact right here. If you meet somebody and they're telling you about their past issues or beef with other people, and when they're telling you the story, they only tell you one side of the story and how everything that someone else did to them. And nowhere in the story did they ever take any accountability for anything at all for their part. It's always the other person, the other person, the other person, the other person. Whenever I tell a story about a beef or issue I have with someone, I tell you both sides, what they did, what I did in response, what they did, and what I did in response. I'm a storyteller to tell both sides, including my own actions, and that is taking accountability for what transpired. When you're dealing with my odds and my enemies, they're never going to tell you the full story as far as what they did and then what I responded, and then what they did and what I responded. They're only going to say Dani did this and Dani did that and Dani did this and Dani did that and Dani did this and Dani did that. There's never any accountability for their actions. And anyone that has been following me for a significant amount of time know good and damn well I'm a reactive person. So there's always these people doing things to me and doing things and doing things and doing things and doing things until I get sick of it, and even my subscribers get sick of it and say this person deserves something because they keep on fucking with Dani and she didn't do shit to them. So they're never going to tell you that part of the story. Now, as for Ralph is the one that inserted me and the Avengers into his little fiasco or shenanigans he's got going on here. He is the one that brought us here. And even then, I have not went into his criminal record. I have not posted any court documents, any records, anything that's considered like going off into some other aspect. I have strictly focused on the whole landlord-tenant farm stuff and stuff from his own channel, his receipts from his own page. I have not dug outside of this. Now, however, he's pushing me in that direction by saying to look at this and look at that and look at this. And in all fairness, if he wants me to now go outside of the landlord-tenant issue and say, look at Freeman's criminal record, then I have no choice but to be fair. And people are going to say, why are you looking at Freeman? Why are you trying to expose Freeman's criminal record, but not exposing Ralph's? It's going to look biased. So that's why I said I'm sticking to landlord-tenant because I'm not trying to dox Freeman or Ralph. And I will say this right here, right now, ladies and gentlemen, both of these people have a violent criminal past, and I'm not for it either. Freeman has domestic violence in his background. You know, I saw it today. Ralph, you have robbery and some other aggravated assault. So there you have it. That's what you wanted me to do. You wanted me to say that. You want me to look? Do you want me to dig further? Do you want me to go all into all the criminal records on both sides? I'm just asking. I don't take sides. You said, what's the issue? I said landlord tenant. So now if you want me to go into a different path and start doxing folks, then I have to say both of y'all have a violent criminal record. Freeman has domestic violence and you have robbery and aggravated assault on God knows who. And you have other stuff as well. So now what? And press 1 in the chat. I've already said before that I don't agree with Freeman's criminal record because I saw domestic violence on there. I said this like on one of the first videos. So now that we know a little bit about both of y'all's criminal record, now my question is this. This is my question. What is that now going to do for the current situation? Now knowing that both of y'all have a violent past or criminal record or something, right? Does that change the facts of the now rent issue that y'all both, that's a landlord-tenant issue? Does that change that fact? Everyone tell me, is it still a landlord-tenant issue or is it now a different issue? Press 1 if it's still a landlord-tenant issue, or press 2 if it's a different issue now. Because now people are still going to say, well, the issue is still landlord-tenant because we still need, the rent needs to be paid. In order to resolve this issue, you have to get off his property. And this is where it comes in. If he is a dangerous man that you say he is, why do y'all have the 18-year-old in the basement? Press 3 if I said that. If Freeman is such a dangerous man that y'all are saying that he is, why is the 18-year-old being left in the basement of a dangerous man that y'all say is dangerous? Why is Shar on the property of someone that she says is dangerous and is fighting to stay there? So y'all are still at the same, now we're still at the same square one, where it's a landlord-tenant issue. So no matter how much I dox or expose, you are Freeman, we're all going to be stuck at the same spot, that it's a landlord-tenant issue. And that's what's annoying to me, is that the criminal records of both sides is irrelevant to the issue. The drug use of both sides is irrelevant to the issue. The issue is landlord-tenant. So anyone talk about any of this other stuff, that's off topic. And yes, the court will see through that. And that's my point. It's not that I'm ignoring those aspects. It's just that they're irrelevant to the topic. I'm a person that's about problem solution. Just like the police. The police went to the property. They listened to both sides. And they said this is a civil matter, landlord-tenant. And then they left. And I'm a person just like that, where I look at it and I hear you talking about criminal record. I hear you're talking about drug use. I hear you're talking about this and I hear you talking about that. And at the very end of it, I'm going to say landlord-tenant issue. Non-payment of rent and unauthorized occupants. That's the issue that can resolve this. Once that issue is resolved, then everything else goes away or is mute. Right here, Shar says, also, can you please ask the attorney to contact regarding the eviction? I need some documentation. Thank you. So right here, Shar is saying, I need your attorney to contact me for the eviction purposes. So once Shar and Levi are off the property, they have no more reason to contact Freeman, no more reason to feel in danger of being on this man's property with this domestic violence charge and all whatever else he has, and they can get off the property. And then also keep in mind that we still have another issue. Ralph does not like Levi. He says he does not want to be around Levi. He does not like him. He cannot build a community around having Levi. Levi said that Ralph chased him with a knife. So she keeps on saying that Freeman is dangerous to be around Levi, but she's not talking about how her own boyfriend wants to fight Levi multiple times to try to fight him and also chase him with a knife, and that her own boyfriend is a danger to Levi. So should Ralph get Levi out the property when he doesn't like Levi, has wanted to fight Levi, and says all this negative about Levi? Is he even safe to be around Levi? So so Shar and Levi, if they get back with Ralph and they get out the property, Levi still isn't safe. And then they say that Levi is autistic and that he gets into a lot of trouble. They said that he's not, he's a handful. Some kids can be a handful, and they say that he's a child or a young adult that's a handful and has attitude and has this and that. But he's also autistic, and I'm not there to to evaluate him, and I'm not his therapist or his psychiatrist or psychiatrist to know if his behaviors are also a factor of him being autistic or not. And then some could be or some could not. I don't know. We don't know their full situation. But what we do know is that the main issue is that Levi is a placeholder and Shar is still there, even using laundry. She's still in and out of that farm, so she's still there. And she's trying to fight the eviction, right? Now, she's trying to say that she only wants to get the eviction and apply for some sort of assistance, and then she'll be gone. That's what she says. But it's obvious that she's trying to fight to stay on the property. She wants to stay there. Hold on. So I want to make it clear that I'm not on any one side. My job is to get to the bottom of things, find out the issue, and then that's it. And then hear both sides. In order for me to get receipts or answers, I have to hear both sides. So I'm not on Team Freeman, so stop saying I'm Team Freeman. I'm on team getting to the bottom of what's happening. I need to hear both sides. Okay? Yeah, hold on. So that being said, don't insert someone into anything if you don't actually want the truth and the actual the truth of what's happening. Okay. And Ralph knows that it's a landlord-tenant issue, and that's why he's saying that he's no longer there. He said, "Oh, I'm not there. I've been gone." He knows that that's the issue. Hold on.
Then she's stopping people from talking about Freeman. Make that shit make sense. Why are you stopping people from talking about Freeman? Why are you stopping people from putting that side out? That don't make sense to me. If I'm just a middle person, if I don't have nothing to do with either side, I'm not taking sides. Why am I striking people for talking about Freeman? Because she knows that this is the one.
I'm not striking people. I must got this on repeat because he's saying the same thing over and over. But yeah, I already responded. I'm not striking people I'm striking Maggie for being a stalker and a copycat. Yeah. The bitch is unoriginal. Whatever I talk about, she talks about, and she steals my content. She's just a stalker. So with that being said, yeah, I strike Maggie, the stalker, not anyone else. Hold on.
Levi for labor. Like, oh, she works Levi, right? Their lies keep changing. Their lies just keep changing. Nobody's calling them out on the fucking lies that's changing constantly. She changed up the story 3 times already and then try to say she's too busy to cover the story. Okay, don't cover the fucking story then. If you so busy and you got so much other shit to talk about, then why are you still talking shit?
Press 1 in the chat if you got more facts and receipts, or more receipts from my channel, and then press 2 if you got more receipts from Ralph's channel. Who has been actually providing the most receipts or the most understanding of because I don't see you do anything with over there making up bullshit. Like, what have you actually provided to this whole situation besides trying to run a narrative? Let you tell it, everybody's off the farm, and let the receipts tell it that I'm posting. They're still there using the laundry and trying to get Freeman to sign documents. And that's the whole point of me having a contact with Freeman, so I can get both sides of the story. Because if we only have y'all side of the story, we're gonna have a bunch of lies and bullshit. I need both sides of the story so I can see what's really going on. Lord have mercy, because you just be over here making up shit
about this story. You covered it, and now you want to be done with it because the truth about to come out and prove you to be wrong. So now I'm over this already. I said what I said. Yes, that's very narcissistic of you to try to make it seem like you done with it and you said what you said, and that's the end all be all.
Nobody's gonna keep on saying landlord tenant 24/7, landlord tenant. But I can tell you one thing. I know how this can get extra messy and extra juicy outside of being landlord tenant, but I'm not trying to do that because I'm not trying to make this into content. Okay. There's a lot that could be done with this whole situation that could be extra juicy and messy if I wanted to have a series for content. I'm trying to keep it landlord tenant. I'm not trying to dox and expose you and Char and all the shit that y'all got going on. There's a lot of stuff involved and a lot of things that have been, landed in my inbox or my text or whatever. A lot of angles and a rabbit hole. But I'm not even trying to do that. That's why I said landlord tenant, and don't keep on poking the robot. I'm telling you, it's best for you to leave it alone. Okay, just you need to keep it as landlord tenant and not trying to get me to do anything else because it's not going to go how you're wanting it to go. It's going to go how I want it to go. But remember, this is chess, not checkers. See, you called me into this whole thing to use me as a pawn and a weapon against Freeman. And I came in here as a neutral person, objective person, fair person, looking at both sides and not wanting to attack anybody, but to tell you what the truth is of what's going on, which is landlord tenant. You're upset because I didn't come in here as your pawn and your weapon because you thought I was a dumb bitch you can manipulate and get to do what you want and do your bidding. You thought this channel could be used at your disposal. And that I have proof of that, because a long time ago, without my permission, without my authorization, you started saying, Avengers, y'all can come to my Discord. I'm gonna make a Discord for Dani in my Discord and for the Avengers. So you were trying to get my subscribers to go to your chat, your Discord, and say it's gonna be they can go watch my videos in there. And I'm like, huh? A Dani Discord inside your Discord? I have my own Discord. So the fact that you tried to do that and poach on my subscribers and poach on my audience, that told me you had no respect for me. You thought you could run me or control my space. Okay. So with that being said, I knew what time it was, but guess what? You got the wrong one, bitch.
Very narcissistic of somebody to try to make their end all be all the end all be all.
Because he hasn't even been gone for a month and a half. He thinks we're all stupid, chillaxing chica. It's crazy. It's like he's gaslighting. He's gaslighting. Yeah.
The message thread is altered. Why don't you go into the Discord and look at the real message thread? Why are you looking at a message thread?
He said the message thread is altered when I got it from I got it from his Discord. It's the same exact messages. And then like the next day he realized it came from his Discord and like, oh, from my Discord exactly.
That she literally put in the order that she wanted to put in. The timeline she put it in is backwards. The timeline that she's putting out there is a misconstrued timeline of the messages. She put them in the order that benefits her storyline. She didn't put them in the proper order. She put them in the order that she can benefit from and misconstrued it.
Nope, I got it from your Discord. So y'all are the one that put that in y'all Discord as y'all evidence, and I used it against y'all. Your own evidence that you posted for y'all, I was able to use it against y'all dummies. Y'all incriminate y'all own selves. Okay. I'm gonna show what Golden is not welcome in my chat. She's a fake ass bitch, and I said what I said. Trying to just write emails to try to weaponize people against me is weird behavior. I'm gonna show y'all that email she sent me.
No, but hey, her receipts is her receipts. Those are the receipts that she's accumulating, and that's probably why she's like a whole month and a half behind. It's because she's going back at false shit. She's not giving you the updates or the real. She's going back a whole month. She's not even updating you on the content creator. I want you to think about that. She's not updating you on the content creator that she's talking about. She's not updating you on me. She's not telling you, oh, Ralph got his ass up out of there. He is now da-da-da-da-da. He took his kids. Like, she's not telling you none of that. She focused on that. And she's using that situation to try to tear me down. That's what she's focused on. Why? That's all I'm saying.
Hold on one second.
And then say it wasn't a business agreement, say there's no business agreement there, when we literally put up all these documents to show that it was, right? We literally kept track of everything to prove that it was a business arrangement, right? We literally show everything, who did what, at what time, so on and so forth, to keep track of everything, right? That's why I say, like, it's all messed up. See, look at April 23rd. How's my friend doing today? Great. Well, that's good. Painting. How many have you done? 1, Good morning, little lady, right? Conversation good. Not showing this stuff.
What does April have to do with anything? Go to May 13th and talk about the May 13th text where she says $1,500 a month and she'll be able to pay that to him within a week and a half because she makes $32 an hour. Go to that. And also go to the expectations notepad that she wrote, acknowledging $1,200 for rent and $250 for electricity. And it was $1,450 total on that document. Can you talk about those two, the receipts right there that you're avoiding?
See, this is the part of the conversation where it says, my internet is on. You have to do like the rest of us, the world, and pay for the internet. After I eat and take my meds, I will be down there to work in the pantry, right? And she said, you will need to be accompanied by the officer to come into my space, right? And then she said, then he says this, I'll gladly inform you that stealing my mail is a federal offense, right? I do not know what you're talking about, right? Right here. Trying to make it seem like she was stealing his mail, right? Why she cut the conversation off at this point right here, right? And didn't give you this part right here, right? She cut the conversation off right here and didn't give you this other part, right? Because she's picking and choosing how she wants.
So interestingly enough, like I just said, if you go into his Discord, those are the messages from his Discord. So anything that's cut off or cropped or whatever, those are messages from his Discord. And focusing on what really matters, the evidence, which are the ones of her discussing the rant and discussing certain things she's using and utilizing or using at his farm. So with that being said, everything else he's talking about is irrelevant. It is. Okay. And any qualms or complaints about the actual receipts, he has to talk about himself because the receipts came from his own Discord. And once he realized that, he went off on people about giving me stuff from his Discord. So I was laughing my ass off at him complaining about the receipts. And he said this is edited or that's edited, and this edited and this edited. And by the way, I have a screen recording of your actual Discord, so because someone sent it to me. So if you try to lie and say that did not come from your Discord, I have a screen recording that it did. Okay. And then also there are other people that can verify. I won't say press one because I want to get themselves up. But they are in your Discord and they also went in there as my eyewitnesses to see that that's in your Discord. Yeah. So any complaints you have about the receipts, look into the mirror, Mr. Raggedy Teeth, and say that because that came from your own Discord.
To tell the story, right? She's picking and choosing how she wants to paint the narrative of the story.
No, y'all picked and chose those. I just reposted.
And like I said, this was the conversation about the internet, right? Look, did you call about the internet? All of us working on that one is not working. This is where the money comes in at. When I give him the money to up his internet service, so on and so forth, to accommodate for everybody using it, right?
Child, you on that man land using all his motherfucking shit. Lord have mercy. And you don't want to pay the man nothing besides you want to buy stuff. By now, you should know how things work. People don't want you. If you owe somebody money, don't just start buying them stuff and then think that that's going to now stop you from paying rent or paying them back their actual money. Okay. Yeah, some people might actually try to take that into account or into consideration, but there has to be some sort of agreement. Hey, since I did XYZ, can you now reduce this or drop this from the rent, or lower the rent, or if I owe you $25 and I buy you this, can you now subtract that from what I owe you? Otherwise, people are still going to be expecting what they are owed. So now he wants to distance himself from Shar and pretty much say to Shar that Shar and Levi are still on the property, and I have left with me and my son, and me and my people have left, and so that's Shar's issue, and that's her problem. That's making you actually look even worse, because now you seem like a loser. That after you moved in with your girlfriend on the farm and you swatted there and lived out the land and used up all the resources and all the stuff, and you moved in other people with you. Now you're trying to say that she's on her own and that's her issue and not yours. That's a loser. Okay. I have not been banned by the CCB. That's another false statement. Okay. I'm not banned. I think reading is fundamental. It clearly says I can still do it. Okay. I can still file. I'm not banned. Lord have mercy. Reading is fundamental. Was I warned? Yes. But was I banned? No. Okay. And tell Maggie to stop giving false addresses, and then that wouldn't be an issue. And she actually has given numerous false addresses out of Canada. So anyways, next caller. Okay. Yeah. So let's see. Golden Queen says this. So y'all see how people spread misinformation. You want the real information? I was warned but not banned by the CCB. Okay, Lord have mercy. So that's another disinformation. Warned, not banned. So this is what Golden says right here. So no one can spill any tea that I can't spill myself. Lord have mercy. So Golden says, I have had respect for you. I have had respect for you. To be honest, the situation with Ralph I don't like. But as you can see, I have not named names or been dragging anyone specifically. I just speak on the situation and my thoughts on it. I'm confused by your comments on your live. I don't know what maggot may be spinning. Yes, I've been contacting her. I thought it was cool she spoke of her rap when no one else did real rap. And I watched the footage of that Freeman dude. He's clearly a psycho. He that type I thought you slayed and exposed. So I was taken back that you was defending him and not Ralph. Again, I don't know all the information, just what I see. So you are taken aback. She's not defending Ralph. She's defending Freeman. That's a lie. I'm not defending Freeman. I'm actually telling the truth as landlord-tenant. God forbid if I say landlord-tenant when people didn't pay rent and they're swatting on the property. Okay? Lord forbid if I tell the fucking truth. And then she says, I watched the footage of that Freeman dude. He's clearly a psycho. He that type I thought you slay and exposed. So she said that he's psycho. Press 1 in the chat because people are lying. My first video on Freeman, I said, y'all don't know who Freeman is. I'm going to show you how he looks. I posted his voice and everyone heard the video. And then I said, man, he's actually a black guy, but people were thinking he was a white country guy. And I posted his videos and everybody was like, oh my gosh, he's unhinged. Get off that farm. I won't move on that farm. Everyone was saying that. He's psycho. He's unhinged. Oh my gosh, Freeman. I played the video. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? All my ops went live saying I skipped over the Freeman videos. That I never played the Freeman videos. I never discussed him being psycho or crazy or unhinged. They just lied. They just lied. And that's the same thing they did with Sloth and Ada and every other story I reported on. They go live and make up stuff and say, I never said this or I never reported on that. That was my first live and introduction into Freeman. And then I also did an interview. So, and I was like, oh my gosh, I said I would not even move in. I said I would not be in that base. I would have moved out. I would have got the fuck out of there. I said that about Freeman. And they skip over that. They skip over it. If I say I wouldn't move in there at all and I would get the fuck out of there, what is that saying? That he's unhinged as well. And people kept on saying they could not understand him. And I said, I would try to be the interpreter, interpreter, my interpreter. So with that being said, that's telling y'all right there that that's why, and people wonder why my subscribers don't believe shit they say, is because people that watch my videos, they see me reporting on the story. They see me talking about Freeman and posting the Freeman video and interviewing Freeman. And then my ops would go live and say, oh, she never even played the Freeman video. She never mentioned he's psycho or he's unhinged or he's that, when I mentioned it before they mentioned it. And then my subscribers are looking at y'all like y'all are liars. She played it. That's how we got introduced to Freeman. I played it in Discord and on here. That's why shout out to my subscribers. I love y'all, because when y'all watch me, y'all are my witnesses, because these people be out here lying. I said I would not have even moved into the basement, and I definitely would get out, because he out there. Run for the hills. So if you don't watch all my videos, which I understand, I got a lot of videos and I'll be on here for hours. I understand if you don't watch all of them. But if you're someone that does not watch all my videos, then don't get on here acting like you do and lying. There are two types of people. One is the type like Maggie and Ralph that watch the videos but then lie to their audience, pretending like they don't watch, and then lie about what happened or what didn't happen. And there's a second type that actually skipped the video or two, or they actually didn't watch it, so they just don't remember. But if you're a content creator speaking on a topic, then you should not speak on a topic if you don't watch all my videos, because now you're going to be lying by saying I didn't report on something or say something that I already said or stated. And that's how you're going to lose credibility, because when somebody from my audience is watching you and you say, Dani didn't report on Freeman, or Dani never played the Freeman videos, then they're going to be like, yes, she did. So now you lose credibility. See how that works? So if you keep on losing credibility, you have to blame yourself for your loss of credibility, because people are watching you and they're seeing you're lying on me. And you're lying on Dani because she didn't say that and she didn't do that, and she actually did report on that. So they can see you lying on me. So that's on you. Hey, exactly. Yeah, people actually come to me and say they're lying on you, Dani. They're lying on you, and they know y'all are lying on me. Y'all making up shit. So right here, Jandy says, I told them in his Discord, but was ignored with the exception of 2 people. Exactly. They don't want to actually, they lie on me, and then they like act surprised that, oh, your subscribers are cold. No, my subscribers are watching me report on it, and they're watching what I say and what I do, and then they go watch y'all, and then they see y'all lie on me or misinterpret what I said, and it's weird. And then y'all lose credibility. Okay, why would I even talk about Freeman to my audience if they don't know who Freeman is? I have to do an introduction into Freeman and tell y'all who he is. And I have to play his video so people can know who he is and what he looks like first. Duh. So that's obvious that I would do that first. So then she says, and I watched the footage of that Freeman dude. He's clearly a psycho. He that type I thought you slayed and exposed. So Golden and Ralph, they both brought me into this, or they both wanted me involved. And not just me, because they said Dani and the Avengers. Dani Montana and the Avengers. They wanted us to slay and expose Freeman. There it is right here in black and white. And Ralph said it as well. They wanted me to come into the picture to slay and expose Freeman and help them with the doxing and exposure of Freeman. That's what they're trying to get others to do for them, the dirty work of that. So she says right here, so I was taking aback that you was defending him and not Ralph. So she was taking aback that I didn't come in here slaying and exposing Ralph, and that I was defending, she says I was defending Freeman and not Ralph. How is me saying that's a landlord-tenant issue defending Freeman? You're saying that because it's not in his favor. So if a judge says a landlord-tenant issue, does that mean that the judge is siding with one person or the other, and the tenant has not paid rent? That means the judge is looking at the situation and says, hey, this is what's the truth and what's factual. It's a landlord-tenant issue. You have not paid rent. It's non-payment of rent for Shar. It's a non-payment of rent. And for Ralph, is an unauthorized occupant. That's not taking a side. It's just telling the truth. Because you don't like the truth, you say, I'm taking a side. So you want me to lie about the issue so I can take Ralph's side? No, the truth is not on his side in this case. And the landlord-tenant issue, the truth is not on the Shar and Ralph's side. It's on Freeman's side. So that's why they want us to talk about other issues that Freeman has, so then they could talk about something else that they could possibly win. Hey, I can't win the landlord-tenant issue, so let's talk about criminal record, drug use, this or that, or what else is on the form of that. They want to talk about other topics so they can win. So when someone can't win one argument, they want to bring up a new argument so they can try to win that argument. And then that's going to be deflection because now we're away from the main topic. So with that being said, she says, so I was taken back that you was defending him and not Ralph. Again, I don't know all the information, just what I see, hear, and study, and I make my own opinion on what I think and feel. You may know things I don't. That's why I haven't really been saying anything. You haven't really been saying anything publicly, but you haven't said a lot behind the scenes in people's inboxes. Said anything was specific as far as specifics as far as size. I really like everyone, and for a minute we all was getting along, or at least cordial. Don't for 1 minute think that I don't know maggot is nasty work. Yeah, she's nasty work, nasty built body, nasty attitude, nasty everything. Shit, we all do nasty work on this damn YouTube a time or two. And it looks like you're the type that wants to get in people's inbox so you can get other people to do your nasty work for you. So you and Ralph are hoping that I would do your dirty, nasty work for you and dox and expose Freeman, a landlord. So I guess the Avengers are now supposed to be doxing and exposing people's landlords because they don't want to pay rent. So anyone that doesn't want to pay rent, hire the Avengers so we can dox and expose your landlord for you. Oh my gosh. Anyone that does not want to pay rent and wants to swat on a property, if you're mad at your landlord, you can hire us to help you with your narcissistic smear campaign and revenge towards your landlord. Call 1-800-SMEAR my landlord and expose my landlord because they're kicking me off for swatting and not paying the rent. That's our job now. No, thank you. No, thank you. And that's why I said I'm down with this topic, because it's landlord tenant. And I see now that you and your minions, y'all only called on my name to do your dirty, nasty work of exposing and slaying your landlord because he kicked you off the property for non-payment and swatting. No, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to be used in that manner. Kiss my ass. Kiss my black ass, okay? And let me tell y'all something. If I do any exposing, I keep on fucking with me, I'm going to expose everybody in this whole fucking situation. I'm going to expose Shar and Ralph. I'm going to expose y'all because y'all trying to use me for Freeman. I'm going to expose y'all and say it. Leave me the fuck alone. Okay? When I say leave me alone, leave me alone. Okay? Leave me alone out of this fucking situation. I will update the audience when the landlord-tenant issue is resolved. Don't keep on trying to escalate this because it's going to get nasty. And you're going to fuck around and find out. Fuck around and find out. Okay? Because you're getting on my nerves. Keep it to landlord tenant and then that's it. Y'all, okay? That's it. You make grow up. Grow up. You don't get to go out here swatting and not paying rent and then from there wanting someone to expose your landlord because you got a landlord tenant issue. It's weird. And last time I checked, you already done doxed your landlord. You doxed Freeman, you doxed his property records, his criminal records. You done doxed all his personal business all online. You done did all the doxing and exposing. But I guess it didn't go the way you wanted it to. So you want me to do it again. Or do it for you. Because you feel like I got a better platform to do it for. I don't know. But go ahead and call Maggot and a nasty, bad built, nasty attitude, immoral bitch to do it for you. That's Maggot is the type that will do it. That's probably why y'all been in her inbox and try to call Maggot, because y'all want Maggot to do the dirty work. She's a dirty bitch. She'll do it. Okay, my platform is not for that kind of shit. That's her platform. We already saw she dogs what you call it, Mickey, because she talked about her smelly crotch. She dogs later teacher for no reason. That's the nasty bitch with that type of personality, not my channel. Okay. She said, don't for 1 minute think that I don't know Maggot is nasty work. Shit, we all do nasty work on this YouTube, but you try to get other people to do your nasty work. You're the type of bitch that want to keep your hands clean. So you want to have other people do your nasty work while you in the background writing emails. That's what you want. So everybody else can take the heat and the fall and be considered doing the nasty, dirty work of Golden and Ralph while y'all sit back. I see you. Now, Ralph did some of his own dirty work, so I would say he did some of his own, but he wants other people to join in. You, on the other hand, Golden Retriever. Oops, my bad. Back to calling you Golden Retriever. You, on the other hand, want other people to do your dirty work for you or your so-called nasty work for you while you play innocent and talk softly on YouTube. I just hate all this mess and I hate all this stuff, but I'm going to be behind the scenes writing a bunch of emails and trying to stir up trouble and stir up mess and clout chase and do all this stuff behind the scenes and act innocent. And I'm going to try to get Maggot and Dani to do the dirty work so I can sit back and be innocent on my YouTube channel. You're a bitch. Like, bitch, you want me? Girl, go somewhere else. Gone. She says, I hate seeing our people. I hate seeing our people at each other's throats like this. I am looking at the world in the grand scheme of things. We have bigger battles to fight. Anyways, I ain't got time for reading all this shit. This bitch done wrote me a whole dissertation. I'm gonna speed read the rest, okay? Because I am looking at the world in the grand scheme of things. We have bigger battles to fight. Shit is getting real in our government. We need to stand together more than ever. It's hard being in the middle. Like I said, I like and want to support everyone, but some of this stuff is like, yo, it ain't cool. Well, yeah, so that's all. Do I think the situation with you and Ralph is fucked up? Yeah, but again, you see, I ain't been really talking about it. Now we have randoms trying to get clout and creating fake beef star. My clapbacks are geared towards those snakes. I don't know. Kimmy never has, so I don't know why she talking. She got questions for me. You see, I didn't go on her channel and pop out. I just made a diss track. So you want me to listen to a diss track or something, child? LOL. I'm not really with all the below the belt stuff. A cute little back and forth that's entertaining for the people. When it comes to serious matters, I learned how to sit tight. Sorry so long. No, what you learn how to do is go in everybody's inbox, trying to get everybody else to fight your battles or do your dirty work so everyone else can get the doxing title or the negative things, attributes assigned to their channel for doxing a landlord. Okay, that's what you want. You want him to be slayed and exposed. You want Freeman to be slayed and exposed and doxed by somebody with the platform. Why don't you do it on your own platform? Why do you want me to do it? So you're trying to go on everybody's inbox, trying to get everybody to do your dirty work. Bitch, get out of my fucking inbox. Don't write me ever again. And I said what I said. Don't email me. Don't message me. Don't contact me. Leave me the fuck alone. Okay, let's go back to this. So let me actually show y'all the last receipts. I'm gonna play this whole content, this whole video. The last one is gonna be from She Paints. So let's go into the She Paints. So I'm gonna actually put up a poll, and the poll is: how much money do you think that She Paints gave to No Nuts? So I'm gonna put up a poll. Okay, I'm not No Nuts. Oh yeah, and by the way, no one else has court soon, right? On Monday. So how much money do y'all think that She Paints gave to Ralph, and what happened with that situation? Let's get into that, okay? Well, I'm gonna put up a poll and y'all can try to guess.
I thought you were going to call and see how much it would be for me to add on yours, because that's what he was saying. When we called the internet provider, they said it'd be 6 months for us to get a line out there, right? So we told him, like, all right, I'm just giving you the money for the internet and you up your service. But at the same time, I want the T-Mobile, right? At the same time, I want the T-Mobile and got internet boxes. This is the internet box that I got when I was there, right? Went and got the fucking internet from T-Mobile. Literally, went and got the internet, right? So literally, I wasn't even on his internet line. I was telling her to go get this internet before I even got there. Went and got the internet service and still was trying to tell him to, look, we're going to give you excess amount of money to up your service. The money I gave him was not for rent. It was to help with the bills for the accumulation of the people being there. So the 200 and the 250 I gave him was not for rent. I was not there paying rent. I wouldn't give money up for rent. I'm not there to pay rent. So I'm giving him 200 and 250 to accommodate for the electric that we might be using. Whatever.
And that's a coincidence that $250 is on the actual expectations. Press 1 if you remember yesterday, I showed y'all that the expectations had $250 next to it for electricity. So you paid $250 for electricity, which is on that whole document for expectations. You actually exposed yourself. I don't know if I still have that receipt, but that is actually on the expectation list that Sharp made on May 18th, showing that her expectation was pay $1,200 rent, $250 electricity. So it looks like you paid that that $250 allotted for that electricity. That's all it's showing and approving. I'm gonna put it up again. Hold on, where is it? Right here, expectations, and the electricity was $250. So by you even saying that you paid $250, it shows right here that that's what you were supposed to pay for electricity. So you expose yourself that there was an agreement for expectations $1,200 and $250 towards electricity, and that's why you gave $250 towards electricity. May 18th, she wrote these notes of she knew that was a rent. May 13th, she already was texting him before moving in about that place. And the fact that she texted him May 13th about moving in, and then she immediately hurried up and moved in like May 15th, she clearly had an emergency situation or her. That's why she was like frantic, like, oh, did you change your mind? Because she needed to move in really fast.
Internet we might be using, right? The water, right? Because I got mines and mine with me. So I'm covering us. Here you go. I wasn't giving him fucking rent money. 200 and 250 was not for fucking rent money. I was there working, but I had my kids there. So I'm like, here's 200. This was when the internet conversation, here's 200, right? And then with the electric and the water, I'm like, here's 250. So she's telling him that I'm going to give him more, right? Because I'm making sure that I'm not a burden. That's why when I got there, I started making the food, taking him food, seeing if he wanted to come down and eat, right? She's not telling you about how I acted when I got there, right? She's not telling you about how I made sure that I paid my own way when I got there, when we got there with ours. My son's still helping me, I'm looking for him to get the stuff for the greenhouse, start showing us what we got to do to put the greenhouse back together, whatever the case may be. He didn't do none of that. He didn't do none of that. I paid my way while I was there. Gave up the 200 and the 250 for any bills that might come in while I was there. $450 for somebody to only be there for 3 fucking weeks. And y'all sitting there trying to make it seem like I did him wrong. $450 and $200 for a fucking weed eater. And I was only there for 3 weeks. For 3 fucking weeks. Y'all trying to make it seem like I was living there for 2-3 fucking months. I gave.
You were there longer than that. And even then at $1,500 a month, you still owe money. $450 at $1,500 a month, you still owe money. Lord have mercy.
Him. No, That's not what he asked her for. That's not what he asked her for. He asked her for bills, for bill money.
No,
right?
no.
She said, I'm not going to pay my bills and yours, right? Bills, not rent. Y'all keep
Bingo, Archer. You are not even supposed to be there in the first place. You're an unauthorized occupant. You're not even supposed to be there. You are not even supposed to be there. And you were living off her. Yeah, everyone knows the hustle. She moves in with the as a single mom with the autistic son. Then once she's settled in and her foot is in the door, she's flirting and all this other shit. And then you move in with you and the others.
Seeing it how y'all want to see it because somebody told y'all the story how they wanted to tell y'all the story, right? Because they want to tell y'all the story how they want to tell y'all the story. He said,
well, I call him T-Rex, and we can come up with a nickname besides T-Rex. Y'all could think of a nickname. But again, he's not going to be a main topic unless he makes himself a main topic. Landlord-tenant issue, to me, we already got to the bottom. That is landlord-tenant. That even if we talked about a million other topics, exposed to high heavens on all sides or whatever, at the end of the day, it's still going to have an issue between them of landlord-tenant. So once I realize something is landlord-tenant, there is like, what's the point of it? What are we talking about again? I posted proof that it was landlord-tenant. There was an expectation of a verbal agreement of rent of $1,500 a month. At least $1,450, $1,500 a month. That's a verbal agreement. Shar wrote it down, texted, and now, she's not paying. She's being evicted. And so the 30 days, I think it's going to be up. She got 30 days notice to eviction. He has a lawyer. Freeman has a lawyer, and that's who they're contacting, right? He has a lawyer handling this issue. So I think we're done here as far as landlord-tenant. His lawyer is going to handle it. Like I told him, he could already have this handled by doing this at an early start. He went and got a lawyer, gave the 30-day notice. Once the 30 days are up, they're going to file the eviction through the court. And then if they keep on staying on the property, the sheriff at that point couldn't get them off the property. Freeman has these receipts of, from their Discord. Shout out to Shar and Raph for giving them receipts. He has the receipts to submit with his evidence showing that it was landlord-tenant verbal agreement, $1,500 a month. They did not pay, and then that's it. So, yeah. But yeah, we can still come up with a nickname for him.
Bills. Look at it. Look at it again. Where does it say rent? Help towards bills. $200 and $250. That helps towards bills. See, y'all keep on trying to switch it to rent because she gave y'all a fucked up order of the truth.
I don't know about you, Snaggletooth, but where I'm from, rent is a motherfucking bill. People say that's my bill money. They're talking about rent. Bill is inclusive, like rent is included in the bill. That's a month I gotta pay it. Shit. Mortgage, rent, that's a part of your bills. That's your bill money, your expenses. So if someone says, help me with my motherfucking bills, that's not play semantics and word games here. Rent is a motherfucking bill. Rent, mortgage, shit. Damn bill. Car payment, car note, damn bill. Oh, Lord. Y'all see why I don't like listening to narcissists? Because all they do is gaslight and play dumb games. If someone, especially someone older says, help me with my bills. If someone older says, help me with my bills, guess what they mean? And Freeman is an older guy. He's going to help me with my bills. If someone says bills, they're talking about their rent. It's all bills. It's not all. If someone wanted to specify, they'll specify, say, electric bill, light bill, water bill, gas bill, sewer, whatever they got. Or they'll say rent. But when somebody says all the bills, usually say bills, that means all of them. So obviously you had expectations of rent and all other bills. Ralph just wants to sit around all day and night and play video games. That's his prerogative, but bitch, you're a lazy bum and you want to play video games all day. And now you want to act like you're off the property when you're not. So how many of his subscribers actually believe that he's off the property because he says, we gone since a month and a half ago? No, you're not. Shar and Levi is still there. Levi is there almost all the time, and then Shar is there sometimes.
She gave y'all the order that she wanted to see fit of the truth.
Now, don't be confused. This is a game. There's a difference between someone being slow and someone being a gaslighter, manipulator, and a liar. These people are not that slow. He's playing a game. He wants to manipulate. Like we're gone. We being left. He means him and 7 have left. He's not talking about he has a placeholder there, Levi and Shar. And then in another video, he'll say, why y'all trying to get me involved in a situation I'm not in? That's Shar and Levi. That's her son. They ain't got nothing to do with me. They're the authors of madness and confusion. They want to confuse. They want to gaslight. They want to play games. So, yeah. These people are like, and trust and believe, they know that I talked about Freeman. But to their audience that have not watched my show or watched my channel, they feel like they can lie to their audience about what I'm doing and what I'm saying. Because if their audience is not watching both of us and both channels, they can lie to their audience and say, Dani ain't say this and Dani ain't do that. And then if they're not watching me, they'll believe him.
Right here. Understand. Do you think we can borrow a mower from one of the farmer friends? Because this is when the lawnmower was broken. No, at that time, when he said real money, right? He said real money. He was talking about the work, right? Real.
No, he's talking about he wants to rent. And you're going over all the messages besides these. How come you're not going over the messages that say something about the rent, the $1,500? You're skipping over those receipts. So you're the one that's cherry picking a narrative. Go over every receipt. And go over every receipt. It's like, it's so crazy you're not even going over every receipt. You're skipping. Hold on a second.
Money, then this is when the 250 came at that time. This is when the 200 and the 250 came at that time, when he said he wanted to see real money, because he wasn't trying to do the retreats out there. So when he said he wanted to see real money, it's because he wanted to see real money come from the operation that we were providing. She was already supposed to sell lamb meat for him, so on and so forth, right? He already was talking about, he was already in debt. The people who came out there for the hay, he was in debt, right? We didn't know all of this. We started finding out all of this after I got out there. I found out all of this. I found out that his propane tank was empty and he owed them $1,600. I found out that he owed the hay man some money from last season, right? I found out that he was $20,000 in back taxes for the last 2 years on the farm. I didn't find out all of that shit until I got there. That's why I stopped promoting it. Like, yo, what the fuck? Bro, it sounds like you... Like, and then when the realtor came out, I'm like, yo, he's selling the place. How am I supposed to promote Save the Farm if he's selling it? Show me. Show me where he kept asking for money after we gave him the 250. No, he was more so saying, I just want to see you, I just want him to tell you to fuck off, or I just want to see you tell him to fuck off, and all of this other shit. Even the more recent messages was more so on the line of more so talking shit to her and talking about her and so on and so forth. Even the most recent messages that he sent doesn't have anything to do with money, and he's not saying anything about money, right? Talking about, man. And then let's look at this.
But he said we stole it, so he's still clear.
See, right there, the police is out there. We telling them like, yo, they came and got the safe. They put the safe in the car. The police. I said this is the same safe that he's trying to say that we stole. Right? I'm telling the police this is the same safe. And they just pulled off with the safe that he's telling y'all that we stole. The police say, well, obviously you didn't steal it. It's their safe. He trying to get me to get off the internet. The cop trying to get me to get off the internet. You're talking to your followers right now. I need you to get off of there and talk to me. Listen.
I'm not being protected at all. At all. Even if I wasn't just.
Okay, take the poll, take the poll, take the poll. So for those that don't know, She Paints is the one that, you know, no one else is going on and on about, and on about. They gave him $10,000. $10,000. And then she had left over there and she went over to Ralph. And Ralph was acting like he was this great, you know, guy and this or that, you know, about no nuts. And yeah, he started to try to raise money because he said he wanted a little, I guess, a van or some sort of transportation because he, you know, didn't have a vehicle. And you know, begging and begging. He was trying to actually beg for money for like a land. I think he had actually a GoFundMe. Yeah, he had a GoFundMe, I think, to try to get a vehicle or whatever. What I noticed about on here, is that once content creators get some supporters, they start like having their supporters to fund their life. Like they start saying, "Oh, this is my fund for this. This is my fund for that. This is my fund." Like they start creating all these funds. Like this is for my daughter to get vaccinated. This is for a frivolous lawsuit. This is for this. This is for that. They have their supporters are all of a sudden their ATM or something. It's weird. So anyways, with that being said, people run their channels how they run it. Yeah. So he had a whole fund for a damn vehicle or transportation. So when he had that, obviously, you know, she's a nice person, she's generous, and she wanted to, you know, help him out. And he says now, oh, that's why he says, oh, not everyone can have a She Paints. Everyone can have a She Paints, She Paints, right? And he's wanting her back because he's wanting some money. He needs money. He wants a She Paints. And it's so interesting because his preference is actually a damn white woman. He said, you know, keep a Karen around. And he's disrespectful towards he's disrespectful towards black women, to be honest, and he panders to black women for money only. Which, because he knows that in the Jag sector is a lot of black women, so he will try to pander for your coins, but he's disrespectful towards black women as a whole. In fact, he made a whole video the other day talking about all black women attacking a black man, keeping a black, that whole fucking speech. You're not paying rent, and all of a sudden now black women are attacking a black man. Yeah, because you're not paying your rent, and you're also mistreating you got a white woman, you're mistreating your white woman. So you're just you're a man that don't like women at all, just to use. You're using her to get in the door and get your foot in the door on these farms, and you're mistreating her and her child. But hey, she's allowing you to mistreat her child and chase her child, 18-year-old adult child, with a knife, and still choose you over her own son that she leaves in the basement of what she considers to be a dangerous man. How interesting. So how much did She Paints give Ralph in total? 600, 5,000, 2,600, or 1,600? Take the poll.
I ain't got to work harder to keep the truth. The truth is right there. Y'all got to work harder to see it because y'all don't want to see the truth. I don't got to work harder. That's why I sit and chill and play video games. Y'all the ones that got to work harder. I could sit and play video games. I could chill. Y'all.
We already know that you want to sit and chill and play video games while your subscribers take loans off for you. We get it. We get it. You got an easy lifestyle of grifting and scamming and hustling and wanting the people to fund and take out loans for you. You're the only content creator I know to literally ask your subscribers, not once but twice, to take out loans for you. Who got good credit and take out a loan for me? Y'all have so much entitlement for money, and also the entitlement that you feel that you have the right to someone's credit. You have the right to someone's credit and their credit score, and for them to take out a loan, potentially messing up their life to give you that. And I say life because There's a lot of focus on credit score. Everyone knows that. And you're trying to mess up and fuck up someone's credit score because you need a loan and you can't even afford Chinese plate. Like, what? Yeah, this is at this time of night. So most people are half asleep, including myself. And that's why, by the way, when I go back alive again, I'm going to switch back to day lives. Night lives, everybody's half asleep, just trying to hang in. Day lives, it be more people be active, okay? So yeah, we ain't gonna be coming on here half asleep. I have to come on here in the day. I'm gonna switch back to daytime. So with that being said, let's go ahead and look at the poll. So $5,000 in for those who put 20, the 28% that put 2,600. You're correct. That's how much total money that he got from She Paints. The total is $2,600. And so let me show y'all the receipt real quick. $2,670. That was $20 that time, $50. And then there was a lump sum or like a bigger total amount that she gave him towards that car, that vehicle. So let's go look at that one. So that's why he kept on saying, oh, everybody ain't got a She Paints. Everybody ain't got a She Paints. I think he paid a down payment. Based on the car that he got, it looks like he paid a down payment on it. That's what it looks like. And knowing him, he probably paid a down payment. He probably ain't even paying that damn car. He probably paid that down payment and drove off with that shit. If he ain't paying that rent, what makes you think he paying that damn car? I don't know. $25, $20, $50, $25, $50, $100, and boom, right there. That's for that damn car. $2,000. So he said in that other video talking about Kieran's wanting a white woman, and then he switched to pandering to black woman, talking about not everybody got a She Paints. Guess what? $2,000. So she gave, Nona's got $10,000. Ralph Boston, well, I ain't mean to say his name. Anyways, Ralph got, he said his own name, his own line. $2,000 and then $100 right there. Yeah. These guys on here be getting those big old damn cash outs. They be out here grifting and pandering and child. But anyways, so basically I want y'all to be understand this is like a thing. Be careful people scamming and begging on here, being lazy and don't want to do anything productive, sitting there playing video games all day and want people to, I need a fund for, there's nothing wrong with donating or giving, but come on. He made a whole GoFundMe talking about he wanted a vehicle, a GoFundMe for some land, talking about Chinese food. Now he done got big-headed and got entitled, so now he wants people to take out a loan. So he's gotten worse. So it can lead to people being more entitled. So there's nothing wrong with like people supporting their content creator. Everyone, you can do what you want with your own money, but just be careful because a lot of people on here are scammers and grifters. And then once they get the money from you later, they'll probably be disrespectful. Oh, that's not all. Listen, after she gave him $2,000, he still wanted more money. He wanted more money. Let me see what he said. Hold on, let me see. Where is it? So yeah, don't be fooled by Ralph for sending him anything. He's gonna be disrespectful and pandering. And she says that she never regrets sending the money because at the time she's sending it willingly. And she cut it off when she realized he was full of shit. She's generous and things like that. Okay, so understand that. Hold on. Okay, so after she gave him $2,000 towards a car, he was still begging for money and was upset that she was in Discord. And he was upset that she said in the Discord that he already had it. So he was still okay. So once he had $2,000, he said he needed a certain amount of money. And then once he already got the money from She Paints, he wanted her, I guess, to keep it on a hush, like shh, so he could still keep on getting more money. Like if someone's trying to collect like a certain amount of money, let's say $1,500, and then someone gives them the money, and they want everyone to think that they're still collecting or still needing it. So her saying that he had it or he got it already, then that's going to mess up his scam and grift because he wants more money. So he was still begging for, after she gave him $200, he was still begging for money as if he didn't have enough that he was already asking for. So he was still begging those other women in his Discord. So women are his grift. That he expects a lot of women to be supporting his grift. Okay. Grifting off of women online. And there's someone else that left a comment too about women supporting these losers online. Like, because they have these, I had a dream speech. I had a dream. I'm going to do this and do that. And people say the same thing about No Nuts. They see potential in him, that he said he's trying to better himself. He's trying to do this and he's trying to do that. Some people, they'll spend all your money up talking about all their hopes and their dreams and their plans. So after he got the $2,000, he was still acting like he needed more money. I forgot because someone sent it to me, but I got it. I'm too tired to get it. But it's a screenshot of, because I don't remember who sent it to me. A screenshot of his GoFundMe, his collecting money for that car. I was trying to remember how much he was trying to collect. I think it was $1,500. I can't remember how much he was trying to collect for the car. But once he got $2,000, I think he already had enough. But he still wanted to act like he didn't. And this is the last kicker. After that, he got the $2,000. He still was trying to act like he didn't have it. So she mentioned in the Discord he got it. He was still trying to beg those poor women for it. And then had the nerve to ask her if she knew someone who could loan him $500. Let me tell y'all what that game is right there. After you gave him the $2,000 and him still trying to beg and act like he ain't got no money to everyone else on his Discord, and then asking you if you knew someone who could loan him $500, you already know that he was trying to get you to get him $500 more. He's dry begging, saying, hey, I need $500 more. He was hoping that She Paints would send him $500. So she was like, oh, you need $500 more? I'll give it to you. So he's dry begging her for some more money. So that shows entitlement and greed. Entitlement and greed. You got $2,000 for somebody being generous towards you, trying to help you get a vehicle, and a stranger at that trying to help you. And then you got greedy, and then you wanted $500 more from $500 more dollars. Damn, greedy. Manny's Curl said it was $500. Wait, my bad. It was $1,500 for the gold fund. After he got the car, the story was that the gold fund was for some land, I think. Child. I think he had 2 GoFundMes, one for land and one for a car. So once it was $1,500, she was already nice to give him $2,000, which is $500 more than he asked for. That's $500 more than he asked for, $2,000 fucking dollars. And then he had the audacity to ask her for $500 more. Like, oh, do you know someone else that could, you know, loan me $500? So he wanted $500 more dollars, being greedy. And then he's also trying to do that. So be careful, people, you know, with these funds. People have hard times. And, you know, if somebody has a one-time thing and they're like, you know, like some sort of GoFundMe and it's for something, whatever. But be careful of people that always have a new fund. I need a fund for this and a fund for that and a fund for this and a fund for that and a fund for that. Because now you're like, hold on. You're now their online piggy bank to where you're funding all their lifestyle activities. You're funding everything about their existence. What the fuck? You're not an ATM or a piggy bank to sit there. Like, this is the fund. Everybody has it. The collective or the group has to get me to this fund. The fuck? If your regular stuff that you're doing is not getting you there, then maybe you need to add on new jobs and new streams of income to get to what you're trying to get to are your goals. Your subscriber base is not your piggy bank or your ATM or your personal loan, your loan people. It's weird. Okay. So anyways, that's that poll. The last thing we're going to talk about is maggot, which, to be honest, I probably should have talked about it earlier when I had more energy. But we're going to talk about maggot really quickly because I'm going to skip tomorrow, Sunday. Okay. Shout out to Robot Collaborations as well. I love y'all. And Dani sound like she had a long day. Yeah, exactly. That's why, you know, I did a live yesterday. I did a live today, and I need a break. That's why I said I'm going to go ahead and finish up maggot right now, and then I'm going to take a break. Hold on one second. But yeah, shout out to you for the fan funding. I appreciate the support. And everybody else, remember, support my channel for free just by what? Hitting that like button. So while I'm getting that ready, hold on. I have for the Trevor Green page. I'm actually gonna play the video they made today. Hold on. But I have not watched it yet. Hold on. Oh, not that one. So there is a Trevor Green page that makes cartoons out of what's happening on YouTube. And this is one of the videos I'm going to review really quickly. And then, I'm going to talk about Maggot and her smelly snatch. And then I'm going to end the live. And then I will see y'all on another day. I'm skipping Sunday, okay? Hold on. Okay, we're going to talk about Ralph for, a little while too. And I'm going to also talk about it tomorrow because it's getting late. I want to do like an afternoon live. So that being said, let's go ahead and talk about Ralph, some of the main topics. And then once I finish Ralph tomorrow, I'm not going to keep on going with Ralph. I don't want him as my content. Also, there's people that are trying to ride my coattails and ride my wave and copy me and just copy everything that I do. And me talking about Ralph, they're trying to latch on so they can try to have, they can try to latch on to Ralph and then try to hook themselves to me. Child, now my issue with this is that where is the matted wig and the old dirty dingy headbands, and where is the missing hairline and eyebrows all scattered, and why the lipstick is actually outlined properly, and why the teeth looks brushed and way better. And yeah, this is not how the real Maggot looks. Okay, add on a layer, 5 more layers of makeup, and a matted wig, more frumpy, bad built, masculine body, more like a linebacker built body. Add on that, yeah. There's a lot of changes that need to be made. But you are right to guess who's actually the stalker that actually admits to being a stalker, but never admits to actually, their part in coming after me and attacking me first. Okay, the timeline of events, and also false doxing and harassing me and doing all this shit to me first, and then saying, what do you say? Oh, so when Maggot tells a story about how me and her have an issue, she leaves out the part where she attacked me first and was windmilling for Jag and fighting for Jag and doing everything for Jag. Oh, I forgot. Oh, I was brainwashed by Jag. I'm so dumb. I was in a cult, and that's why I was attacking Dani all day and night, because I was in a cult, and that's why I was false doxing her as all these people. And then y'all, that's why I was doing that all to Dani. So now the story is that Dani just terminated her channel for no reason, and there's no history of all the shit she has done to me before the termination. Yeah, so that's what's interesting to me. Like, all these people have a whole story about what Dani has done, but there's no history and timeline of events to how we even got to this point. And also how she actually tried to strike my channel, but she was unsuccessful. So yeah, there's like you're just mad because when the whole beef happened, you lost the beef and your channels, and I did not. That's why you're pressed. Press. But yeah, let's be clear. I have always been defending myself against a stalker. And before I terminated your channel, you was a stalker. So don't try to say you're a stalker now that I terminated you. No, you were stalking me before I terminated you, but you said it was on behalf of Jag. That's the difference. And Jag is no longer here. You're still a stalker. So yeah. And Ralph's topic is just cut and dry. It's a landlord-tenant issue, and it's a landlord-tenant issue, and that's it. I'm not going to keep on going back and forth over landlord-tenant issue.
You're not making sense, Amy. I'm going to need you to make some sense, Amy. We're in the time of Aquarius, a time of knowing. So before you come in with your false narratives, so you studied the devil. So Amy, let me get this straight. You said I did both. So you studied the devil. Think about that. You studied the devil. So you can learn the ways of the demons.
So what I noticed about Ralph is he likes to mix in true things, mix with fake things and false things and accurate things to appear intelligent. And also, a lot of times he says things that he uses like certain words and verbiage and vocabulary to make himself seem knowledgeable or smart about a certain topic. But if you actually listen to him, it doesn't really make any sense, and it's illogical, irrational, conspiracy mixed with some facts.
So if I'm talking about love, then if the devil is the opposite of Jesus, and I'm talking about love, then you saying Jesus is hate? Because I'm talking about love, and you.
Whoever behind the Trevor page is clever on this part because they're putting a nonsensical, illogical, dumb piece of shit statement right out there. I said that a mess. They press. Yeah. And Jesus is hating. Like, shut the fuck up.
You're saying that the devil teaches about love. So if you're saying that he's the opposite of Jesus, and I'm talking about love, and you said that's the stuff that the devil was teaching, so what you're saying is Jesus is hate because the devil is love.
A mess. This is the type of nigga I be blocking out. Like, bitch, shut the fuck up.
See how confused you are? You see how confused you are with inside yourself? You're so confused that you go around and say confusing shit to other people to stop them from growing. You so stuck in dumbness that you go around keeping other people in a stupor so you can make yourself.
I'm not the one that graduated from Dumb Bitch University or alumni or a current student.
Feel better about how dumb you really are. Sad days, man. Sad days.
Most people, I'll be honest with you, they turn it off, not because what you say that you're so intelligent, is that they know it's bullshit. Okay, so with that being said, I'm actually going to play some receipts because that's more interesting than a lot of his blah, blah.
I don't know. The internet is undefeated. That's all I'm going to say. Keep doing you. People have their own opinion. You right. You can keep your opinion to yourself. It's just like an asshole. I'm asking you to not discourage other people from coming to TikTok. I'm not asking you to change your opinion. I give a fuck about your opinion. You're allowed to have your opinion, right? So I'm not talking about your opinion. I said do not discourage people. You know what? Let me.
So Ralph is on this farm with Freeman. And Freeman wants him off the land. And I want to say this, and I want to make sure that everyone understands, because a lot of times people go to Dumb Bitch University, they don't pay attention.
Let me just do this. I know what to do. Remove. Watch this. I'll show you how to remove people from your space. Remove people from your space. You don't have to put up with people. You could just remove them from your space. And that's the easiest way to do it, is just remove them from your space. Boom. I'm not upset. I love y'all. Y'all just got to go somewhere else with that.
Freeman is someone that is the landlord. Shar is the girlfriend of Ralph, who has an autistic son named Levi, who moved onto the property of Freeman. Okay, so she and her son, autistic son, 18-year-old adult son, moved onto the property when he was 17 at the time, a minor. He has since turned 18. So with that being said, there was an agreement to pay $1,500 a month. I've already shown text messages.
But you want to put a false narrative out there about me. But you protecting and making sure that nobody tells the truth about Freeman. Make that shit make sense. Who's paying you? Huh? Because that don't make no sense that you're putting a lie out about somebody else, but stopping somebody else's truths from getting exposed. Sounds like you're compromised.
And also, if you want anyone to attack me, make sure it's someone that is actually up to my level or to, on my level. Maggot is someone very much so beneath me. She's not on my level at all. She's a fucking nobody, irrelevant maggot bitch with a stank coochie, which we might talk about later or tomorrow. But yeah, so anyways, with that being said, and by the way, she has a stank coochie because she actually gave a tutorial on how to take care of her, how she takes care of her stanky coochie. Yeah. So anyways, with that being said,
sounds like you're compromised. Sounds like you're compromised. But hey, who am I? Who am I? Right? I'm nobody. Let's talk about how star seeds are getting targeted during the time of ascension. Listen to this, people.
Starseed targeting. During the ascension cycle, starseeds and indigos have been especially targeted with superimposed karmic loads and implants for the purpose of slowing us down and requiring incredible spiritual strength in order to be in positive alignment with the law of cause and effect. The tendency to experience more interference on our path to derail our mission forces us to learn more quickly the necessity to maintain clear and pristine energies through spiritual housekeeping.
And she telling on herself. Because if you go back and listen to DaniRobertson's live, when they keep on playing Levi's recording, in the beginning of Levi's talking, Levi's telling that guy, I'm upset because y'all tried to trick me and Freeman told me to go upstairs so y'all can try to lock the doors down here, right? So literally, Levi is telling that guy, yo, y'all tried to trick me and tell me to go upstairs and lock the doors, and then try to lock the doors down here. And that's why Levi was saying he was upset. So the dude tried to ask them the questions that he wanted answered. No, I was just checking on you because earlier you said this, that, and the third. No, Levi was saying, y'all try to trick me.
But I thought y'all said that he has been gone for a month and everybody is gone. So are y'all there or gone? Or I forgot some of y'all left, but not everyone.
And lock me out. But how DaniRobertson overlooking that?
This is a message from Shar right here. It says, you mentioned the apartment in this text. So she's talking to Freeman. She says, you mentioned the apartment in this text. Remember, now you don't know if you can afford to rent it. So she's asking him, like, hey, you can't afford to rent this anymore. Remember the apartment and remember what you said? She says, mention the apartment in this text. So she's talking to Freeman. She says, you mentioned the apartment in this text. Remember, now you don't know if you can afford to rent it. So she's asking him, like, hey, you can't afford to rent this anymore. Remember the apartment and remember what you said? She says, I make $32 an hour. I paid that $1,500. She says, that $1,500. What's that $1,500, Shar?
Y'all gotta go somewhere else with that. Y'all want to keep negative going. Y'all can go somewhere else with it. That's why y'all mad, because we're not still dragging on a topic that y'all still dragging on YouTube that happened a month and a half ago. And y'all don't want us to try to move on with positivity. So y'all keep on trying to throw different variations of, attacks out there. But that's okay though. And that's why I said, like, I'm gonna fall back.
So now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to introduce you to a new farm that Ralph is targeting called Kobo's Landing.
I see, like, y'all don't want to accept none of the positive that I'm putting out, none of the knowledge that I'm putting out, but y'all always try to make it seem like somebody's mad, somebody's this. Every time I'm sitting there singing, listening to music, just vibing, y'all come in the comment section and try to type all types of stuff to spark a response, and then you try to say, you mad. You didn't want to sit here with my happiness. You didn't want to sit here when I was celebrating,
So Kobo's Landing is in North Carolina, and Ralph is targeting that as his new farm that he wants to move on to. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and buckle your seatbelts up because we're in for a ride.
Maggie sent her people my way, then not sent his people my way to tear down the page. Now, fucking, DaniRobertson sending her people. So all of y'all took turns sending y'all different groups over here to try to tear down the collective. So what the fuck is the problem? with me saying whoever really want to continue support, go over to TikTok. What the fuck is the problem? I don't understand how y'all push people out of the Jaguar sector and then get mad when people fucking leave the Jaguar sector. I watched the live yesterday where somebody said it was a landlord-tenant situation, but then they went on to try to ask a bunch of personal shit. It's a landlord-tenant situation. And then
it's so interesting. You keep on saying landlord tenant. I'm asking personal questions. I keep on trying to keep it on landlord tenant, and you're the one that keeps on wanting me to investigate Freeman and expose and dox Freeman Clark. That's what you keep on wanting me to go personal.
That's why y'all don't have nobody over here now. That's why y'all sector is fucking dying, because y'all don't know how to fucking keep people in the sector. That's why y'all numbers look so fucking sad. Y'all done pushed everybody and attacked everybody that tried to come over to the Jaguar sector. And y'all mad because y'all trying to be so fucking selfish and stingy that y'all literally circling around the same fucking group of people. All y'all circling around the same group of people. Why they ain't mentioning Kobo's Landing? Why they not?
Why they ain't mentioning Kobo's Landing? I mentioned it, but not in the way you expect me to.
Mentioning the other places that we were going during that time. They're not mentioning none of this stuff. I wonder why.
They're not mentioning none of this stuff. I wonder why. You sound like Jack. Why nobody ain't talking about this? And why nobody ain't talking about Barney? And why nobody ain't talking about Mr. Rogers' neighborhood? And nobody ain't gonna talk about how this happened and why the sun rises and the sun sets. Nobody ain't gonna talk about this. Y'all always make some bullshit. How about y'all motherfucking Rock Nation wannabe stock bitches? Why don't y'all little bitches talk about it? Okay, y'all can have a whole Rock Nation stock and be meeting. Okay, Lord have mercy.
It's all just a gimmick. It's all just a game. They need to keep controversy going because they can't make it in the enlightened world. They can't make it in the world that's talking about wisdom, and they got to make it in the world that's talking about people's teeth or something like that. They can't make it in the world that's actually growing, with knowledge and creativity and all of that stuff. All that shit is backfiring on them.
Lord have mercy. So I hope you're happy now. Your wish is my command. I talked about Kobo's Land. I even called them. So I hope you appreciate my efforts and talking about what you wanted me to talk about. Now, I don't think you meant for me to call them as in talk about it in that way. But hey, you want me to actually look at the Kobo's Land and talk about it. So I looked into it and I called it up. Okay? I mess. Hey, press.
Down. Do anything to get it, boy. You gonna go out with it. Shit, gotta think about it. 187. You cook a nigga, you don't. Harder to try to prove y'all.
Yeah, check out the Trevor Green page. I will share this last live on my wall when my live ends. Okay, hold on.
Lies. Why you think I can sit and play video games? Because all I gotta do is speak about the truth and leave that shit there. Go play video games after that. Y'all gotta work hard for the lies. Why you think Dani said, don't think you won. Don't think you won, because this is about wins and losses to her. This ain't about life and somebody's real life. It's about wins and losses. Don't think you won. Don't think you won. But like I said, y'all gotta tell the story how y'all want to tell the story, and that's cool. I get it. I can point out a lot different his mom works for housing authority. See, all he had to do was, tell his mom. His family didn't even know that they were out there. Never mind. I'm not even gonna get into all of that. I'm gonna just let the court take care of it, like they say. I ain't really gonna get into the details of all of that, of how he, used the last woman that was out there. I ain't even gonna get into details of all of that. We just gonna let, the court, and when the paperwork start coming out and everything start coming out, we're just gonna provide y'all with the truth of all of that. I ain't really tripping. Like y'all said, I asked her for this. So you're right. I asked her for this. I asked her to try to defame my character and put a bad image on me and all of that. I asked for that. So I'm dealing with it. Can't be mad at how I'm dealing with it. You know what I'm saying? Can't be mad at how I'm dealing with it if y'all say I asked for it. If I asked for it, then I should be able to deal with it accordingly. But hey, nevertheless, Love is love. We're going to keep pushing out knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. We've been over this so many times. She's a whole month behind, trying to make up the excuse of why she's a whole month behind. We done been out of that man's house and everything, so on and so forth, but she's still trying to make us seem like we did something fucked up. No, that man trapped her in a residential and manager thing. Like she's literally on his farm as a manager of the website and everything. But oh no, let's not look at those documents. It tells you she.
Shut the fuck up, you big teeth bitch. You big tooth bitch. Shut the fuck up. Okay? Y'all made all this shit up about working on the farm and all this contractual bullshit after the fact. That's why she's trying to get a new document signed now. He's refusing to sign the new documents that she's trying to talk about. Oh, she was working for him. Oh, she take care of the land. Shut the fuck up. Shut them teeth up. I'm tired of them teeth clapping and flapping. Okay? Go bite a brick, bitch. I'm sick of this shit. Shut the fuck up. I had enough of hearing your dumbass mouth. Let's listen to him talk about this damn knife, and then that's gonna be it. I can't stand this nigga. He gonna run his damn mouth with this damn bullshit. All this shit might work for your whole Char, the melt head bitch over there. But all this shit, just blah, 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 blah. I would not listen to this shit all damn day. And I'm telling you right now, I'm not trying to be mean, but all the meanness and all the offense, take it. Everybody, almost all the people that I talk to or reach out to me, they all say, or even in Discord, they always say they skip over all your videos unless you're joking or making jokes or whatever. Everybody skip over all the other blah, blah, dumb conspiracy cult bullshit. You're uninteresting and you're boring unless you're joking. So shut the fuck up. Okay, nobody got time for your blah blah bullshit. You're not smart. You just say a bunch of dumb shit and then try to sound smart. Okay. Everyone knows the difference between an intellectual guy and an intelligent guy and a guy that's saying a bunch of stupid shit, sitting over there reading Wikipedia. Oh, I can read Wikipedia, barely half read Wikipedia, so I'm so smart. Okay, almost all your videos, all you do is pull up Wikipedia and then read from Wikipedia and read from some you half read. You don't even know how to interpret graphs and documents. You don't even know how to interpret heat maps. You just said a bunch of shit. And you know what? I might actually take one of your videos if you're talking stupid shit and misinterpreting fucking graphs and documents and charts, and I will debunk your fucking shit. You just pull up a fucking chart and a graph and misinterpret it, and then you think that because you think everyone out here is stupid and not understand the fucking chart and a graph, and you're sitting there lying and making up shit. I will debunk and expose your whole operation. That blah, blah, dumb shit.
He said it in a message. Hey, I sent you an email. This was the land management contract email that I had her sent, right? Because, outside of all of this, we are still a business. Outside of all.
No, she's trying to send him stuff and he's refusing to sign it because he doesn't want that. And y'all never had him sign any of that. He never agreed to any of that. Y'all are trying to make that up now. We already know what the expectations were. Stop playing games. We're past this point. We are past this point. We already know there's a rent agreement. Okay, hold on. So I'm gonna listen to this knife situation. Y'all can tell me, do y'all believe his story or Levi's story? So Levi told a story about how Raph chased him with a knife. And now let's listen to what Raph's story is. And we're gonna take a vote on who do we believe, Raph or Levi? Or possibly could it be more than one incident with a knife?
What type of person makes sure their kids is safe? He going out there trying to make sure his kids is safe.
Where's this picture?
What? No, the police came out there and everything for that situation. Levi was the one who pulled out the knife on my son. And that's why the police was asking if my son wanted to press charges, and I told him to say no. That's why they was asking all those questions. Because
so here's the thing. Levi, could there be more than one knife situation, or could it have all happened around the same time? I don't know, but Levi is saying that you chase him with a knife, you try to fight him multiple times, and there's a video evidence of you yelling at him, saying you don't like him, you don't like being around him. You have admitted that there is a lot of issues between y'all two. He has said you have tried to fight him multiple times.
That was a situation that Levi, that's why, you know, his mom never dropped him off at the hospital. Levi actually left with the police, and because we didn't press charges on Levi, the police dropped him off at the hospital. The police wanted me to press charges on Levi. I was like, no, because I understand his mom's situation and so on and so forth. If you look back at the history of me and Levi, you will see that the police was called a lot of times on Levi when Levi got, you know, however Levi got. But Levi he'll go to the mental place and then he'll come back, and his therapist said to give him that reset, you know, because he might not know what he's doing or whatever. So give him that proper reset. And then when he comes back, you know, so on and so forth. So when you work with our business, so we got to conduct, know that these crash outs, these lashing outs, and so on and so forth, you kind of, you know, you understand them. So when the police,
so you understand the kid, young adult is autistic, and you understand him. So you're gonna give him a knife. So pay attention to Rouse says he's gonna, you know, threaten something with a knife, and then Levi's gonna drop the knife. He's gonna give the knife back to Levi. So you're gonna give an autistic child a knife and say for the autistic child to stab you. Listen to his story, and then we'll listen to Levi's story one more time, and then we will take a vote. Hold on.
Like asking my son if he wanted to press charges on Levi, or asking me if I wanted to press charges on Levi for pulling out the knife. I said no. Yes, his mom told him to go because Levi was in the house at first. So his mom told him to leave. His mom was like, Levi, go outside. Because at that moment, he was the one who had the knife, right? I told him if he was going to stab anybody, it's going to be me. So I literally stepped in between him and my son. And I was like, look, if you're going to stab anybody, it's going to be me, you know? And that's how me and Levi got into it about the knife, because Levi, I said, here, he had the knife in his hand. I said, if you're going to stab somebody, it's going to be me. So if you're going to stab somebody, then do that shit now. I'm not letting you stab my son. You might well go ahead and stab me, right? So Levi dropped the knife. I gave him back the knife. Here.
So Levi drops the knife, and then you pick up the knife and you give him back the knife. So you gave an autistic son, autistic young adult, you know, after he drops it, you give him back the knife and you say, here, stab me.
Stab me. Levi threw the knife into the wall, and that's where the knife was left at.
So then Levi throws the knife into the wall, and then that's where the knife is left at. So he has so much skills that he can just he knows how to throw a knife at the wall and just have it stuck, like he has been practicing for a long time. Isn't that easy? Just throw a knife at the wall and then it gets stuck in the wall, and that's where the knife is at now. The knife is stuck in the wall. Yeah, I don't believe the story. Sorry.
And when the police came out there, all the evidence proved, and so on and so forth. The knife.
How do we know that when the police came out there that you were not, that you made up? How do we know you didn't make up a story and you try to have 7 to go along with the story to protect you? How do we know that you didn't make up a story?
Was stuck in the wall. The cop asked my son if he wanted to press charges on Levi. My son said no, because I informed him to say no, because I'm the adult in that situation. That's my child, right? And the cop asked me if I wanted to press charges. I said no, because I understand.
And why didn't you say this all before? It sounded like something you sat on, or you thought about, you contemplated on how you were going to respond to it. So I don't know. I'm going to take a poll. In my opinion, I think that he's just trying to rewrite the story to make himself a victim. Why didn't he say this to why didn't you have a conversation with Levi? When Shar and Levi were being interviewed by you, why didn't you ask these questions or present these questions or say this to Levi then, as far as confirming the story? Why wait until you're live by yourself and away from everybody to now rewrite the story, or then now mention the story?
The situation that he's going through, and this is not the first time. They were already trying to put charges on Levi, right? They just didn't have. I was in 4 different incidents with Levi in Michigan.
So 4 different incidents with Levi in Michigan. You were in 4 different incidents. So it could be possible that there was more than one knife incident, and not just that. And you've been in 4 different incidents where police have to be involved with Levi. That kind of confirms what Levi said, that you have wanted to fight him multiple times. And I'm not saying Levi's, young adults, 18, he could be problematic. Even Friedman says that he's a handful and he does stuff. So I'm not saying that Levi is 100% innocent, but y'all keep on using the term autistic. And you even said that a lot of some of his behaviors are because he's autistic, and you have to work with autistic kids or young adults. And you obviously don't have a patient, because how can you say you're not at work with autistic young adults, but then when an autistic young adult drops a knife, you claim you pick up said knife and then give it back to the autistic child to do what? And say stop you? So that's smart. That's how you know how to work with autistic kids. That doesn't even sound right.
Again, right? And each time they asked me if I wanted to press charges, when Levi punched me in the face, I said no, I'm not pressing charges on him. He's an autistic kid. I want to see him better. I want to see him, helped. I'm not pressing charges on him so y'all can just put him in incarceration, right? Levi has an education beyond the 5th grade. What are you talking about? Levi literally fucking takes stuff apart in the garage and put them back together, like literally mechanic stuff like that. He would take, like, he had a moped, he would take stuff off the lawnmower, all types of stuff. They asked Levi if he wanted to press charges as well. I'm not sure if they, I think they did. I'm not sure if they asked Levi I'm not sure what they asked Levi, because Levi was in the back of the cruiser. When they dropped him off, the police dropped him off at the hospital. So I'm not sure what Levi, said. I'm not sure what they asked him. I'm not sure what they asked him. I'm not sure what story he told them. I wasn't there when Levi told the story.
So Ralph is saying, at first they were saying that Levi's mom took him to the hospital, but now Ralph is saying the police dropped him off at the hospital. So which one is it? His mom took him to the hospital, or the police dropped him off at the hospital?
And Levi's very smart. Levi's very smart. Levi games. Levi played a game. Levi's very smart. He's just smart in a way that he's smart. He's not, and he has a higher education. He was on the way to graduate school this year if he was If he would have finished up his classes and stuff, he would have graduated this year. So he doesn't have a 5th grade education. That's fucked up to say.
Yeah, you're the one that actually said that he had a 5th grade education, that he hasn't been to school since 12 years old. Okay, so now that's Ralph's side of the story. Now let's listen to what Levi said.
Hey, Levi, I just want to make sure you're okay, buddy. I'm not here to bother you. I just want to make sure you're okay. Because you worried me earlier when you were talking about not having no food and stuff like that. I'm just worried about you, buddy.
My mom doesn't want anybody in.
Yeah, and I'm not coming in at all. I just want to make sure you're okay because earlier you worried me. You said you didn't have no food and stuff like that.
Well, I got canned food. I got stuff like that. My mom's gonna drop by.
Okay. Yeah. My name's Jeff, by the way.
Are you related to Freeman?
Like, not by blood, but I've known him like most of my life. Okay. Yeah.
My uncle is his cousin.
Oh, okay.
His cousin with my uncle.
Gotcha. Yeah. No, I'm not here to bother you or nothing like that. You just kind of worried me earlier. You know.
No, I was kind of mad that he came down here and then told me to go upstairs and stuff, and then try to blame that thing about me coming to the door, because he told me to go unlock the door up there. And then he tried to blame something on me.
I think he was just, there's a lot going on and stuff like that.
Yeah,
he didn't know what was happening really, but he was worried about you too, honestly, because he told me he was worried about you being here, not having any food.
Well, I got stuff like I'm good for a couple. I got to take care of the cats. I have to take care of the cats.
Okay.
So, I got to figure that out, but
right.
My mom's supposed to stop by again. She's dropping off my computer.
Okay.
Stuff, so.
Yeah, and then you also worried me too when you said that guy came at you with a knife earlier. Like, that was
weird.
Yeah,
that whole she's trying to fight me multiple times.
And who is he?
He's my mom's boyfriend.
Yeah, what's his name?
Ralph.
So Ralph came at you with a knife, though?
Yeah, he came out with me with a knife, started chasing me. I actually, about right there around the sand, I bolted down there. I got over there. He stopped chasing me about halfway up.
Wow.
So,
I mean, there's...
And then when he was staying there, I came back like an hour later, he was standing here with a knife.
Like threatening you,
then,
yeah.
Telling me
so if he chased you the night, he's threatening you. There's something wrong with that. That's not.
Yeah,
I'm worried about you for that too.
No, I'm good. They're not gonna do anything to me.
Okay.
I did contact a lot of my family though. They don't have housing, so at least for me. So I gotta figure it out. I gotta call.
So with that being said, I was told that he has a lot of his family members want to take him in because he does stuff that Levi. So I'm not gonna be like, oh, I'm not gonna tell y'all. I'm telling y'all everything I've been told. I'm not withholding anything. They say that it's no family really wants to take Levi because he is a handful. Okay. Yeah. Now he's 18-year-old, young adult, autistic, and they say he is a handful. And also, I think that hardly anyone wants Shar at their place either, but,
Lots of people.
Your mom knows that Ralph came after you with a knife, though?
Yeah, she was here.
Really?
She told me to leave. She's the one that told me to leave.
Wow.
So in this thing right here, in Ralph's story, he says that Shar told Levi to leave, and that's true. And then this story, Levi says, yes, my mom told me to leave. So there's two different, you see what I'm saying? There's two different stories here of this going on. And it could be multiple incidents. I don't know. But Ralph's story versus Levi's story.
She's the one that put me in the hospital.
That just really makes me...
And then Levi says she's the one that put me in the hospital.
Nervous, man. That's all. Like,
Oh,
You
Lord.
definitely don't want to be like trying to camp outside nowhere at night or nothing like that. There's a lot of wild animals out here and stuff like that, obviously.
I mean, I lived in Michigan. I
yeah.
know there's bears.
Freeman's actually worried about you. I'm worried about you for that too.
No,
like,
I'm good. They're not gonna do anything to me.
Okay.
I did contact a lot of my family though. They don't have housing, so at least for me. So I gotta figure it out. I gotta call some people.
Your mom knows that Ralph came after you the night though?
Yeah, she was here.
Really?
She told me to leave. She's the one that told me to leave.
Wow.
She's the one that put me in the hospital.
That just really makes me nervous, man. That's all. Like,
No,
and you definitely don't want to be like trying to camp outside nowhere at night or nothing like that. There's a lot of wild animals out here and stuff like that, obviously.
I mean, I lived in Michigan. I know there's bears.
Freeman's actually worried about you. He really is. He's worried about you. I know he might have got a little confused earlier with what was happening with the doors and all that. But
you guys knew. I kind of figured.
Right. But I just want to make sure you're good because you had said you were low on food or didn't have food or something. But you got a little bit of food. You're okay for now?
I'm good for now.
Okay. And also, when you told me that guy chasing you with the knife, that's serious stuff.
Yeah,
man.
there was. And even the cops didn't do anything. They had to, every time they come over here, they have to ask, where's the proof? Where's the proof?
Wow. That's terrible, man. Well, I just want to check on you, buddy. I don't want nothing. Good luck to you, man. You too.
So take the poll on who do you believe? What story? Ralph's story or Levi's story or both? Because you maybe believe there is more than one incident. Because Ralph did say they came out there at least 4 times while in Michigan. And key thing is he said while in Michigan. So that means that they have came out that and when they have been in other areas or places, police might have been involved as well. So in Michigan, it might have been 4 times. In other areas, who knows? So the last thing we're going to talk about is Maggot and her smelly crotch. So one thing I want to say is this. Ralph, the key thing in Ralph's story to think about is that he said that he gave back. He says Levi dropped the knife during the incident, and then he gave the knife. He picked up the knife and gave him back and said, "Stab me" or whatever. Because he said he'd rather for Levi to stab him than his other son, 7, right? His son 7. That's the worst possible response, is to pick it up and give it back to a young adult, autistic young adult. So, you're supposed to remove the weapon, since it's to de-escalate, not to escalate. With an autistic young adult or any young adult, especially autistic in distress, the goal is to de-escalate and reduce triggers, not rearm them. So if he had sense enough to go ahead and drop the knife, then why would you pick it up and give it back if you're trying to reduce the threat or protect your child 7? And if you return the knife, it shows either you were not really afraid, because you're not really afraid if you're giving the knife back to the threat. Like someone's trying to stab you or wanted to stab you, and you say, and they drop the knife and you say, "Oh, here, stab me." It's like, huh? So the threat story falls apart, or you're reckless. Either way, it does not line up or make sense. And also contradicts you protecting my kid narrative. Ralph claims he was trying to make sure that 7 was safe. But if Levi had truly threatened someone, no sane parent would hand him the knife back, because he could go crazy and start stabbing everybody. That action undermines Ralph's whole "I was being protective" angle, because it makes it sound like a cover story instead of a real fear. You don't give a weapon back to a dangerous aggressor. Hey, you dropped the knife. Here you go. Let's give you another shot at stabbing anyone in here. Shows poor judgment, especially for someone saying they take care of autistic kids. And I understand autistic children. I understand how they operate and how they work. I work with autistic children. I'm the greatest autistic worker. I know how to handle and de-escalate situations. Autistic young adults, sometimes even any young adult can act impulsively, especially under stress. Misinterpret signals and other things like that. And that's why you don't return the weapon, because it increases the chance of harm if the meltdown like reignites or something. Ralph's choice shows he was not thinking about Levi's needs or even Seven's protection. It's not really it does not even his neurological needs or any needs for that matter. It doesn't make any sense. So that detail of Levi dropping the knife and you giving it back to him does not make sense. It kind of makes the story less credible. If Levi was the bad guy, why would Ralph rearm him? Secondly, if Ralph wasn't scared, maybe Levi never threatened him at all. Yeah. It seems like you're trying to rewrite the story to make yourself into a hero instead of a monster. That's what it sounds like to me. The best response was to de-escalate the situation. Of course, secure the knife, not hand him the knife. And then you also said that that Levi, you gave it back, and he's such a knife man or whatever we want to call it, that he was able to throw the knife and it stuck into the wall because he's just that great at knives. He has knife skills. Either way it goes, it shows poor judgment and someone that definitely should not be bragging about working with autistic kids or people with special needs. So anyways, let's get into Maggie, and then I'm going to end this live hopefully at my 6-hour mark. So Maggie had a whole tutorial on, her smelly snatch, because Auntie Mickey said that there's flies buzzing down there between her legs. So, and then I mentioned it, and then she had to make a whole tutorial to try to debunk the whole notion that she had a smelly snatch. Now, someone with a nasty kitchen, a matted wig, obviously doesn't take care of her teeth and her mouth area. You can tell. It looks like she wears the same makeup and just piles new makeup on it. Her skin doesn't really look moisturized. It looks dry. And then she has a bunch of trash piled behind her. It's just like she's like a nasty bitch with a nasty surrounding and a nasty attitude. It's everything nasty about her. A nasty, bad built body shape and everything. So with someone like her, it's obvious if she's not taking care of her kitchen, she's not taking care of her hair, she's not taking care of her mouth, she's not taking care of her dog. And where is fucking Low Key at? Like, she's not taking care of, even Low Key's fur is matted, and you can tell she doesn't wash him or take care of his fur. So her dog is nasty, and it's a shame, but poor dog needs to be taken to a better owner. Okay. Yeah. And she just has a bunch of and then you can see all the stuff all over the kitchen. It just sits there and sits there and sits there. She doesn't even, her pet roaches. She's just completely gross and disgusting. It's clear this bitch does not take a bath. So she doesn't take a bath. We already know her whole body from her head to her damn corn toes is going to be fucking, nasty. Okay. So let's go ahead and listen to her tutorial on how she takes care of her snatch. Okay, hold on. I probably should did this early on before I got sleepy, but hey, I'm gonna go ahead and knock this out while I'm still up. Okay, hold on. So let me actually play something really quickly.
business. So we have to have all the proper paperwork, all the documents, all the receipts, so we can file it on taxes, right? So we got to keep a receipt of like the weed eater, the food that we spent, the money that we spent for food, all of that stuff. We got to have those as receipts for the business when you file taxes. So everything that we did, we were very business oriented with everything that we did. The only thing we did a little bit differently was because that she knew him, I was a little bit more lenient on going out there before I had the contract signed, right? Because I'm thinking, okay, you knew him for this long, this is a family friend, whatever the case may be. All right, cool. That's why I was like, before I got out there, I'm like, yeah, send him the contract, see if he signed it. But then he tried to act like he was going through so much. I'm like, all right, maybe he's stressed out. I kept on making excuses for him. Like, all right, he got court. He got the probation officer to check in with. He don't know if he's going to be out on the streets or going to jail. And I can see his stress. You know what I'm saying? I can see why he's stressing. But as shit kept getting weirder, and then, like I said, you had the whole situation with the Facebook thing. He was talking to people on Facebook as he was doing whatever he was doing. He was like, yeah, I told y'all we do it this way. And all you got to do is rile him up and da-da-da-da. And come on. You sitting there saying it's a landlord-tenant situation, but then you turn around and scream. And let's talk about you chasing a kid and... Cut it out, DaniRobertson. Cut it out. Cut it the fuck out. You got the right to look up paperwork like you said. If you say that you can look up paperwork like you said, DaniRobertson, then why you didn't pull up the paperwork where the police was called on Levi multiple times, where he done insulted me and I done let it slide and so on and so forth. But if you say Levi was right about one thing, he did try to fight me many times. Levi tried to fight me many a times. But he tried to make it sound like I tried to fight him. With all his BS. No, I never tried to fight him. I stepped in the way when he was trying to run all over his mom. In fact, I saved Levi's girlfriend from committing suicide when he went to when he was with his girlfriend one time. Literally had to go up to the hotel and save her from doing that.
Like maybe there. Like, it's like not even $10. So this would balance your pH. It's really good. I really like that. Jesus. Why is he mad at me? Why is he still mad at me? I'm not the one that has tried to... Hold on. Like maybe there. Like, it's like not even $10. So this would balance your... I was just like, okay. Exactly. So now she said a whole thing about, I think, octopussy, sardina. I was like, okay, like, what do you want me to say about some stupid shit like that?
So you don't watch my videos, but you could copy all my content and you can report on everything I'm saying and doing. Okay. And you can copy my routines and my skits. Okay. But you don't watch me though. Hold on.
Me being so offended because Auntie Mickey said that my private part smell. I just think it's weird to talk about private part. So because it was weird, I decided to retaliate. But hello, love you babies. Around the wise claim to work with us.
So she got mad at Auntie Mickey because Auntie Mickey said that her snatch smells stink. So she doxed her. So if you say she got stinky coochie, she might try to dox you because that's the reason she gave for doxing Auntie Mickey. Okay? A mess.
This a kid, but didn't make sure that boy was educated. Damn. Exactly. So now she said a whole thing about, I think, octopussy, sardina. I was like...
So yes, we have to think of a new name for her smelly snatch. She got a stink punani. We have to think of a new name for it now, okay? Yeah, hold on. So I'm gonna take this poll down and put up a new poll. We have to think of a new nickname for Maggot. Maggot, we're gonna still have the name Maggot, but we're also gonna choose a different nickname in honor of her smelly snatch. So this is Dani After Dark. So if you're not interested in Dani After Dark, I suggest you leave now. There's gonna be After Dark topics. And yeah. So who do you believe? That's the poll. Levi is 73% believe Levi, 2% believe Ralph, 20% says both, that maybe more than one incident occurred, and then 5% says none. And this Levi's story sounds more believable and fathomable. It sounds more, it's just something that actually would happen. Ralph's story, young adult, autistic, dropping a knife. Ralph saying, "Here's a knife, stab me," and acting like all macho and shit. And then Levi taking the knife and throwing it into the wall like good marksmanship and shit. I'm sorry, I don't believe that story. Now, it's probably more than one incident, yeah, but even Ralph's incident is completely bullshit, in my opinion. I feel like he rewrote it. Okay. There's something happened, maybe, but he rewrote it. So with that being said, I don't believe shit Ralph said. I believe Levi. At the same time, I believe it's more than one incident, but I don't even think Ralph's is a real incident, like a completely real incident. I think he rewrote his incident. Like, I believe something happened. I believe it's more than one incident, but I don't think that Ralph's story is true. So that should have been another option. More than one incident, but Ralph's current story ain't true. He ain't telling the full story or truth on it. I hope y'all understand what I'm saying. And then, so with this, I will have to say my vote would go to both. And I believe that it's more than one incident, but Levi is the only one telling the truth as far as as a real incident. And then Ralph's incident that he's talking about, he rewrote it. He rewrote his. I believe an incident happened what Ralph is talking about, but he rewrote it. Okay. So that's that poll. Now, in the chat, y'all can come up with names as well, and we will come up with a new nickname, and then this live will be over once we come up with a new nickname outside of Maggot, okay? Hold on.
Okay, like, what do you want me to say about some stupid shit like that? I literally forgot, but now I remember. Yeah, I think it's so stupid, but sure. Knock yourself out. Hello, Sanity Wear.
So that's actually a fake laugh. Knock yourself out. That bitch is that's like a humiliated laugh, and like someone exposed her funky coochie, and now she's trying to fake laugh, like, knock yourself out. Now I'm gonna give a whole tutorial how I take care of my funky coochie. Brass monkey, that funky monkey, that funky monkey, literally, bitch. She wanna give a tutorial how to take care of her funky monkey. Oh shit! A mess. Stay press.
Ralph chased the kid with a knife. He's not loving. It's fake. I agree with you. He is absolutely not loving, and it's absolutely fake. If I have to judge by simply all the people that talked to me about him, wrote letters about him, we should reread those letters.
And to be honest, now that I think about it, I know what happened to Ralph's teeth. He actually decided to go nibble on your kibbles and bits downstairs, down south, and between your legs. He started nibbling down there, and his teeth just started going crazy and started fighting each other. The bottom teeth gave the upper teeth, uppercut. And then they just started fighting each other, and they just started scattering everywhere. That's how you put your head between people's legs, okay? Hold on.
People putting up their testimony about what Ralph did, because we had done it on the old channel. We should do it again. I'm gonna see if I still got that. I still have them. So yeah. No, he's not a good person. Let's be clear.
Not a good person, dog.
What was I talking about? Yes, Dani started talking about this.
Yeah, you're talking about the smell of your stinky coochie and how it smells like tilapia and fish.
Smell of my pum pum, I guess, and I was just like, okay. refuse to talk about other women's private part. I refuse. I refuse.
I know you really think your shit don't stink, but lean a little closer, your pussy smell like boo boo.
I think it's so stupid.
Yeah.
Like, it's so stupid. I'm out of, no, it's not happening. Okay. Like, no, I'm not doing it. Oh my God, I think it's so weird. Be like, your pussy smells. I think it's so weird. I'm like, okay, fine. You know what? Knock yourself out. If that's what you want to.
Yeah, we're going to be knocked out, all right. But, you know, because sniff the air with your damn tilapia smelling snatch, everybody going to be knocked out and pass out, okay? That's obvious.
Think about why you thinking it. Woo, Jesus. Okay, like, it's all good. Listen, all good, babe.
Now, don't tell me people actually gonna be trying to eat her box and they're gonna start crunching on something like they eat some cereal. It's like, and then they start crunching like, oh shit, why we start crunching on something down there? A mess.
Think about the smell of my private part. If it brings you joy.
No, it doesn't. It's not no joy.
Oh shit. All we have to do is remember what Ralph's girlfriend said. She lived a peaceful life for years until Ralph came into it with all his BS. Oh, wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow. But like I said, the whole thing about the smell, Maggie don't understand. I guess they don't know about Vagisil. I think maybe they should learn about it. Like, there are a lot of things to do to make sure that it's all good down there. Maybe if I show them this.
So yeah, one day Maggie she used Google to how to get rid of a smell. How do I get rid of a fishy smell in my underwear? I smell fishy, so how do I get rid of the smell? I want to know. Oh, they told her to go buy some Brazilian boom boom cream and apply it 3 times a day or boom boom. You know, to put some fragrance on the coochie to mask the smell. Okay. Hold on.
Maybe that will help. Yeah, maybe that will help. Yeah, pineapple for sure. But, you know, like, make sure that you have that. There is so many things that you can. I don't understand. I'm like, okay, why are they acting as if you can control the other of your private part? I feel like I'm talking to children.
We already know you don't clean your ass. You got dingleberries crack your ass like fucking Jab. We already know you don't clean your damn kitchen. You got trash bags and all that shit all around your nasty ass kitchen. You don't change your hair. You don't change your weave tracks. You just recycle your weave tracks. You don't brush your teeth. You don't look like you don't even wash your clothes. You look all stank and bad built and funky, bitch. Okay, we already know if all your surroundings and everything about you is stink. We already know your coochie stink. Okay, and that's why you dogs Auntie Mickey, because she exposed you. You're like, oh, she said my coochie stink. She must have smelled me all the way from Canada to the United States. You know my coochie stink. Now I'm gonna dox her for saying my coochie stink. You're the only bitch that I have ever heard that say the reason you dox someone because they said your coochie stink. So from all throughout the whole YouTube internet and this whole sector, you can literally say you doxed Auntie Mickey because she said your coochie stink. Pop, that ain't coochie. Pop, that ain't coochie. Bitch, you told on yourself the moment you dox somebody for saying you got a stank coochie, you told on yourself. Yeah, Auntie Mickey, she said she said she doxed you because you said she got a funky private part. You should have kept your private part closed, bitch, and shut. And you letting it's a horrible odor, okay? Oh shit. Docs, because somebody said you guys stink coochie. Who the cat?
Like maybe there. Like, you know, it's like not even $10. So this would balance your pH. It's really good. I really like that. I'm sorry.
Oh my gosh, I got to think of a way so I can get on here and prove to everybody that I don't have a stinky coochie. So let me tell you what the poll means. So the poll, the first four, I'm gonna put up four choices, and then oh my gosh, y'all like my name Sardinia. Oh, y'all love it so far. So a fish tank means that in between her legs smells like a fish tank that somebody ain't really taking care of. Yeah. And the second one is fish market. Like you go to a fish market and you smell catfish, tilapia, sardines, salmon. You smell all kind of fish smells all at one time. You about to pass out and get smell-induced whiplash. You're like, oh shit! Like you smell it's all kind of fishy smells. You don't know what fish you smell. You just know it's fishy. So it's like a whole fish market with all kind of seafood. Just the aroma of seafood, and not a good kind, a spoiled, rotten. And then Sardinia, it means the person smells like just straight up sardines. And everyone know you open up a can of sardines, you're like, oh shit, putrid. It's like sardines. Oh my gosh, sardines stink. And it's like if you open up her legs, it just smells like a sardine. Like somebody just opened up a can of hot sardines. Like it's been sitting in a hot sun, and then somebody like just opened it up. Stinking rain. And then the bottom, I put fish tank twice. It's time for me to go to bed. I put fish tank twice. It's time for me to go to y'all. Why I put that twice? Pretend like y'all don't see that. Pretend like you don't see fish tank twice. Damn, I gotta go take my hold on.
Oh wow, $18 for milk. That's insane. What the?
I meant to put fish stick. So let me explain what fish stick is. Fish stick means that she smells fishy, but listen, that down there is really a stick. A stick means like a stick, and she could stick it in something. So she's really a drag queen man with a stick down there. So I say fish stick. It smells fishy, but it's a stick. So fish stick. So that was gonna be my fourth choice, fish stick. A mess.
But so yeah, maybe that will help them. So Auntie Nikki, Dani, please just use Vagisil. I swear to you, it's gonna help. Like, yeah, pineapple, really good, but this.
So my advice to you is to go see a gynecologist and get rid of this fishy smell. So that way you don't have to get online and start doxing people because they say your pooches stink. Okay, that's my advice to you, is to see a gynecologist and get an examination. Okay.
And also the little wipes, the Vagisil wipes, like just before you do anything. It makes it taste real, like it's good. Okay, so yeah, just like this, and then also your little wipes, and you will be cool.
So we're supposed to believe that a nasty, bad bill, frumpy, pig-looking ass bitch in a pig-ass looking kitchen with the same trash bags behind her for weeks be washing the crack of her ass. Bitch, if you don't have a seat, even your headbands on top of your head be dirty as fuck. Your basic ass, nasty ass hoe. Okay. With that being said, the reason you dog somebody because they said your coochie stink is because your coochie stink. That don't make no sense. Why would you even get on here and say that? Oh, I dogged Auntie Mickey because she talked about my private part and the smell of my private part. She called you out. She was probably just joking, but by the time she told that joke, you want to dog her because she said your coochie stink. You should have kept that to yourself, but now you expose yourself. Okay.
Swear to you. Yeah. As for the smell of my body in general, my favorite, the cream I always use, and if I don't use it, I literally now get like I'm sorry.
So people are talking about the smell of your snatch. So you feel like putting this other boom boom cream on your body will mask the smell of your stank coochie. So let me put some other stuff, and then I'm gonna mask the smell by talking about, what's the point of talking about boom boom cream when you're talking about your vagina? So obviously you must be trying to use the boom boom cream to cover up your stinky cindy smell, your fishy scent. Okay. Your body by fish. We already know that. So Maggie's new name, 90% says fish tank, 5% says fish market, 69% says Sardinia. So with that being said, let's go and take this poll down. So we're gonna say about 26% says fish tank. We're gonna do Sardinia. So Sardinia has made it to the second round. So I'm gonna put Sardinia next with fish stick, and then I'm also gonna look at the chat, and then I'm gonna add 2 more choices. So Sardinia, and then fish stick, and then I need 2 more. What's the top? Can y'all put in the chat? What are the other top 2 choices that's in the chat? Oh, I think it was tuna milk. I think it was tuna milk maggot. It was tuna milk maggot. And then what was the other one? Sardinia. Someone did say octopus. Somebody said fish guts. I don't know about fish guts. Yeah, she has to explain why she has to have, because she's really still trying to prove to us that her coochie ain't stink. She's doing too much. You dock somebody because they say your coochie stink, and then now you're giving tutorials on how you, and then you tell us about boom boom. She's gonna talk about this boom boom cream she uses to mask her body odor. Who said something about boom boom cream while they're talking about their coochie smell? Make it make sense. So she's trying to mask and hide her scent of her body. Take a fucking bath, bitch. You never mentioned in this whole tutorial, you never mentioned that you take a bath. You don't take baths. You just try to mask. You're a whole bath, bitch. You're a bird bath ass bitch. Let me go to the sink and let me just spray myself and just freshen up on myself. And then I'm going to go live. And then I'm gonna stink because nobody knows how I smell in this kitchen. That's why the last tenant left your basement because you fucking stink, bitch. You stink asshole. Somebody said BB maggot. Hold on.
Really? I'm sorry. I'm like, yo, every man I've talked to, when you do that, use the wipe, and the man is like, damn, I've never, wow, like they're really impressed. So like this is
oh my gosh, he's so impressed. Yeah. So I had my man is Sloth. Did you see Sloth? He's from the Goonies. He's like Hills Have Eyes. Sloth, and I just could not wait for him to crunch on my coochie, because my coochie is crunchy, it's very crunchy and very nasty, and he was ready to eat on it, and then I was ready for his teeth to be all over it, and I even had a crush on Rap. I just have a fascination with men like Sloth and Rap, so they can munch on my carpet, yeah.
Like between you and me, okay? Just saying. Now, like, believe me, ladies. You use the wipe before, like, wow, it blows their fucking mind. Like, it blows their mind. As for the smell of my body, the cream I use is Boom Boom cream. I love that fucking cream. I love Sol de Janeiro. I love that cream.
So she uses Boom Boom cream on that vagina. And yeah, she uses all over her body. Now she said that today. She said, "Oh, I don't use it on my vagina." Of course, I don't use it on my vagina. So why are you talking about boom boom cream in a vagina tutorial? So obviously, your vagina smells so stink that the smell is radiating all over your body. You feel like it's putting this cream all over your body. It's gonna get everyone to smell boom boom cream instead of that sardines. So yeah, that's what you're trying to do, bitch. Under the sea with Little Mermaid and fishy Maggie under the sea. Which try could it be? With fishy Maggie under the sea. And if we want to find little Nemo, all you gotta do is put a sign over her coochie. It's right there. Finding Nemo, that little fish right between them. Oh, I got that boom boom cream. Let's go to my room with my boom boom cream. So here she goes with her boom boom cream. Awesome cream. I love this cream all year round. It's amazing for summer glow and a hint of fragrance. Winter, keep my dry skin in check. Okay? Lord have mercy. Child. So she puts this boom boom cream all over her body and on her coochie to mask the smell. So let's see the benefits of the boom boom cream. It says it helps visibly smooth and tighten the appearance of your skin thanks to potent caffeine-rich extract. Fast absorbing butter delivers deep hydration and essential fatty acids deep into the skin, making this incredibly hydrating cream an instant treat to leave your skin feeling silky soft. Yeah. Take the poll.
I love that cream. I love that cream. That's my cream every day. Sol de Janeiro, boom boom cream everywhere. Okay, like it's. So if you want to know what I smell like,
if you want to know what I smell like, I use this boom boom cream everywhere. So she didn't. You heard her. She says everywhere. She's trying to say wink wink. I use this boom boom cream everywhere. I put it all in my anus and in my cootie hole too, because I want to mask the smell. You know, she doesn't really want to take a real bath. You know, get her. Just getting. She never mentions a bath. Like I actually take a bath and do this and that first. It's all about just straight to masking the odor. Woo! Of course. I mean, I'm just trying to, not taking out your garbage and having garbage behind you, the same garbage in the same spot for weeks and weeks. You're nasty. Why don't you take out the garbage? Why the same garbage behind you for weeks and the same stuff behind you? You're a nasty bitch. Just sitting there and then you're letting everyone see the same shit behind you for weeks. Okay, you're obviously not taking care of your hygiene. And then you can tell by your hair, and you don't even try to comb your hair or brush your hair. You might not can afford a new, some new tracks and shit, but you can at least, or even a new wig, you can at least take care of the one you got. I do, run a comb through it, run a brush through it, do something to it. You just go live and then you put a fucking headband on your head acting like you did something. And you can tell you don't even wash and moisturize your face. You just put more makeup on your face, like covering up the makeup you had on the previous day. It's caked on it.
This is my smell, okay? I don't wear perfume. Like, I mostly just wear the boom boom cream, especially when I'm home. But if I'm out...
So when she's home, she has to make sure that she's wearing this boom boom cream because she's, she really has to, this is part of her tutorial. Yeah, body by fish dough. That's what it is,
I do have a couple of perfume that I wear, but not like I don't really do perfume a lot. I hope now it will help them understand what I smell like.
So she thought this whole message about her cooter cat and trying to go against Auntie Mickey saying her snatch got flies buzzing around it, that this whole thing was supposed to give us tell us what she smells like. So what we got from this that you smell, you don't take a bath and you just smell like boom boom, boom boom, and fish still. Okay. Yeah. So let me tell you, let me tell you where you went wrong, Maggot. You actually went live and you literally said, "Oh, I doxed Auntie Mickey because she talked about my private part, and she said it was flies buzzing around it, and I smell stink, and my coochie smells stink, my punani smells stink. So that's why I doxed her, because how dare she talk about my stink coochie." That right there, you told on yourself, because you actually exposed yourself. So there's no turning back. That from now and forever, you're the big said dox someone because they said your cooter stink. Your cooter cat. Lean a little closer, Lucky. Come a little closer, Sloth. Sloth, I know what you want to do. You want to smell my panani, don't you, Sloth? Don't you, Sloth? Oh, hell no! Okay, child. Sloth don't even want to smell it. He happy that I exposed that he is a fake psychologist, but now he ain't got to worry about Maggie and her smelly snatch. We saved you, Sloth, so now you owe me some money for saving you from experiencing body by fish. Okay.
Oh no! You put it everywhere. Oh no, I love my boom boom cream. Like
she said, "Oh no! You put it everywhere." What do you mean by everywhere? So you're trying to go live today and say you didn't mean everywhere. Obviously, you're trying to let us know that your coochie smell like boom boom. Your coochie smell like that boom boom cream. Because why you keep on saying I put it everywhere? I put it everywhere. I put it everywhere. So yeah. All she wanna do was a zoom and a boom boom and shake her smelly rump. What mess. Okay, yeah, it's time for us to go to bed. Okay, take the poll. We have to get a final nickname.
Love that cream. Like, just don't put it on your face, that cream. Like, not good.
So the only thing she says is don't put it on your face. She didn't say don't put it on your snatch. She said don't put it on your face. Obviously, you shouldn't put it on your snatch. But her coochie smells so bad. She's willing to risk it all. She's gonna risk it all to put that boom boom, even with fragrance and all that. She's gonna put it down on her snatch. She said put it everywhere, just not on your face. You should have said not, but she trying to take it back now, but she be putting this boom boom. Who got the keys to the room on this damn cooter cat? Okay,
burn your face, man. So yeah, I hope the smell of my body is now gonna stop being toxic.
So she hoped that this whole tutorial on how she masked the odor from a fish market snatch, that this will stop everybody from saying that her cooter stink. I'm sorry, but it actually made it worse because you dox someone over it and now you gave a whole tutorial on it. You're just incriminating yourself more and more about having this. And then you got a nasty kitchen behind you that you never clean at all. Like, and all the time you have been here, you have not once really thoroughly cleaned that kitchen. You could at least like, oh my gosh, I'm going to surprise them one day and my whole kitchen's going to be spick and span and spotless clean. Like, oh my gosh. And you still, even if people talk about your kitchen on and on, and you still go live with that same nasty kitchen. You see what I'm saying? That's the bug spray is what she sprayed because, like I said, roaches and spiders and bees, oh my, are all in her snatch. Okay, the bees was thinking there was honey down there because they smelled that boom boom spray, and then they got trapped down there with fish. Oh shit! They thought that boom boom spray, And so yeah, that's why she got that spray because she be spraying down there with them bugs, that bug infestation and pesticides. She needed pesticides at this point. Okay, so let's go look at the poll, and then I'm gonna end the live. Hold on.
You just mad because in this case you have to admit that you're fucking wrong.
Hold on. So let's look at the poll. So yeah, I wouldn't say seafood platter because seafood platter is like that's appetizing, and what's down there ain't appetizing. It's rotten or something down there. Okay. Another thing somebody had said before was in my inbox is Long John Silver's. A Long John Silver's drive-through, okay? And then tuna melt, we already voted on that one. Yeah, she might need to spray some Febreze down there. And why somebody said catfish casserole? Okay. So anyways, let's look at the poll. What's Maggie's new name? 46% says Sardinia, 12% says fish stick, and 35% says tuna milk Maggie, and 7% says crawfish. So, ladies and gentlemen, her new name is Sardinia. I love y'all for choosing my name. So anyways, I appreciate that. So now Sardinia is her new name. So we're going to call her Maggot. And of course, some people are still going to call her Tuna Milk Maggot. So we already know TMM stands. If we say acronym tuna TMM, that means Tuna Milk Maggot. And then Sardinia and then Maggot. Okay. So if you hear on this live, you'll know what that means. So I'm gonna be saying Sardinia because that's like a name, and I called somebody else that before, but it never really stuck. So that, anyways, round of applause for me. Sardinia. So, anyways, that's Maggie's new name. I hope she likes her new name. And now I'm actually going to put Maggie in a can of sardines on my neck. When I make a new graphic, it's gonna be her in a can of sardines. Hold on one second. And with that being said, enjoy the rest of your weekend. I will be skipping Sunday, so I will see y'all in the next live. And like I said, I will see y'all next live.
I got mad, stay stressed, I got me stressed, stay stressed, I make a mad, a mess, stay pressed, stay pressed, a mess, stay pressed, bitch, I don't give a fuck if you mad or you sad, living with your deadbeat dad, bitch you sad, you going out bad and you built bad, that's why you mad. I'ma fuck you up, then leave you on red. If it ain't about the bread, I don't give a fuck. I said what I said. You stay getting beat, you stay catching heat. That's why you mad. Treat me like a joke. I'ma give you this smoke. This smoke. These bitches is mad. I got mad. Stay mad. Stay stressed. I got them stressed. Stay stressed. I make a mad. A mess. Stay pressed. Stay pressed. A mess. Stay pressed. You losing sleep over me, watching me, stalking me, stressed over me all day and night. You worry about me, depressed over me, biting off me, copying me. You wanna be me, you'll never be me, you'll never see me. I'm out of your league, out of your reach. I'm in my own zone, in my own lane. I make you move, I sunned you, I clowned you. That's why you mad, and you going outside, sad. These bitches is mad. I got 'em mad, stay mad, stay stressed, I got 'em stressed, stay stressed, I make 'em mad, a mess, stay pressed, a mess.